Chapter 141-My Shweni will never allow Shu to hurt Konoha. The Sea of Trees is born. A small piece of black forest suddenly slammed out of the ground. One after another, the black trees tore apart the earth and spread rapidly. The sudden burst of sound shocked many people. It even made the oil girl Joey show a deep sense of unease on her face, and the face that should have been without waves changed at this moment. Mu Dun. It turns out that you were that Mu Dun ninja Shu. Why did you master the Mu Dun? And the art of descending from the sea of trees. Yunivji was so frightened and furious that she quickly retreated and looked at the small forest in front of her in shock. Shu tilted his head to look at him. Nothing will happen, as long as I want to use it, I will use it naturally. Descending from the Sea of Trees is essentially a castrated version of the descending of the tree world, which can only create a small forest. Swish swish. A large number of trees poured out, and a large number of branches swayed, killing the large number of bad parasites with ease. Many more insects were swept in by several big trees and crushed one after another. You brat, get out of here now, or be killed by me. Shu slowly raised his head and looked directly at the other party. Don't even think about it. Joey's face sank, suppressing the restlessness in his heart, glanced at the darkness ahead that seemed to symbolize death and ominousness, and immediately gritted his teeth, raised his hand and threw out several large parasites. A large amount of chakra was consumed, and these parasites swelled in size, rushed into the forest, and immediately began to bite. Even a plant that is as hard as black is now being bitten by the giant insects. Parasite, this kind of bug gives your family the means to fight the tailed beast. Shu indifferently looked at it. More trees burst out in an instant, and in the whistling, they grabbed Oil Girl Joey. One by one, the big insects are also crazy at the moment, biting wildly. It's a hard tree, but it's too hard. Joey raised his hand. Secret art. Insect wall art. Many bad insects gathered to try to block the intrusion of the trees, but in just an instant, the insect wall was broken through. Boom. One after another giant trees drilled out, defeating the swarm, and at the same time being entangled by a large number of parasitic insects. Shu said, "It's too weak, the guy from the oil girl's family, it is of no use to me to send things like big insects." This amazing confrontation easily covered a large area and caused an amazing roar. This made many Konoha ninjas come one after another, looking at the front with stunned faces. Forest. Could this be Mudden ninjutsu? Impossible, this is a technique only possessed by the first Hokage. Finally, the legendary Mudden ninja Shu. Who are you, and why did you attack Konoha? A large number of ninjas gathered, staring at the virtual in front of them. They stood outside the forest and surrounded the place. Joey said loudly, "Be careful, these trees are very tough, and the hardness is beyond imagination and terrible." Many Konoha ninjas looked solemn, with deep anger surging on their faces. There is no need to say more about the significance of Mu Dun to Konoha. But the precious Mudden was mastered by a guy who came to attack Konoha from unknown origin. Go. Many ninjas formed seals one after another, and immediately, a large amount of fire escape ninjutsu was sprayed out. Boom. Countless flames burst into the black jungle that seemed to devour everything, burning wildly. But soon, everyone changed their faces. Well, why can't these trees burn? It's not that it can't burn, it's very difficult to ignite. A ninja's face changed. Shu stood on a tree, looked up and glanced. Tisk, this way, that guy can't accuse me of anything. This kind of movement can be regarded as attracting the attention of Konoha village. Soon, the virtual series launched more wood escape techniques. Every wood ninjutsu is seriously challenging the nerves of the Konoha ninjas and greatly stimulates them. Call. One after another, big trees rose from the ground, fighting with the many Konoha ninjas who had killed them. Roars, shouts, and roars were mixed. No matter how hard these Konoha ninjas tried, they couldn't even get close to Shu. Every time they took a step forward, a large number of black trees would pop up, one after another, causing people to collapse. I didn't see him making a seal at all. What the hell is going on? Can you use such a huge wooden ninjutsu at will without forming a seal? Damn, these leaves are harder than my kunai. Roll your eyes. Hyuga arrived and opened her eyes. Let me see what you are. In Rizai's field of vision, there is nothing to hide, and the virtual figure, the moment it catches his eyes, shocked Rizai. This is. His entire body is covered with chakra. Is he deliberately shielding his eyes, or is he just like that? The entire body of the virtual, from the mask to the robe, is covered with chakra, making it impossible for Reaper to see what is inside. Boom boom boom. The terrifying black jungle began to expand, defeating a large number of Konoha ninjas one after another. Faced with this level of attack, the Konoha ninjas just felt at a loss. After finally cutting off a tree, a new tree emerged from the ground and attacked with more exaggerated power. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't really break through the forest. Instead, they were forced to retreat by the black forest. Joey, I can't see through this guy, what should we do? Let's just let it go. Risaba fell to Joey's side and said anxiously. Joey said nothing, observing repeatedly, looking for opportunities. He led the team from time to time and penetrated many trees, but was often forced to retreat. Finally, I found an opportunity. Joey pushed his glasses and rushed out quickly. Take advantage of the virtual attention, went in other directions. Joey personally rushed up and threw out a large number of parasites. Large insects and insects. The large number of parasites hidden among the many bad parasites began to expand wildly, madly biting off a large number of big trees, and barely tore a path. Die under my bugs. Joey's voice was low. Bad bugs, insect marshes. A large number of parasites rushed over and slammed into the ground. This technique is. Shu glanced down. But soon, these bad worms dragged the virtual figure down and wrapped the virtual. Immediately, it began to float, and the bugs shrunk crazily inward and exploded. The violent explosion resounded throughout the village, and even at the very edge, everyone saw the amazing explosion that illuminated the night sky. In this way, even if you don't die, you will be severely injured. Oil Girl Joey stood on a tree with a cold expression on her face. It took such a huge amount of chakra to find the opportunity to attack the enemy's body. What an amazing technique, Lord Joey is really too strong. In this way, the enemy is only afraid of. Many Konoha ninjas looked excited. But soon, they changed their faces and looked ahead in amazement. A figure slowly emerged from a big tree. It's a dangerous technique, I almost got injured. Quote question mark exclamation mark. How could this be? Just before the explosion, I had confirmed that it was the entity, not the clone. Joey's face changed slightly, revealing the meaning of shock. The level of intractability and weirdness of the enemy, once again exceeded his imagination. It was obvious that the entity was blown up, but the enemy got out of a big black tree. What is this? Time and space ninjutsu, chakra mystification, or soul-like techniques. Joey remembered the spiritual transformation secret art mastered by Kato Dan. Either way, the enemy is destined to be very difficult to deal with. The astonishing confrontation that broke out here is extremely conspicuous in this night sky. Really, it seems to be more serious. Fake head. Wood done the tree world is coming. The huge forest, which is more than 10 times larger than the tree sea, began to spread wildly. Countless big trees emerged from the ground, and in a very short time, countless Konoha ninjas were included. Could this be the arrival of the tree world? What are you? Riza gritted his teeth, trembling all over. First came the birth of the tree sea, and then came the tree world. The enemy who can use the wood escape technique to such a degree, his true identity is. In the distance, the 3 generations of Hokage also looked cautiously at this huge black forest from a distance. The mysterious Shu is here too. He is also with the enemy who kidnapped Kushina. The 3rd Hokage bit his finger and summoned the ape demon. Become a wishful gold hoop. Tonight, we are in big trouble. The third Hokage said solemnly. Ape Demon just glanced at the distance, and was startled. Wooden. Apart from the first Hokage, how could there be anyone else who can know wood? 3 Hokage did not speak. He was listening to the report of the ninja who had retreated from the battlefield. I can't see the process of forming the seal, and I can easily activate a steady stream of wooden escapes. The amount of chakra alone is very exaggerated. The 3 generations of Hokage took a deep breath. Where are Schwenny and Yue? Schwenny was sent to the edge of the village by the 4th generation to carry out a patrol mission, and Kazu should be in the Uchiha clan. 3 generations of Hokage showed hesitation on the face, and finally gritted his teeth and planned to dispatch. At this moment, call out. An astonishing beam of light came from the edge of the leaves and hit the dense forest head-on. The terrifying high temperature caused a terrifying burning in an instant. Oh, it seems that Zanyi came back in time. The 3rd Hokage looked relieved. At this time, in that large forest, Zanyi felt it in time, which greatly inspired the ninjas of Konoha. This is Master Schwanyi's forbidden technique, incandescent light. See Gui, what a terrible high temperature, destroying a lot of forests in an instant. As expected of Lord Schwenny, this kind of power. Many Konoha ninjas were almost driven mad by Mudun. At this time, they all showed excited expressions when they saw Schwanyi's divine soldier descending from the sky. I don't know who Schwenny, this is a shadow-level existence famous in the 3 battles. You all step back, I'll deal with this guy. As long as I, Schwenny, are here, no one will be allowed to hurt the village. Zanyi shouted loudly, showing his formidable courage and his nature of hating evil. Ah, as expected of Lord Schwenny. This will of fire visible to the naked eye. Let's go, don't stay and create trouble for Lord Schwenny, our strength can't help. Many ninjas retreated. Zanyi looked at the burning forest in front of him with a serious face, as if he had already made up his mind. Asking Chuangong to stay and continue patrolling the border, Zanyi hurriedly returned to the village. HMPH, the younger generation who has Godzilla in their hands, dare to stand up and fight against me. Shu looked up. Young or old, it's enough to kill you. Take your life, damn it. I saw Schwanyi's righteousness awe-inspiring, and suddenly rushed out. Jiwei couldn't help shouting. Be careful, this guy is very powerful. Don't worry, Mr. Jiwei, please organize the villagers to retreat, and I will deal with him. Zanyi's face was calm. Going straight into the semi-Godzilla transformation, he engaged in a fierce battle with the enemy. Boom boom boom. A terrifying roar erupted, and the ground shattered. Where the light erupted, the flames were burning, soaring into the sky. This strong shot alone makes people feel reassured. HMPH, if it was Lord Schwenny, he would definitely be able to defeat this guy. Many ninjas were delighted. Even the 3 generations of Hokage showed a gratified smile at this time. Listening to this slogan that shook the sky, I felt a sense of enlightenment, and the will of fire was clearly blooming. It's very good to be able to take the initiative to stand up at such a time without poking the needle. Many people saw that Schwenny and the mysterious Shu broke out in a brutal confrontation, and the power displayed by the 2 sides was far beyond the scope of ordinary people's understanding. A large number of extremely lethal techniques were used one after another. If Zanyi's strength made people feel at ease, the mysterious Shu and the wooden escape technique they used really frightened them. The terrifying dark forest is expanding rapidly, although it is always destroyed by Zanyi. The battle between these 2 people shook the earth and the mountains, which made people tremble. It seems that in a short period of time, the 2 of them will not be able to tell the result. Stab it. Zanyi stretched out his hand and shredded more than a dozen big trees with one blow, and his figure suddenly rushed in. It seemed that he was going to attack and kill the virtual body directly. Rumble. More black trees poured out, obscuring the view of the outside world. Even the white eyes of the Hyuga clan couldn't see through, and their vision was obscured by the chakra that kept bursting out. Many people were sweating on their foreheads, listening to the huge roars that sounded one after another in the depths of the forest, hoping that Zanyi's sudden advance would be able to defeat the enemy and kill this mysterious Shu. But they can't see the depths of the forest. Zanyi sat on a sturdy branch with his butt on his back, holding his chin in thought. Shuzi constantly manipulated the wooden escape technique, making a huge noise, bursting out a lot of chakra, disguised as a fierce battle. That's all it takes. As long as Obito makes a move, I will divide the army into 2 groups, and I will go to get the Asura gene and chakra, and I will go to grab the 9-tailed chakra. Zanyi glanced at it, his swaying avatar was empty. Well, yes, how to see how mysterious. Let the guys out there guess. Time passed, not a few minutes. Hoo 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 hoo. A terrifying roar came out, with an astonishing fluctuation that soaked the soul. Everyone who heard the roar felt that their body and mind were instinctively exuding fear. A huge 9-tails appeared in Konoha village. Under the strange moonlight, its exaggerated size seemed to devour the entire Konoha village. 9-tails. In the forest not far from Konoha village. A group of 6 people are staring at the huge shadow in the distance. Under the vision of the 6 pairs of samsara eyes, the chakra bursting out of the 9-tails is extremely amazing. This is the first time Pain has seen Kyuubi. Even with such a long distance, I still felt a heavy sense of depression. As expected of the strongest of the 9-tailed beasts. Let me see what the 2 of you are going to do. Tiandao Pain slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 142_completely Godzillized. Kyuubi was released anyway. The complete body and 9 tails, if nothing else, just standing there, the sense of oppression that erupts far surpasses other tailed beasts. The name of the strongest tailed beast was not blown out. Hoo 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 hoo. A terrifying roar resounded throughout Konoha village. The faces of many ninjas changed greatly. Hurry up, hurry up. Why did the 9 tails appear in the village? Hurry up and stop this monster, or the village will be destroyed. Many Konoha ninjas had their eyes split open, roaring and trying to stop the 9 tails. The 3 generations of Hokage had a gloomy face, and used the wishful gold hoop to push the 9 tails out of Konoha in one fell swoop. It's a pity that this wishful golden hoop can't push the 9 tails at all. Chu Dao Chaofeng immediately used the technique of doubling, turned into a giant, and pulled the tail of the 9 tails, trying to stop the monster. Rizhen, the 9 tails are too strong, I can't fight it. The monkey demon said in a low voice, feeling depressed. Rizhen, look into its eyes. Mito Menyon suddenly said. Everyone looked up and angrily found that there were actually 3 Guyu in Juwei's eyes. Writing wheel eye. It's the Uchiha clan who are using illusion to control this guy. The Uchiha family, damn it. Could it be Kazu who has a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye? Many people got the news and their faces changed. The first time, the figure that appeared in their heads was clearly Kazu Uchiha. The terrifying pupil power that can control the 9 tails, ordinary Sengo Jade can't do it at all. Is it really Yue? No, Xuanyi is still at war with the enemy, unless Yue betrays Xuanyi. 3 generations of Hokage's face was gloomy, holding a wishful gold hoop in one hand, desperately trying to push the 9 tails out of the village, but to no avail. At this time, in the Uchiha clan, the elites of this clan gathered one after another. 9 tails actually appear at this time. What happened to Kushina? Fuyu's face was gloomy. This is the worst case. Not long after the Third War, the village will immediately plunge into the war against the 9 tails. That's too bad. The Konoha Guard, dispatch immediately, give priority to rescue the villagers. Fuyu gave the order. Can be interrupted directly. All the people of the Uchiha clan stay in the Uchiha clan, and it is strictly forbidden for anyone to go out. A large number of root ninjas appeared, and one of them shouted. What? Do you know what you're talking about? The village is now in danger. As the strongest family of Konoha, we have no reason to back down. Uchiha Yatsushiro, who was the captain of the garrison, was immediately angry, and he stared at the guy in front of him. At this time, let our strongest clan avoid war. This is a great humiliation to our family. Iroha slowly raised his head. Something bad happened where you didn't notice. This is an order from Danzo-sama. Quote ? Many Uchiha people were a little restless, and they all showed expressions of stunned and angry. They looked up, and under the strange moonlight, they could vaguely see the huge shadow in the distance, as well as the shrill screams and sounds of destruction. In the village, the Nine Tails are raging, but their Uchiha clan is forced to dissolve and avoid the war. Is there anything more absurd than this? Uchiha stepped out of the shadows in an instant. Why did Danzo issue such an unreasonable order? It shouldn't be to preserve the power of the Uchiha clan, but should be. Suspicion. Is it in the cognition of the village's top management? Middle, did we let out the Nine Tails? Many Uchiha elites showed a look of astonishment and deep confusion. The Uchiha family released the Nine Tails. What nonsense this is. Nine Tails are clearly in Kushina's stomach. What does it have to do with them? At this time, there was a sound of crutches hitting the ground. Several root ninjas gave up their bodies. Danzo came over, and he looked at the angry Uchiha clan in front of him. The matter is not finalized, just in case, everyone is not allowed to act without authorization. Or are you planning to do something to the old man? The old man will show mercy. Danzang is clearly a disabled figure, with a bandage wrapped around one eye, and a broken arm that is even more incompetent. However, Danzo still stood there confidently, looking at the rebellious guys in front of him. Many Uchiha tribesmen were furious and stared at Danzo. After a long time, Fuyu said solemnly, "Since this is the order of the village, we will naturally obey it." After he finished speaking, he was about to retire the members of the Konoha guard. "Where's Kazu?" Tuanzang said coldly. "I don't know, she has always had her own plans," Fuyu said. Danzo frowned and glanced at Iroha. Iroha was silent for a moment, rolled his eyes, and quickly swept the Uchiha clan, trying to find the location of Kazu. But the only one who responded to him was Susanoo, who blocked his view. "Don't stare blankly here, there will be problems." Kazu dismissed Susanoo, jumped up, and appeared in front of everyone with a very calm expression on his face. "Until I get Zanyi-sang's order, I won't act easily, Danzo-sama," Kazuki said with a low laugh. Danzang hesitated for a moment, and then snorted coldly. "There are 3 Guyu in Juwei's eyes. It is clearly controlled by the illusion of the shaker. The most likely to do this is you who have the kaleidoscope shaker." Quote. Everyone was in an uproar, and even the arrogant and angry Uchiha clansmen widened their eyes and looked at Kazu in amazement. There are 3 Guyu in Juwei's eyes. Controlled by a swivel eye. There is only Kazuki who has a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, is it true? Many Uchiha tribesmen have tense muscles. If Kazu really controls the Nine Tails. With this kind of power, coupled with Kazu's own Susanoo, maybe there is a lot to do. Many people looked hesitant. Kazu said calmly, "I repeat, it's not me. If it were me, I would make full use of the power of the Nine Tails instead of staying here." "Then, you stay here and prove your innocence," Tuanzang said solemnly. To be honest, Danzo himself doesn't even know the situation right now. Yue is indeed the most suspicious, but there are many loopholes, and it is obvious that there is not only one enemy. Zanyi, who is fighting the Mudden Ninja, is the proof. The two sides just stood here in silence. Danzo with roots is to limit the actions of the Uchiha family. In the village, Nine Tails began to wreak havoc. That masked man can actually channel the Nine Tails in the village. After sending Kushina back to the delivery room, she rushed back to Minato, standing on Hokage Rock with a solemn expression. Knowing that the weakest time of human Zuli is the time of childbirth, and also has the psychic contract of the Nine Tails, and the writing wheel eye in the eyes of the Nine Tails, combining the above conditions. Roar. Juwei saw Minato at first glance. Instinctively, it condensed a huge tailed beast jade, and it slammed into the past with a single blow. The powerful tailed beast jade immediately blasted out a ravine in Konoha village, and all the people and things that hindered it turned into nothingness. Tisk, this level of tailed beast jade is worthy of 9 tails. Minato immediately raised his hand, and a large number of time and space spells appeared out of thin air. Ninja, Flying Thunder God Guide Thunder. The huge tailed beast jade was immediately swallowed up by the time-space technique and moved to a place far away from the village. A terrible roar broke out, followed by a powerful hurricane. 3 generations of Hokage took back the wishful gold hoop and rushed over. Minato, who is the enemy, and what happened to Kushina? Looked down and said, Kushina is already in a safe place. As for the identity of the enemy, if I guess correctly, there is only one identity of the enemy, Madara Uchiha. What? It can't be that guy, he was killed by the first Hokage long ago, and the corpse was collected by the second Hokage himself. The faces of the 3 generations, Xiaochun and others changed drastically. Just when Watergate was about to say something. Call out. A whirlpool appeared, and Obito put his hand on Minato's shoulder. It's over, the 4th Hokage, you can't save this village. Soon, the time-space vortex appeared, and it was about to swallow the Watergate at an exaggerated speed. At the moment when the entire body was almost absorbed into the whirlpool, Minato activated Flying Thunder God and fled. Even if it is half a second later, Minato will be locked in the different dimension. HMPH, have you escaped? But it's useless, my divine power surpasses your Flying Thunder God technique in all directions. Obito snorted coldly, glanced at the 3 generations and the others who were angered, and disappeared in place. Boom! The wishful golden hoop stabbed the Hokage rock with a single blow, in vain. Uchiha Madara, is that the person just now? Kaharu turned to bed in a low voice. Damn it, you can control the pupil power of the 9 tails, channel the 9 tails into the village, take the opportunity to attack when Kushina is giving birth, and can avoid us and easily break the high barrier. It seems that only Uchiha Madara can do it. Mito Minyan was extremely angry, and even more frightened. Is Madara Uchiha dead? But it is obviously the hand of the 1st generation of Hokage. The 2nd generation collects the corpse. How could the 1st generation and the 2nd generation make mistakes? Don't say it, the wind can't hold it anymore. It seems that the only way to fight is in the village. The 3 generations of Hokage suddenly spoke, and the whole person, carrying the wishful gold hoop stick, rushed to the 9 tails. Although he did not continue, he did think of a possibility. Izanagi. Since Kazu awakened the kaleidoscope shaker, Kazu's pupil technique was obtained by the senior officials of Konoha, and it was related to Izanagi. Especially when he was beheading the white phosphorus Orochi, Kazu used the technique of Izanagi, but his eyes were not blind. Uchiha Madara, I'm afraid that Izanagi used this technique to deceive everyone. The 3rd Hokage was extremely depressed. Because it would extend to even more terrible things. The man in the vortex mask is Madara Uchiha, so, who is the guy who has mastered the powerful wooden ninjutsu? In the vagueness of the 3rd generation, an absurd guess instinctively popped up in my head, but this guess was quickly thrown away, because it was too outrageous. Sun Zan, if that one hadn't died, he wouldn't have attacked Konoha. Behind him, Xiaochun said hesitantly. The 3 generations did not speak anymore. He took the Konoha advisory group and went into battle in person to suppress the 9 tails. To deal with such a behemoth, it is destined to launch a powerful area-type ninjutsu, and this attack will cause huge damage to Konoha. At a time when they are worried and their minds are complicated. Call out. An astonishing ray of light suddenly shot out from the dark forest, hitting the 9 tails head-on. This is... 3 generations of Hokage showed a surprised look on his face. A figure, already standing on a giant tree, looking at the huge 9 tails from a distance. 3 generations of adults, this guy will be handed over to me to deal with. All the guys who hurt Konoha, I will not allow it. The half-Godzilla-like Schwenny looked solemn. The third generation looked relieved and was deeply moved by this spirit. Where's Shu? Where is the wooden ninja? I don't know, it suddenly disappeared in the middle of the fight, just like a ghost. Maybe they have other plans. Then let's join forces. If we join forces to deal with the Nine Tails, we will be more confident. No, Lord Sandai, other places need you even more, and I'm very interested in the Nine Tails. Zanyi slowly raised his head. Look forward. He looked into the blood-red eyes of Nine Tails. Kyubi, who was hit by a white-hot light, fell into a deep frenzy. Roar. Nine Tails roared wildly, and the sound wave alone shattered all the nearby buildings. Countless people who approached were thrown away. How can we deal with this kind of guy? If you can't win, you have to go, and you have to stop the Nine Tails no matter what. Many Konoha ninjas were hoarse. At this time, a figure, with an indomitable momentum, rushed towards the huge Nine Tails. It's Lord Xueni. Did he solve the enemy? Many people were in high spirits, and they shuddered in the face of the terrifying power of the Nine Tails. It is a heroic feat for someone to take the initiative to stand up at this time. Everyone, come quickly, follow behind Zanyi, and listen to his orders. If we go up together, we might be able to interfere with Juwei and create opportunities for Lord Xueni. One shouted. The next moment, Zanyi shouted, you all step back, I'll deal with this guy. But. Trust me, I can handle this guy. Zanyi stared at the behemoth in front of him, and then looked down at his figure. Well, in terms of size alone, the difference is outrageous. Roar. Nine Tails roared, opened his mouth wide, and condensed the second-tailed beast Jade. The purple-black spheres gathered, surging with terrifying coercion, making people desperate. It's so big, what are we going to do with this kind of thing? It's over. Even Lord Xueni, how can he deal with a chakra ball of this level? Fourth Hokage is not there, so I can't activate space ninjutsu. What should I do? What should I do then? Many people looked sluggish, and even their will was almost shattered by this incomparable tailed beast Jade. It's the tailed beast Jade again. The third Hokage looked gloomy, and there was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. If the Nine Tails were allowed to rage on, wouldn't it be possible? Can Zanyi be able to stop it? At this time, Juwei suddenly lowered his head and aimed at Xueni like an ant, and the huge-tailed beast Jade was aimed at the ground. It is conceivable that if this ridiculously large-tailed beast Jade blows up, Konoha village will basically be gone. At this time, Zanyi held his head high, feeling the terrifying pressure of the jade-tailed beast at close range. Normal people are only afraid that they will be crushed into flesh by this pressure in an instant. There's no other way. If I deal with the complete nine-tailed body, it's absolutely impossible for me to defeat him in my current form. A hint of decisiveness flashed in Zanyi's eyes. Half a nine-tailed beast can single out the other six-tailed beasts. Complete body nine tails, the strength is simply unbelievable. To pluck wool from the complete nine-tailed body, is it really the only way to further develop the Godzilla mode? It's better to fish in muddy waters. Zanyi chuckled lightly, and clapped his hands suddenly. In the eyes of countless people's collapse and despair, Zanyi finally moved. An incomparably simple atmosphere suddenly rose. At this moment, Zanyi's body began to expand wildly, and his exaggerated vitality rose sharply. Godzilla mode. Completely Godzilla. Chapter 143_battle described by eyes. The power of the nine tails of the complete body makes people feel fear from the heart. The unbelievably huge-tailed beast Jade is brewing the power to destroy the entire Konoha. Behind Juwei, that launched the doubling technique, trying to drag Juwei's wind, but was slapped by the violent Juwei's tail a few times, and died tragically on the spot. Countless people were terrified and desperate. And the person at the center of the attack of the tailed beast Jade, Shiranui Xueni, finally launched the technique at this time. Totally Godzilla. Boom. A terrible roar suddenly erupted. An astonishing figure, from small to large, began to swell wildly in an instant, and the terrifying power surging around his body exudes a deep, trembling depression. It's just that this enormous power does not come from the enemy, but from the heroes of the 3 wars in the village. What's wrong? What happened? It's Lord Schwenny. His body is expanding. Is it possible that his model really has the possibility to fight against the 9 tails? That's right, he is the only one facing the 9 tails. Not only does not need to back down, but instead rushes up to confront it. Instinctively, many people have hope in their eyes. Some people who followed Zan Yi on the battlefield recalled that Zan Yi was facing the power of the tail beast on the battlefield. Could it be that this power is not the limit? Boom boom boom. Zan Yi's body grew madly, expanding at an astonishing speed. Boom. I saw that the ever-expanding Godzilla suddenly stretched out an arm and landed on the tailed beast Jade with a bang. The purple-black chakra ball was held back by a giant claw that was so terrifying that it seemed to tear the sky apart. This shocking scene, accompanied by the terrifying scene of the Earth's crack that day, as well as countless uproars and whinings, is destined to be remembered by this world. This is also the first time that a creature like Godzilla has truly come to this world with this attitude. Ka 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 ka. This fierce confrontation continued, the ground shattered, and sections were dented, causing a terrifying hurricane, setting off a huge storm. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. We are still underestimating the potential of this little devil to be able to confront a tailed beast Jade of this size head-on with brute force. Nito Gate Yan was shattered by the terrifying hurricane, he shouted. Turning to bed, Xiaochun looked shocked and solemn, but after all, the opponent is 9 tails, the largest chakra aggregate in the world. Whether the companion beasts mastered by Zan Yi can deal with an enemy of this level is still unknown. It was the first time they heard the concept of a companion beast from Zan Yi's mouth, and such a thing had never appeared before. But what kind of companion beast is it that can fight against the tail beast? It's okay to fight against the 4 tails, but if you fight against the 9 tails, it's not an order of magnitude battle at all. Nito Menyon said in a low voice. Rizhan, prepare for the worst. If Zan Yi fails to hold on, then this village will. 3 generations of Hokage nodded heavily and shouted, I know, no matter what, we should trust him. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of all, Zan Yi's body shape finally stabilized. Turned into a head, 70 meters tall Godzilla. The extremely oppressive body is lying on the ground, and the long tail can be swayed at will, which can cause natural disasters. In the hideous and terrifying head, sharp teeth were exposed, and in the fierce eyes, there was endless irritability. The skin on the body surface is more like the bark of a 1,000-year-old tree, vigorous and ancient, with ravines crisscrossing. This dark blue behemoth stood under the moonlight just like that, raising a terrifying roar in the sky. The entire Konoha was shocked, and everyone stared at the scene in front of them. This is a fierce confrontation and brutal confrontation between 2 monsters. The central point of the game is the unbelievably big purple-black-tailed beast Jade. A violent explosion sounded. I saw that Godzilla pushed the tailed beast Jade with one hand, and the 2 terrifying souls stepped deeply into the ground, and actually pushed the tailed beast Jade back a little bit. This is an extremely shocking scene. Even the 4th-generation Hokage who mastered time-space ninjutsu can only transfer the tailed beast Jade at most. No one had ever thought that such a terrifying thing could be pushed back abruptly. Schwenny, don't detonate this thing in the village. 3 generations of Hokage roared. Understood, I'll think of a way. Zan Yi's voice, just a little, carried an amazing sound wave, which was transmitted to a far, far distance under this night sky. 3 generations of Hokage breathed a sigh of relief, with a look of joy. Fortunately, the situation he was worried about did not occur. Zan Yi still maintained his sanity and had the ability to control this body. Boom! On the tailed beast Jade, a terrifying beam of light erupted, which was a sign of an impending explosion. Tisk, there's no other way. In a place like this, it would be a bit shocking to eat such a large tailed beast Jade on the spot. Maybe it will affect my plan to capture the tailed beast's share of chakra. Zanyi looked up, and after a roar, his other hand suddenly supported the bottom of the tailed beast jade, and then began to exert force. The terrifying force caused the ground to sink in an instant, and countless houses collapsed, triggering a terrifying earthquake. But at this time, no one cares about this kind of thing. After a roar, the tailed beast jade was thrown into the sky by Zanyi. Boom! The tailed beast jade exploded, and the squeezed air made people feel pain. It's really dangerous, Nine Tails, I can't give you another chance to spray the third tail beast jade. Zanyi stared at the violent beast in front of him and snorted coldly. He raised his feet, barely controlled the heavy body, and rushed forward. The two behemoths collided with each other, and the land collapsed in an instant, a scene of doomsday. Zanyi just controlled this body, and with unrivaled strength, he held on to the Nine Tails hard, strode forward, and pushed the Nine Tails all the way to the outside of the village. This is a shocking scene. Great, this way, the village will be saved. Hey, I really can't imagine, if there is no Lord Xuanyi, and the Nine Tails are allowed to wreak havoc in the village, the damage that will be caused. Although the village has also been severely traumatized and many companions have died, this is the best result. Many ninjas collapsed in exhaustion. In the face of the complete nine-tailed body, being able to stand stably, almost exhausted all their strength and spirit. Everyone, immediately treat the wounded and form a new line of defense. Maybe the enemy will launch a new attack. The three generations of Hokage showed a look of joy, and immediately issued a new order. The fourth Hokage and Madara Uchiha are fighting. What about Shu, the mysterious wooden ninja, where has he gone, and what is more important to him than the Nine Tails? The three generations of Hokage and the two advisors were completely unexpected. They don't even know that the virtual purpose will be a newborn baby. Under the orders of the three generations of Naruto, many ninjas began to rush into action. Many new generation ninjas will also participate at this time. Zan Yisong is fighting with the Nine Tails, we can't back down. Kai clenched his fists. Kakashi looked cold. Although we don't have the strength to deal with the Nine Tails, we can deal with other invaders. No one knew the restlessness and unease in Kakashi's heart. He vaguely guessed that he had been subjected to an illusion not long ago. The only people who know the date of Kushina's birth are Zanyi and the mysterious man who performed illusions on him. Could it be that Zanyi revealed it, causing the Nine Tails to be released? To be honest, if this is the case, Kakashi will feel better inside. Yuhi Junhong said coldly, neither the Nine Tails nor the intruder can deal with you. Are you able to fight the outdated space ninjas, or can you compete with the wood-done ninjas? Quote. This made a group of arrogant young people look unwilling. Indeed, the gap is too great. The man in the vortex mask can make the four generations of Hokage take it seriously, and it is not even too late to return to the village to suppress the Nine Tails. Another masked man, holding Mu Dun, even Jiwei and Zanyi were unable to kill each other. What are they doing up there? To die. Xuanjian said, we can't participate, but there is one person who can. I'll go find Kazu. He is about to act. Kai, Kakashi, Red Bean and others, but held him down for the first time. What are you going to do now? Yiwei is not a fool. There is no such occasion, which clearly means that there are more troublesome things involving her. Hongdu scolded. Kai said solemnly, Xuanyi should have arrangements for Yiwei. You must be clear about this. Don't be so rash. Xuanyi obviously only needs to send a clone to notify. Xuanjian was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately. It seems that the entire Uchiha clan has disappeared, not even the Konoha garrison. Xuanjian didn't dare to think too much. Yuhi Jinhong has been watching them all the time. Seeing that these young people finally calmed down, she nodded with satisfaction. What you have to do now is to evacuate the villagers and treat the wounded. Everyone nodded and acted one after another, and no one mentioned the matter of participating in the war again. There are only two enemies, but they have forced Konoha village into such a state, which is not a level they can reach. At this time, the Uchiha clan was still struggling with the root ninja. The arrogant Uchiha clansman, with a gloomy face, stared at Danzo viciously. In the face of this tense atmosphere, Danzo showed amazing composure and courage. It was as if all the people in front of him would lie down as long as he made a move. Even in the face of Kazu Uchiha, Danzo is still calm. The old man advises you to be patient. If you do something that makes the old man misunderstand, the old man can only take action, and no one can save you. Danzo's left eye slowly opened a gap. Quote. The Uchiha clansmen were shocked by this domineering remark, and looked at it with a bewildered expression. Danzo, although he has a high position, is essentially a disabled person. Where does the confidence come from? It seems that Danzo-sama is very confident and has the self-confidence to suppress our family. Kazu looked thoughtfully. Danzang said indifferently, this is not true, but the old man does have enough confidence. There are 10 eyes on one right arm, plus he carries several eyes with him, plug and play. Even if he started a war with Kazuki now, Danzo was confident that Kazu would be consumed to death. Even if they can't beat it, it's okay to turn around and run away. No matter what, Danzo feels that he won't lose. At this moment, a figure hurried over. It was Zanyi's clone. Hey, everyone is here, Danzo teacher, Fuyu patriarch, Ichi. Zanyi landed directly. Danzo frowned. How is the situation? Have you solved the enemy? It's more troublesome. My body reluctantly pushed the 9 tails out of the village, but the situation on the 4th generation is unknown, and the mysterious shoe is also unknown. Xuanyi replied. The crowd was restless. Sure enough, the giant beast that suddenly appeared just now is you. Imitating the technique of complete tail beast transformation. Fuyu's expression moved slightly. Danzo nodded slightly. Since the biggest crisis has been resolved, there is no need for the Uchiha family to participate, so just stay here. Many Uchiha clansmen felt aggrieved. Zanyi looked at Yue and said, you stay here, you can be considered a backstop just in case. Yue nodded. Understood, since it is Zanyi-sang's order, I will naturally obey. The tense atmosphere eased slightly with the arrival of Zanyi. Looked at his most proud disciple. On the main body, you can delay the 9 tails as long as possible, wait for the 4th Hokage to return, and use the sealing technique to solve it. He was very worried that Zanyi and Jue would fight to the end and be killed in the end. After all, the 9 tails are a chakra aggregate, and they can be resurrected when they die. But if Zanyi died, then he really died, blood loss. Understood. Zanyi's shadow clone disappeared with a bang. The crowd fell silent and waited patiently. But in fact, not long after, they also encountered a powerful enemy. With several figures, they broke into Konoha village. Those two, they are too slow. It seems that facing Konoha village, they still can't make a ruthless attack. 6 figures walked out slowly in the darkness, their voices low. Fuyu's face sank. Who dares to enter the clan of the Uchiha clan? Danzo's left eye widened slightly. HMPH, so that's the case, there are not only 2 intruders, but also 6 other invaders. Well, that old man. His words came to an abrupt end. In other words, the knowledgeable people like Fuyu, Danzang, and Instant, changed their faces after seeing the appearance of these 6 figures. 6 figures, 6 pairs of strange eyes. This kind of eyes. Could it be that it is the legendary supreme pupil technique that surpasses the wheel eye and the white eye? You can't be wrong. I didn't expect something like Samsara eye to exist, but why are there 6 pairs? Everyone was moved and watched in shock. In addition to being shocked, like Danzo, a trace of surprise and greed flashed in his eyes. Danzo's nature is that he wants all the good things, and everything is for Konoha. In the words of that guy Shu, I originally planned to watch the fun, but I didn't expect an unexpected harvest, Danzo. Tiandao Pain raised his head slowly, and those terrifying immortal eyes burst out with suffocating pupil power fluctuations. Ninja Shimura Danzo, accept the judgment of the gods. You are also one of the mistakes of this world, the note of the dark side. You have to pay the price for what you did in the past. When the enemy met, he was extremely jealous. Tiandao Pain remembered that there were two culprits in Yahiko's death. One was Hanzo, who had already been killed by him. The rest is the group. Spicy Tensen. Quote. Boom. With a loud bang, the mountain fell to the ground, and a fierce battle broke out in this Uchiha clan. This is destined to be a battle described with eyes. Writing Wheel I to Reincarnation I. Chapter 144 The old man will also become a fairy. Danzo's face was very ugly. Came for me. Why? I don't remember having a conflict with the owner of the samsara eye. Danzang was furious. Tiandao Pain's Shen Luo Tianzheng destroyed the entire street, but fortunately, everyone who had been prepared quickly retreated. Except for some weak ones who were severely damaged, the main combat power was not hurt. As for the other clansmen of Uchiha, as early as when the disaster broke out, they hid in underground shelters. Danzo, as a rat in the sewers, your fate has been determined before the gods, and you will die here. Tiandao Pain stared at Samsara and stared at Danzo. After slaughtering this guy, Yahiko's spirit in the sky must be at ease. Wait, he doesn't seem to even be able to find Yahiko's body. Feel the pain, spicy Tiansen. Tiandao Pain roared, and even more amazing destruction broke out. The other 5 pains were also killed. Danzang's face was extremely gloomy. While unlocking the seal on his right hand, he quickly retreated and shouted in a low voice, Uchiha clan, hurry up. This old man can't die here. Although Fuyu was extremely complicated and deeply confused, he still whispered, Yiwei. Zan Yisong doesn't seem to tell me that he needs to stand up at this time. Kazuki frowned, a little unhappy. But if such a dangerous guy was allowed to run rampant in the village, Zan Yisong would also have a headache. Susano. Call. A skeleton appeared in an instant, its muscles proliferated rapidly, it was wearing armor, it entered the second form, and it lay in the middle of the street. The Eye of Reincarnation, the legendary head of the 3 major pupil techniques, I just don't know how it compares with my kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Swish. Kazuki raised his hand and pulled out the Kusanagi sword behind him. Susano also moved in sync, and also pulled out a chakra weapon in the shape of a Kusanagi sword. Lord Danzo, if you have any hidden cards, it's better to use them as soon as possible. The opponent is the fairy eye, not an opponent that can be solved casually. At this moment, he stared directly at Danzo. His gaze fell directly on Danzo's right hand. At this time, Danzo undid the seal on his right hand, but he refused to reveal it. Danzang snorted coldly. I don't need you to teach this old man how to do it. He stared into Mo's eyes. This is also a pair of 3-hook jade. This kind of radical Uchiha should be damned. Many root ninjas have already protected Danzo in the center. Danzo looked at the 6 panes, and a trace of fear and hesitation flashed in his eyes. He would never show his right arm unless it was a last resort. The origin of these 10-wheel writing eyes could not be explained at all. Once the war starts, even if he wins, his status in the village will probably plummet. At this time, Shishui said with a serious face, Lord Danzo, please step back, the enemy is about to attack. Pain Ludao brazenly started. The art of psychic. 2 hellhounds were summoned and charged. Shira Road also fired dozens of chakra missiles. The psychic beasts also have reincarnation eyes, which is interesting. Are they using illusions to control them? Kazuki's face was expressionless. The gigantic Susanoo immediately struck hard, slashing out with a single knife, cutting off the 2 hellhounds on the spot. Dozens of chakra missiles bombed over, but they did not cause any damage to Susano. Shenluo Tianzheng. Boom. Kazu and Susano were both thrown hundreds of meters away by this blow, leaving deep ravines on the ground. It's also a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Your power can only be said in the past, and it's not worth mentioning compared to that guy. Tiandao Pain's voice was low and looked at Kazu's eyes. At the level of pupil power, Kazu was thrown away a lot by the guy Obito. Have you seen other kaleidoscope writing wheels? Fu Yu's face changed slightly. Danzang's face was gloomy. This guy has been saying some strange things from the beginning, such as those two who can't be ruthless against Konoha, and now they say that there is another kaleidoscope writing wheel. Danzo had a bad feeling in his heart. At this time, the entire Uchiha clan assembled one after another, and collectively launched a fire escape technique, which sprayed at Penludao. Fire escape how fireball technique. Unprecedented flames burst out at this moment. It seemed that there was no way for the 6 pains to escape. HMPH, dare to invade the territory of our strongest clan. It's your fate to be burned to the ground in the flames. Many Uchiha clan showed cruel smiles. Boring trick. Hungry Ghost Road opened his hands, and in an instant, all the flames were absorbed and turned into the chakra of Pain's 6 paths. What? Actually absorbed? That tall guy can absorb our ninjutsu. Many people's faces changed. At this time, Penludao launched an assault, and the target was only Danzo. Others, including Kaleidoscope's Kazu, were not in his eyes. Fierce fighting broke out. A large number of Uchiha tribesmen began to besiege Penludao. The result is also obvious, it is not an opponent at all. They are just a family, and they do not have any information about Pen's 6 paths. Facing the strange pupil technique of Samsara Eye, they were completely at a loss. Unkillable psychic beasts, those who shoot missiles and lasers, those who can transform, those who can absorb ninjutsu, those who can create repulsion. These abilities have never been heard of before. In the hasty fighting, many Uchiha tribesmen died tragically on the spot and paid the price of blood. Boom! Rows of houses were overturned. An astonishing roar resounded through the sky, and the entire Uchiha clan fell into unprecedented chaos. No one has ever done such a thing, directly into the base camp of the Uchiha clan, and massacred. The shrill screams came out one after another. A member of the Uchiha clan was killed. Corpses everywhere. The giant psychic beasts raging everywhere continued to increase, and the number increased to 12, and the scene was extremely chaotic. In addition, Pain's 6 paths, physical skills are also outrageously strong, and the pupil power of Samsara Eye is astonishing. For a time, the entire Uchiha clan was in a mess. Stab it! Kazu was fighting with the beast, and she once again slashed the hellhounds in front of her, but these ghosts couldn't be killed at all. It will also be split in situ for you to see. This is not the way to go. These troublesome psychic beasts alone are enough to hold me back. Kazuki frowned. Then there is no way. I didn't plan to use the pupil technique other than Susanoo. With her right eye, she stared directly at the dozen or so reincarnation-eyed spirit beasts that besieged her, silently calculating, and then her eyes fell on the beasts. Izanagi. Swish swish. More than a dozen psychic beasts showed signs of distortion one after another, and the physical figure began to dim gradually and slowly disappeared in place. These wildly divided undead hellhounds were forcibly erased from the real world by Kazuki. This amazing scene shocked everyone. The people who were struggling against the 6 paths of pain, who were beaten by the power of Samsara Eye, showed their horror. Izanagi, can you still use it like this? Not only can you rewrite your own state, but you can also rewrite the state of the outside world. Danzo, who was being protected by a lot of root ninjas, instantly turned red. It's like opening the door to a new world. Damn, is this the real usage of Izanagi? Isn't it that as long as the pupil strength is strong enough, as long as the old man thinks, he can erase the sun slash in minutes and change the position of Hokage to the old man's? Subconsciously, Danzo glanced down at his right arm. In theory, he could activate Izanagi 10 times and have 10 chances to correct his death. On the right arm of the unsealed right arm, 10 writing wheel eyes are dripping around, this strange scene, thanks to the clothes and bandages covering it. Yue was able to wipe out more than a dozen undead hellhounds in one breath, which was eye-catching. "You're the only one left now, just disappear." Kazuki's voice was cold, and her right eye was losing its luster at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning towards grayish-white. After erasing more than a dozen hellhounds, Kazu directly used Izanagi to destroy the animal realm. The body shape of the animal world began to change, becoming more and more illusory. The next moment, I saw Animal Dao's eyes wide open, fighting with the pupil power of Samsara Eye. This led to the rapid loss of power in Yui's right eye. Just like that, it can't stop me. Left eye, Izanagi's life is activated. The state of the right eye was reversed, and the powerful erasing power returned to its peak again. With this blow, the animal realm was wiped out of thin air on the spot. Hoo, temporarily solved one of the most troublesome. Kazuki covered her eyes, feeling the stinging pain that penetrated her bone marrow, and gasped heavily. Tiandao Pain raised his hand and knocked more than a dozen root ninjas flying. He turned his head and glanced at it. This kind of pupil technique is a bit interesting, but it's useless. Hell Dao summoned the Yamato, and a new female animal Dao came out of the Yamato's mouth. How can this happen? After clearly destroying one, and now a fairy eye has emerged out of thin air. Many people's faces changed. They couldn't see the head of the King of Hell, only the new animal way emerged from the air. The art of psychic. The new Cerberus appeared in large numbers, still with the characteristics of being undead, splitting wildly as soon as they were hurt, and wreaking havoc everywhere. This endless cycle is simply frustrating. All your resistance, in my eyes, is not worth mentioning at all. Tiandao Pain's voice was indifferent and walked towards Danzo. Everyone who tried to rush up to stop him was killed by Tiandao Pain. Even if Shishui tried to use the illusion technique he was best at, he was easily bounced off by Tiandao Pain. Sango Jade's Zishui has too weak pupil power, and simply does not have the ability to fight against Tiandao Pain. Damn, what exactly is this guy? Zishui gritted his teeth. What the hell is going on with the ability of the Samsara Eye? After killing an enemy, a new enemy emerges, and there is no end to it. The power of the Eyes of Reincarnation caused a chill in their hearts. The entire Uchiha clan and roots, facing the 6 paths of pain, are losing ground. Even if the ninjas of Konoha village constantly sensed the movement and kept coming, they would still drink their hatred under the power of Samsara Eye. Simply incomprehensible. And don't forget, Lu Dao Pain is essentially a puppet. This kind of puppet, the ghost knows how much Nagato secretly prepared for replacement and replacement. Nagato's main body is not crippled. Although a lot of life force has been drawn from the outsider golem and his body is thin, this is not a big problem. Even if all pain puppets are destroyed, Nagato can also take action himself at any time, and Nagato, who has assembled 6 pain in one, can imagine how amazing the fighting power is. Fuyu looked at the scene in front of him and finally couldn't bear it any longer. On Danzo's side, they are always protecting themselves and are unwilling to use all their strength. No one knows what trump card this old guy is hiding. I can't wait any longer. 30 people have already died in the hands of the enemy. Let's continue like this. Fuyu gritted his teeth, and the moment he closed his eyes, he suddenly opened them. Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel Eye. Susano. A huge pale white skeleton appeared, and the 2 arms suddenly grabbed towards the Shira road in front. I didn't expect you to. Shira said for a while. His figure quickly retreated, and a large number of chakra missiles exploded, bombarding both arms. Boom. A violent explosion erupted. Die. Fuyu growled lowly, stimulating Susano to change to the second form, and his combat power rose sharply. Call out. Shira Road released the laser, but still failed to penetrate Susano's defense. The 2 Susanos echoed each other from a distance, and for a while, they suppressed the 4 pain in an instant. The Patriarch actually has a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. When did this happen? Great, the Patriarch actually hides this kind of power. All the members of the Uchiha family showed ecstasy expressions. The moment he was forced to retreat by the hungry ghost Dao, he raised his head and showed excitement. Uchiha Fuyu actually has a pair of kaleidoscopes hidden, this guy is just. Danzo gritted his teeth, his heart was full of jealousy. Damn, the kaleidoscope writing wheel the old man wants it too. You don't tell the old man, you deliberately hide it, it's really hateful. Yue shot several psychic beasts flying with one blow, turned his head to look at it, and nodded suddenly. Sure enough, the patriarch also has a kaleidoscope. No wonder I thought he was very strange at first, and his calmness was a bit too much. Zan Yisong also specially reminded me. A word. Did you know it already? The appearance of the two Suzanos changed the situation of the battle to a great extent. But it further strengthened Tiandao Pain's determination to kill Danzo. If you keep playing like this, the other 5 of 6 Pain won't end well. Tiandao Pain glanced at the battlefield. Although the battle has only been going on for a while, the information on the 6 paths of pain is constantly being grasped. I'm afraid that after a while, the other 5 will not be able to support it, and it will be difficult to resist the attack of the 2 Suzano. So, Danzo, die here. Tiandao Pain killed Danzo and knocked all the ninjas flying. Gravity and repulsion, coupled with the black rods that can be made at will, can disrupt the chakra in the human body. Just like this, the strength is extremely powerful. Damn, these people can't protect the comprehensiveness of the old man. Danzo gritted his teeth, turned around and fled under the protection of several ninjas, and rushed into the forest on the edge of the village. Tiandao Pain chased him all the way. After staying away from the sight of the Uchiha clan, Danzo tore off the bandage on his right hand. Although I haven't figured out the relationship between you and other samsara eyes, but your pupil technique, the old man has almost understood it. Danzo showed his pale right hand, and his 10 writing wheel eyes looked around. Just get rid of you here, the old man will use your eyes well. There was a trace of greed in Danzang's eyes. If you transplant a reincarnation eye to your right eye, will this old man become an immortal too? Chapter 145-Atomic Breath. The figure of Namikaze Minato fell directly into the forest outside the village. What happened just now? That feeling like being swallowed. Minato stood up with a solemn expression. Time and space ninjutsu. Minato thinks he is very proficient. But the feeling just now. As long as his reaction is a few tenths of a second slower, he will be swallowed into a different time and space, and the end will be miserable. Swish. The time-space vortex appeared, and Obito's figure stood in front of Minato. He took out a chain, which he prepared to capture the 4th Hokage alive. It seems that the 4 generations of Hokage are nothing more than that. I have seen through your time and space ninjutsu. Obito sneered. Minato looked at him cautiously. You are Madara, right? Combining all kinds of information, this is the only possibility. Did you use the forbidden technique of Izanagi to feign death? HMPH, there is no need to tell you about this kind of thing. Anyway, you will be solved by me soon. A pair of kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes under the Obito mask, slowly rotating, brought great psychological pressure to Watergate. Minato glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, and looked directly at him. Kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, this level of pupil power seems to be correct. At this time, Ninetales began to wreak havoc in the village. A giant beast also suddenly appeared, and started to fight with the Ninetales, and also made a violent roar. The collision of the 2 giants, the roar that erupted, shook the endless distant area. Obito and Minato turned their heads and glanced at the same time. This is probably the complete Godzilla transformation. Zanyi seems to be working hard. I want to deal with you as soon as possible and return to the village. Minato said in a low voice. Obito's eyes were full of anger, and he cursed in secret. What the hell is that bastard doing? The main body ran over to target the Ninetales. What about Shu? What is Shu doing? Obito was extremely annoyed by Zanyi's unauthorized actions. The power displayed also made Obito startled and apprehensive. Godzilla, a giant beast, can actually fight against the Nine Tails. Even if he still loses in the end, it is amazing enough. At this time, the water gate moved. Swish! A specially made kunai was suddenly thrown out. Directly through the soil. Obito's chains bound Minato, but fortunately Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Sure enough, the attainment of time-space ninjutsu is above me. Minato appeared in a special kuube with a solemn expression. Does it blur instantly when attacked? But when it comes to attacking, it's an entity anyway. Watergate attacked again. With a single blow, kunai threw out, and was evaded by Obito. Just as Obito was about to catch Minato, Minato disappeared and reappeared beside Kuei again. From top to bottom, a spiral pill smashed down. This is the second stage of Flying Thunder God. Minato slammed down with a savage blow. In the electric flint. Obito turned his head, those eyes fixed on Minato's figure. Flying Thunder God second Dan. Call out. Obito unleashed his dual divine powers and disappeared in place at an astonishing speed. Minato's spiral pill smashed directly to the ground. This speed is too fast. Minato's expression changed slightly. Oh no. Minato felt that he was afraid that he would get into a tough battle and would not have time to return to the village. In this vast forest, two ninjas who mastered time-space ninjutsu started a fierce confrontation, and there were many dangers. If you are not careful, you will be killed by the opponent. The other side. Under everyone's attention, Zanyi held on to the Nine Tails and pushed them out of the village little by little. The two giant beasts, standing under the moonlight, broke out in a terrifying battle. Get out of the village! Zanyi roared. Boom! With one blow, Kyuubi was pushed out. Afterwards, he stretched out his hand, grabbed a few tails of the Nine Tails, and dragged the guy away from Konoha. Don't come near me, be careful to be affected. Zanyi said something to the crowd, his voice deafening. The figures of two terrifying giant beasts, standing in the lush forest, can create terrifying disasters with every gesture. Snapped. Zanyi grabbed it with a savage claw, and with a single blow, he called out to Juwei's face, and slapped Juwei on the ground with a slap. This naturally stimulated Juwei, and the big fox roared wildly and rushed up. An extremely cruel battle broke out between the two giant beasts. The earth shakes. Nine Tails, chakra aggregates, a bit difficult to deal with. Zanyi controlled the body of Godzilla and fought with the Nine Tails, with a solemn meaning in his eyes. Very difficult to deal with. At the level of physique alone, the strength, speed, and agility of the Nine Tails are extremely outrageous. And this whole body is full of chakra, and the ordinary attack hits it, and it doesn't hurt at all. Call out. Nine Tails slapped over suddenly. HMPH, is it possible that you are the only one with a tail? Zanyi's eyes showed a fierce light. Boom. The huge tail was also thrown out, and in this instant, a particle cut was condensed. The tail whip hit the Nine Tails, and with it, the blue light beam that seemed to be able to split the entire country of fire into two was drawn onto the Nine Tails. Boom. With this confrontation, Zanyi staggered back. Nine Tails neighed even more, and a huge scar appeared on his body. But it quickly returned to normal. Juwei opened his mouth wide, and another hair of tailed beast jade condensed. Make tailed beast jade in front of my face, who do you think you are? Zanyi sneered, his huge body suddenly rolled forward, raised his claws, and at that time he held down the tailed beast jade that had not yet fully condensed, and slammed it into Juwei's mouth. Come on, let me test you. Boom boom boom. The terrifying explosion burst out directly in the body of the Nine Tails, which caused the already astonishing body of the Nine Tails to appear uneven at this moment. It can be seen how amazing the explosion in the body is. At this time, Juwei opened his mouth again and aimed at Zanyi. The aftermath of the tailed beast jade, which had not disappeared, was sprayed out, and Xuanyi was sprayed from the front. Whoa! The huge chakra airflow covered Zanyi, knocking Zanyi directly to the ground. Surprising scars appeared on the surface of the body, but in the same way, Godzilla's outrageous self-healing ability repaired these injuries at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's right, Zanyi's current form is not just a chakra body, but a real Godzilla plant body. But in terms of recovery ability, it's not much the same. The two giant beasts immediately started a new round of war, and the casual aftermath caused an earth-shaking disaster. A large number of dense forests suffered, and towering ancient trees fell like toys. Many people looked at it from a distance, with awe and excitement on their faces. This level of engagement is terrifying. Master Xuanyi is right not to let us approach. If we approached recklessly, we would be left with no bones. And being able to fight against the Nine Tails. It's great to have Lord Xuanyi around. Many Konoha ninjas showed excitement on their faces. It's really hard to imagine what it would be like tonight without Zanyi. The three generations of Hokage stood at a high place, watching from a distance, with worry in their eyes. Zanyi didn't show any signs of decline. This is the biggest good news. I just don't know how far the companion beast in Zanyi's body can support. It's been so long, and with Minato's speed, he can't even make it back. That Madara seems to have put Minato in trouble. The third Hokage looked solemn. A thoughtful person like Minato was actually forced to this step. The possibility that the enemy is Madara Uchiha has increased. Mysterious and missing. Moreover, there was also a fierce battle over the Uchiha clan. Just turning his head to look at the huge smoke and dust rising into the sky, and the unknown but numerous unknown psychic beasts, we knew that the enemy over there was also very difficult. Deal with. It seems that two Suzanos have appeared. One is Kazu, who is the other, is Fuyu. It's really hidden. Three Hokage took a deep breath. In the situation tonight, even the three generations of Hokage felt a headache. In the past 3 ninja world wars, Konoha has never been forced to this step, and was beaten into the village to wreak havoc. Moreover, the Uchiha family also hides a pair of kaleidoscopes, which must be dealt with, because hiding means distrust. And Madara Uchiha is still in contact with this clan. How much this clan is involved in tonight's events. The 3 generations of Hokage felt that their heads were not enough. 3 generations of adults. An Anbu ninja knelt down on one knee. The Uchiha family and Genbu have suffered heavy losses. There are 6 enemies, and they all seem to have the legendary Samsara Eye. Reincarnation Eye. The third Hokage changed his face. The other 2 advisors also looked ashen. Reincarnation Eye. Isn't this thing a fairy tale? It actually exists. And how can there be 6 pairs of reincarnation eyes? It's no wonder that the Uchiha family and Genbu were forced to this step. Xiaochun shouted, who is the other one who is driving Susanoo? Uchiha Fuyuke. It really is him. As the patriarch, he secretly turned on the kaleidoscope to right the wheel and didn't tell the village. Now there's no way to be forced by the wheel, so. Shut up. Fuyu is a companion in the village anyway, the leader of the clan. What he does is his business, and now he is desperately fighting the enemy for Konoha. That's enough. The 3 generations of Hokage scolded and looked at the Anbu ninja with a solemn face. How is the battle? At the moment, Danzo-sama has led the enemy's leader, and it seems that he will solve the opponent alone. Fuyu and Kazu are opening Susanoo to fight against the other 5 owners of Samsara. Danzo singled out the opponent's leader. Want to solve the reincarnation eye? Are you kidding me? What is this all about? The 3 generations of Hokage have a headache. Danzo, forbearance of the darkness, when did you become so brave? You have to face the owner of Samsara Eye. The greed for Samsara Eye has blinded his reason. Impossible. Danzo will not make such a mistake, unless he is really sure to solve the other party. The 3 generations of Hokage took a deep breath. There was too much happening tonight, and the brain was not enough. Mito Menyon suddenly said in a low voice, Risen, it seems that many things make sense. If the immortal eye reappears in the world after 1,000 years, maybe it will be able to subdue those 2 effects. And the pupil technique of Samsara Eye is still unknown. The word reincarnation. 3 generations of Hokage forcibly interrupted. The identity of Madara is still uncertain, and the true identity of the Wood Escape Ninja may not be what we guessed. They didn't dare to think deeply at all. If those two are really those two, I am afraid that only the eyes of the immortal are qualified to let them both reluctantly agree. This terrifying guess made Konoha seniors feel like falling into an ice cave and shivered all over. Wait, now search for Shu's whereabouts. I must find out the truth. 3 Hokage said in a low voice. A large number of Anbu ninjas began to act frantically, searching for the whereabouts of the virtual. More eyes, with deep worries and expectations, looked outside the village, and looked at the 2 huge figures who were brutally confronting. Hiss. A terrible crack sounded. Ninetails scratched Zanyi's chest with terrifying scars. Even though Ninetails himself was thrown out by Zanyi. So strong. Zanyi maintained a completely Godzilla attitude, and every move was bearing a huge load. It is not so simple to control this body. If Xuanyi used this form to beat other tailed beasts, except for the 8-tailed beasts that could be resisted, the other 7-tailed beasts would definitely be suppressed by Xuanyi. But now to face the full body 9 tails. In other words, 70 meters is still not enough. Zanyi looked at the 9 tails who had gotten up as if nothing had happened, and his face sank. This is worse. According to Zanyi's estimation, a complete 9-tailed tree accounted for at least half of the 10-tailed sacred tree. With the level of development of the 70-meter Godzilla, it is still too difficult to fight against the complete 9-tailed body. But if I further develop the Godzilla mode, although it will increase my size, it will further aggravate my pressure, which will lead to a decrease in combat power. Zanyi felt extremely troublesome. The first time he started to fully Godzilla, the development to 70 meters was already his stage limit. Fortunately, the current 9 tails are under the control of Obito, and they only have the instinct of destruction. The body shape has not changed, and it is not much more than Xuanyi. Think about the 9-tailed chakra mode, it is really a random change in height and body shape. When Naruto and Sasuke had a decisive battle, in the 9-tailed chakra mode, the upright shape was 200 meters tall. There are still many clones, and they rushed to the group to open the second pillar of the 200-meter high Susanoo. If the 9 tails of the complete body also play like this, then Xuanyi will hit a hammer and wait for the 3rd or 4th generation to use life to activate the ghouls and seal them. If you want to take some of the chakra from this raging beast, you still have to take a risk. If you miss this once in a lifetime opportunity, you will be in trouble. Zanyi raised his head. His huge and hideous head was clearly visible under the night sky. He stared at Kyuubi, who got up again, regardless of the fact that he was rushing over again. I can only use that technique. It's really troublesome. I originally planned to sneak off a few tails of the 9 tails and eat them quickly. However, with the Godzilla mode developed to this extent, it must be able to activate successfully. There was a trace of solemnity in Zanyi's eyes, and he made a decision. Facing the furious 9 tails rushing in a straight line, Zanyi took a deep breath and slowly opened his mouth, as if the tailed beast was about to activate the tailed beast jade. The dorsal fins on the back of the spine also lit up with amazing light at this time. It was like a conduction. It first lit up from the tip of the tail, and a series of conduction lights finally converged on the head. The huge rays of light gathered together, surging with terrifying power. Nuclear escape. Atomic breath. Boom. Chapter 146_I am Senju. Words cannot accurately describe this terrifying attack. It seems that the whole world, everything, has turned into this terrifying beam that condenses everything. The light surging from the dorsal fin converged on the head. The powerful power that focused on all levels burst out at this moment. Boom. A trembling super ray spewed out, and with a bang, it hit the 9 tails who were rushing forward. Boom boom boom. In the surging light, the high temperature of hundreds of thousands of degrees was brewing, and Juwei's body suddenly concentrated. The terrifying heat condensed into a beam of light, and suddenly all of them hit the nine tails. The huge energy shook the figure of the nine tails on the spot, was overturned, and instantly illuminated a large piece of the night sky. Even if the distance is very far, you can vaguely feel the suffocation that blows on your face. That indescribable attack method shocks the soul. There was an uproar. What technique is this? It was sent by Lord Schwenny, and he actually knocked the nine tails flying in an instant. It's like white-hot light. No, it's stronger than that, much stronger. Many people showed deep horror on their faces. In this form, cast a forbidden technique that surpasses the incandescent light. Or, is this the true face of incandescent light? Just looking up at it, the powerful beam-like attack that almost enveloped the world, made people feel the fear from the heart. And after the instinctive fear, there is the endless frenzy. As expected of Lord Schwenny, this kind of power is the power that truly rivals the nine tails. Tisk, chakra life forms are hard to kill. Zanyi's eyes were icy cold. He strode up, and at the moment when Jue was about to get up, he stomped him down. Kaka. Step down. The earth that had melted a lot was immediately printed out by Zanyi with the nine tails. Zanyi let out another atomic breath, condescending and spraying downwards at zero distance, directly swallowing up the entire figure of nine tails. All the high temperature was vented to the figure of the nine tails, incinerating all the high temperature and engulfing the nine tails. The ground was even more unbearable. It melted and sags downward at an alarming speed. Soon, a huge pit with a depth of more than 10 meters appeared, and a large amount of liquefied material was flowing in the pit. More matter has long since evaporated. Ninetails let out a painful roar, but was suppressed by the endless stream of atomic breath, and was greatly injured. Take advantage of this gap. Zanyi stepped on Jue with one foot, and at the same time, he stretched out his hands and grabbed Jue's tail. Nine tails, give me your power. Zanyi looked indifferent, opened his arms and grabbed the three tails. Behind Zanyi, he swung his long, extremely oppressive tail, and he swung abruptly, making a particle cut, cutting off the three tails. Call. The three tails turned into pure chakra, which was instantly swallowed by Zanyi. Nine tails become six tails. The amount of these three tails alone is several times the sum of the chakras of other tailed beasts swallowed before. Nine tails, really good food. Zanyi stared down at the big guy from a high place. Nine tails, who had three tails cut off, fell into an unprecedented rage, instinctively, in a frenzied manner, biting Zanyi frantically. Creepy scars were created on Zanyi's body. Even if he were to create a small-tailed beast jade at an astonishing speed and spit it out in an instant, it would only make Zanyi stagger. But still can't kill. Zanyi would rather endure the damage, attacking Jue fiercely with one blow after another. These two giant beasts do not have the possibility to kill each other with one blow for the time being. As long as they are not killed, their injuries can be quickly recovered. Devoured three tails and I became stronger. Zanyi felt the change in himself, more precisely, the change in Godzilla. The more local shares are captured, the faster the Godzilla in the body will grow, and the more power Schwenny can use. I really look forward to the day when all the tailed beasts are swallowed up. Anyway, everyone is from a plant, and it is not shameful to graft from one plant to another. Zanyi fought with the nine tails, staring indifferently at the giant beast in front of him. For a while, the situation was deadlocked. Even if Zanyi was temporarily at a disadvantage, and he spewed atomic breaths from time to time to repel the nine tails, he would still not be defeated for the time being. Pen's six paths were also sniped, making it difficult to create more chaos. The four generations are still dealing with Obito, and I don't know who will win. The entire Konoha village is taking this precious time to build a defense line, rescue civilians, and more importantly, search for the whereabouts of Shu. Numerous sensory ninjas were dispatched one after another to try to find Shu's whereabouts, but unfortunately, no clues were found at all. Because Shu had already fallen into the ground, secretly penetrated the barrier, and entered the delivery room. HMPH. Fortunately, the main body has spent a lot of time learning various sealing techniques and spirit formation techniques. Otherwise, it would take a lot of effort to sneak in. In the enchantment, in the delivery room. The extremely weak Kushina, when the countdown of her life entered the countdown, was looking at Naruto with a nostalgic expression. Shu passed through the barrier, got rid of several guards at the door, and erratically pushed open the door and walked in. Squeak. The door is pushed open. Who is? Kushina was lying on the bed, holding Naruto in one hand, and turned to look with difficulty. I saw that a mask wearing a black dress and red clouds was floating up and down. Are you Kushina? Konoha's nine-tailed human pillar power. It's really pitiful, the human pillar power of the tailed beast has been stripped away, and there is only one way to go. Kind of fate. Shu floated over and stopped 2 meters away from the bed. He tilted his head, his eyes behind the mask, calmly watching the scene in front of him. Of course it's not for Kushina, he has no interest in a dying person. He was staring at Naruto. This kind of costume. Are you a virtual, the mysterious man who controls the black wooden escape? What do you want to do? Kushina tried her last strength. She was about to seal the seal, and she planned to die together. Shu tilted his head. Don't worry, I'm not here to kill your mother and son. I want the truth to do it. With your current state, there's no room for you to react. Even if you set up a superficial sealing technique around you. Saying that, thorns appeared on Shu's body, carrying chakra, and accurately pointed them on several key nodes, destroying the seals around them. These sealing techniques are quite complicated, and most of them are restraint-type sealing techniques. Many of the seals in here are the secrets of the Uzumaki family, how can you be so clear about it? Kushina gritted her teeth, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. She herself is not afraid of death, but she wants to protect Naruto. There is no reason, I just know, you know the sealing technique, I know it. Shu approached 1 meter, stuck his head out, and the white mask exuded a hollow meaning. Don't struggle, I said, I'm not interested in the life and death of your mother and son. As long as you don't seek death by yourself, I won't do superfluous things. Quote. You didn't come for the sealing technique, you didn't come for the 9 tails. Is it the genetic code of the Uzumaki family? No, it shouldn't. It's Asura, I'm here for this generation of Asura, your son is the reincarnation of Asura. Shu replied, stretched out several thorns, and slowly surrounded Kushina. Get a little closer. Go away. Asura or something, I've never heard of it, I won't let you hurt my child. This greatly stimulated Kushina, but she was too weak, and even more hesitant, should she fight to the last step. After all, if Shu wanted to kill the two of them, there was no need to explain it deliberately. Just when Kushina hesitated, the thorn bar suddenly stretched out and rolled up Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki, what a nice name, he'll be a great ninja, but equally tragically, he's doomed not to be himself. Shu quietly looked at the child who was close at hand, staring at the few whiskers on his face. No harm was done. King Kong blockade. Several chains were thrown out of Kushina's hands, but after piercing the black robe, they passed through directly, and there was no entity at all. Kushina, you don't know anything about Asura, and you don't know anything about the changed fate of your descendants. As Shu said, he used a thorn strip to roll out a seal scroll. A vessel was directly channeled out, which contained a mass of living flesh and blood. This is Sasuke's Indra cell. What are you talking about? What is Asura? Kushina was completely desperate. The guy who can't even be restrained by the King Kong blockade has no entity at all. Carefully took out the ball of flesh and blood, and said lightly, for the sake of your imminent death, let you die clearly. Asura, one of the descendants of the 6 Path Immortals, his real body was as long as 1,000 years ago. Already dead, but chakras are reincarnated from generation to generation. Quote. That's right, this time, his chakra was reincarnated into your son. From the beginning, it has changed your son's genes, character and thoughts, because Asura itself is a sunny and cheerful character, which will fundamentally twist everything about Naruto and assimilate Naruto into a new Asura. Kushina, your son is no longer your son. Shu took out the flesh and blood cultivated with Sasuke's cells, and said coldly, at the same time, his body wriggled and packed the flesh and blood on his body. Conducted into the chakra, began to stimulate the flesh and blood, and carried out a new chakra refinement. Kushina was already stunned. What Shu said was beyond her cognition and bombarded her will. You attacked Konoha, not just for the 9 tails. No, you came for Asura in essence. Kushina gritted her teeth. That's right, Ashura's last reincarnation was Madara's nemesis. Laughing in a deep voice, he refined Sasuke's chakra, and then infused it into Naruto's body, twisting Naruto's newborn body with the spiritual fragments that chakra brought. And activated part of Sasuke's genes, wrapped in virtual cells, and stuffed it into Naruto's body. These special cells will continue to affect Naruto, which is destined to be a slow process. At the same time, his cells also plundered Naruto's native cells. Naruto cried. But Kushina was no longer in the mood to appease Naruto. She trembled all over, and her body, which was already getting colder, became colder. Madara's nemesis. Wasn't Asura's last reincarnation the god of ninjas? Minato said that the man in the swirl mask who captured her and took the 9 tails was Madara. So you are the first Hokage, the husband of Mito's mother-in-law. Kushina said bitterly as if she had lost all her strength. Dude, I'm so direct dude. How many circles did you go through in your head to come to this conclusion? HMPH, what a stupid guy, the Whirlpool family always has such careless and rough nerves. Shu called the expert, and sneered in his heart. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, you have discovered this, yes, I am Chinsho Hashima. But it's too late, you're going to die soon. I will also rewrite Naruto's fate with my own hands, and I won't let him become the next rigid Asura, but I don't know what it will be like. This is also something I need to observe. After all this is done. Shu kept his promise, sent Naruto back again, and stuffed it directly into Kushina's arms. He is really not interested in the life of this little baby Naruto Uzumaki. The move just now has allowed him to successfully obtain Naruto's cells and genes, and backhanded Naruto into Sasuke's Indra chakra. As for what the consequences will be, it doesn't matter anymore. Change is bound to happen. Shu is very willing to watch everything that will happen in the future with great interest from the perspective of a bystander. When Indra and Asura are no longer pure, what will this world look like? Kushina let go of her fingers and gave up her plan to launch a desperate fight for the ghoul seal. She looked at Shu's figure pleadingly. I'm not sure if you are him, but if so. If you are really the first Hokage, please take care of Naruto in the future. The virtual figure paused and looked at Kushina meaningfully. Yes, it's not a big deal. I'm also curious about the fate of this generation of Asuras. Besides, your husband is only a qualified Hokage. After speaking, the virtual figure sank and disappeared. Kushina stared blankly. Minato, just a qualified Hokage. She was dazed, subconsciously, and hugged Naruto, who was crying bitterly. Naruto, you will definitely become yourself, not some Asura. And Watergate, you. Outside world. Minato's figure appeared in a state of embarrassment outside the delivery room, covered in scars. As soon as he appeared, he couldn't help spitting out blood. Watergate. 3 generations of Hokage hurried over, supported him, and said with concern, how is it, have you solved the enemy? Minato wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, with a helpless expression on his face. No, I was almost seriously injured, and I almost never came back. I can only say that, as expected of the legendary ninja who calmed down the ninja world, Madara's strength is too powerful, he can endure in time and space. The technical attainments have surpassed mine. Quote. Minato recalled the battle just now, which was full of dangers, and the confrontation of time-space ninjutsu was full of dangers. Is Schwenny still unable to defeat the 9 tails? and Kazu is still being held back by a powerful enemy. Minato nodded again and again, listening to the information provided by the 3 generations of Hokage. If that's the case, then I can only use that technique to seal the 9 tails in one breath. Watergate is about to seal. Suddenly, Kushina staggered out of the delivery room, breathing heavily. Wait, Minato. ... At the same time, Obito's secret base. Call out. Obito emerged from the vortex and almost turned into a bloody man, lying dead as soon as he appeared. Damn, as expected of Teacher Minato, I looked down on him too much and was almost killed. Chapter 147 Dividing Yin and Yang. Watergate intends to activate the Ghoul Seal. As the 4th Hokage, he didn't mind giving his life for the village. The full 9-tailed body is too powerful. If you can seal half of the 9-tailed body into Naruto's body, you can also leave the power of the 9-tailed for the village. Minato thought. However, his plan was directly blocked by Kushina, who rushed out. Wait, Watergate. Kushina leaned against the wall and said weakly, I'll seal the 9 tails. What? Kushina, you. Both the 3rd and 4th generations were taken aback, with hesitant expressions on their faces. The human column force was stripped of the tailed beast, and it was almost a mortal ending. If Kushina can really seal the tailed beast. In your current state, can you still activate the King Kong blockade and gossip seal? Minato held Kushina and said solemnly. No, but I can use the ghoul to seal it off. Maybe I can succeed. Anyway, I'm dying now. Kushina looked tired. The vitality in the body is rapidly passing away. Understood. Minato nodded solemnly. 3rd generation suddenly said, Minato, the ghoul sealing off this technique can only be used at the expense of sacrificing your own soul. You are the 4th generation Hokage, and you have to make a decision. The voice of the 3 generations is somewhat meaningful. After the ghouls are sealed, even if the 9 tails are successfully sealed. And then what? Kushina will die, and the 9 tails sealed in Kushina's body will also die along with it. Not the kind that dies and then resurrects, and most likely enters an unknown world. Konoha village will lose the power of the 9 tails forever. Minato's expression changed, and he was silent for a moment. I see. He is the 4th Hokage, and some difficult and painful choices must be made. Kushina didn't seem to hear. Let's go, take Naruto with you. Naruto, you also plan to seal the 9 tails into Naruto's body. But Naruto has just been born, and he doesn't have the strength to become a qualified person unless. Then just give Naruto the sealed half of the 9 tails. Kushina interrupted Minato. Although she was so weak, her consciousness was so terrifying that no one knew what she was thinking. Soon, Minato took Kushina and Naruto to the outside of the village in an instant, looking at the 2 giant beasts shopping in front of them. At this point, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zanyi was gradually being suppressed. There are still 6 of the 9 tails left. It seems that they were cut off by Xueni. In this way, the violent 9 tails are weakened. Minato glanced at it, but didn't think much of it. In the past, Zanyi had done the same on the battlefield, cutting off the tail of the tailed beast, in this way temporarily weakening the fighting power of the tailed beast. It's just that those tails that dissipate will recover soon. In Minato's cognition, breaking up part of the tailed beast chakra is just an emergency measure. Minato, I'm going to do it. Kushina sighed deeply and glanced at Naruto with nostalgia. Only, this time, she didn't look at the water gate. Minato also vaguely noticed that Kushina seemed to have undergone some indescribable changes. However, neither of them said anything. Because, there is another way to solve the problem. That is, Namikaze Minato used ghouls to seal them up, then sealed half of the 9 tails into his body, and stuffed the other half of the 9 tails into Kushina. With the vitality of the Whirlpool clan, if the tailed beast can be resealed into the body in time, the lost life can be saved. But the problem is, Minato is not sure if Kushina can live, and he is more inclined to give Naruto half of the 9 tails, just because he firmly believes that Naruto is the son of prophecy in the mouth of the big toad. If his son can become an existence that changes the entire ninja world, half Nine Tails will be of great help. Minato looked at Kushina, who kept forming seals, and for a while, he lost his voice. He didn't know what to say. Is the village more important? Is Naruto, the son of prophecy, important? These two things are more valuable than Kushina, more suitable for living, and get the power of the Nine Tails. This is the torture of Minato's heart, the torture of the fourth Hokage. On the other hand, Minato, obviously, gave up Kushina on a psychological level and leaned towards Naruto. Schwenny, find a way to control the movements of the Nine Tails. Minato shouted. Boom. Being slapped on the ground by Juwei's paw, he jumped up quickly and hit Schwenny, who knocked Juwei over with a savage blow, and nodded. Understood, although I don't know what you are going to do, please hurry up. Nine Tails, it's simply outrageous. This is still a brainless Nine Tails controlled by a kaleidoscope of pupils. Call. Zanyi spit out another atomic breath, overturned the Nine Tails, and immediately rushed up. The whole body fell down, slammed into the Nine Tails, and pressed him to the ground. The long tail behind him even crazily wrapped around the Nine Tails, restraining his movements. This is an extremely difficult process. At this time, Kushina moved. Watergate, give me your chakra. Minato put one hand on Kushina's shoulder, and threw out kunai with the other. The two followed the coordinates of kunai and appeared in front of Juwei. The next moment, Kushina began to extract chakra from Minato. If that's the case, then it should be fine. Sealing technique, ghouls sealed. Swish. Somewhere, a strange existence descended. It is huge, but cannot be seen by the naked eye. Only Kushina, the caster, and Minato, who transmitted chakra to Kushina, saw this legendary existence. Grim Reaper. This is the god of death. Minato's expression changed slightly. This strange, indescribable and mysterious existence, even just standing there quietly, makes people tremble instinctively. A hand covered with strange runes slowly emerged from Kushina's stomach. This was the hand of the god of death. The soul of the target caught by this hand, along with the soul of the caster, will be swallowed by the god of death. At this time, Nine Tails sensed some kind of crisis, and instinctively began to struggle. Zanyi, who was pressing down on it, simply opened his mouth wide and bit Kyuubi's head fiercely. At the same time, his eyes widened, staring behind Kushina and Minato. He couldn't see the figure of the god of death. However, I can barely detect an outline. Is it because I devoured the tailed beast chakra, a mysterious creature like the god of death? No, I'm not even sure if he is a creature. A hint of surprise and caution flashed in Zanyi's eyes. He is also very curious about this thing. There are too many secrets in the ninja world that have not been cracked. According to the performance in the original work, the god of death is more like a sealing tool that can't get emotional. The soul that is swallowed can be released by the scientific research lunatic, Orochimaru. It is really being played with. It is impossible to determine whether this thing, the god of death, has self-awareness. Kushina said, Minato, you know that the 3 generations of Hokage can also do this. It stands to reason that he is the person who has the most reason to use the ghoul to seal it up. Indeed. For this sentence, Zanyi nodded. The 3 generations of Hokage are entering old age, and their strength is gradually declining. And Minato is not yet 30 years old and is still in the stage of becoming stronger, and he has mastered the immortal mode of Miaomu Mountain. He is an immortal, coupled with the Flying Thunder God technique and various Flying Thunder God derivative techniques. In terms of life-saving means, it is definitely the 3rd in the ninja world. In terms of cost-effectiveness, the 3 generations of Hokage are the most reasonable reason to launch the ghoul seal, but the problem is, that's not possible. Stop talking, just do what we need to do, Minato said in a low voice. Kushina slowly closed her eyes. She didn't want to say anything anymore. Technique. The ghouls are sealed. Swish. The weird arm sticking out from Kushina's stomach suddenly grabbed it and grabbed it towards Kyuubi. Call. This arm, covered with wriggling runes, doesn't seem to be physical, but it can touch matter, grabbing a piece of meat on the surface of the nine-tailed body, and then pulling it abruptly. Ninetail's entire body is being torn apart. The chakra all over it seemed to have suffered a dimensionality reduction blow, and was instantly suppressed by the arm of the god of death, and it became silent. The illusion of Obito also fails at this moment. The three Guyu in Juwei's eyes slowly disappeared, and its self-consciousness finally came online. After understanding what happened just now, it was extremely angry. Ho ha ho, damn Uchiha Madara, why isn't that guy dead yet? That bastard actually used the old man as a psychic beast again. The nine-tailed demon fox was so angry that his eyes flashed red, struggling desperately. However, the double suppression from Xuanyi and the god of death pushed it to the ground. Zan Yizheng bit Juwei's head on the melon seeds, and said calmly at this time, "It seems that you have finally regained consciousness, and you still know what you have done after being controlled. I didn't expect you to have such a tragic experience. Was Madara Uchiha used as a psychic beast?" Ninetails was furious. This is one of its dark histories. In the entire ninja world, through the ages, Madara Uchiha was the only one who forcibly controlled it and forced it to sign a psychic contract. At the beginning of the Battle of the End Valley, Madara Uchiha controlled it and started a decisive battle with Senju. Don't think about it, the man in the vortex mask just now must be Madara Uchiha. Only that bastard can control it with one look, and only that bastard has its psychic contract. You bastard human, driving a strange creature, and robbing the old man. Boom. Before Juwei's words were finished, Zan Yi's tail slapped him, interrupting his words. The fact that the three-tailed chakra was swallowed by him cannot be known to the 4 generations of Hokage, although according to Minato's temperament, he will not pursue it if he knows it, and at most remind him a few words. Ninetails, follow me to sleep forever, eternal death will be our destination. Kushina took a breath and started dragging the Ninetails. Stop, Kushina, how can this old man enter that kind of hell? What the hell is going on with that god of death? Let go. Ninetails struggled, but, watching him, was dragged a little bit towards Kushina. The closer they got to Kushina and the Ninetails, the more uneasy they looked at the drooling death god standing behind Kushina. Ninetails also don't know much about the god of death. When the god of death was born, why does it exist, whether it is alive or dead, Ninetails don't know. Go. Seal. Kushina and Minato go to work. The huge ghost of death picked up the knife and chopped it down fiercely. This knife, brewing the power to cut yin and yang, easily divided the Ninetails into 2. The Ninetails of the yin attribute were dragged into Kushina's body. The Ninetails of the yang attribute were sealed inside the young Naruto. Minato, you have to protect Naruto's safety. Kushina said this sentence with the last strength. But in fact, she has no hope for Watergate. Kushina knew very well what kind of treatment the nine-tailed Manzuli was treated. It was really used as a strategic weapon and was closely guarded. There is no freedom, only responsibility and obligation. Even if Naruto is the son of the 4th Hokage, I'm afraid. I hope that one can keep his promise. If he is really him, he will definitely. Kushina finally murmured. What? Minato was startled and was about to ask. However, Kushina had died. The god of death behind her, who was also drooling at this time, couldn't wait long enough to use his handful of runes to pull out Kushina's soul and swallow it in one gulp. Death showed a satisfied look. The soul of half of the nine tails was sealed, which seemed to fit the appetite of this mysterious existence. Immediately, the figure of the god of death began to dim and gradually dissipated. When it completely dissipated, I wonder if it was an illusion, Zanyi felt that this thing glanced in his direction. All is dusty. Nine tails disappeared, half were sent into the belly of Death God, unable to escape, and the other half was sealed in Naruto's body. Naruto, who was crying loudly, was silently telling everything about the complicated sealing technique that appeared on his stomach. Minato carefully picked up Naruto, feeling inexplicably blocked inside. What exactly did Kushina's last words mean, and who is that one? With his powerful IQ, Watergate quickly thought of a certain goal. It wasn't Madara. Could it be Shu, and why is Shu, so that Kushina would rather put her husband aside and believe him? After thinking for a while, Minato smiled wryly. As the fourth Hokage, he doesn't even care about his own wife. At this time, Zanyi's figure gradually shrank, and after returning to his human form, he sat on the ground exhausted. So tired. Although I sacrificed Senior Jushinai, the final result is already fortunate. The fourth generation of adults, please mourn. Zanyi said tiredly. Minato nodded silently, hugging Naruto tightly. It seems that this catastrophic night can finally pass. Watergate sighed. Madara was temporarily forced back by him, falsely suspecting that he had a conversation with Kushina. The village has gradually returned to stability. It looks fine. Zanyi also nodded again and again, as if there was no problem. At the same time, in the forest not far from the Uchiha clan, the root ninja was lying on the ground. Danzang was panting heavily. 8 of the 10 eyes on his right arm had been closed, and at this moment, he looked at Tiandao Pain, who was still in excellent condition in front of him with a collapsed face, incompetent and furious. Damn, why is there still no one to support the old man? Could it be that the old man was completely forgotten? Chapter 148-Pain's true identity is actually. The group's mentality exploded. After fighting for so long, except for the root ninja, is it possible that no one remembers that the old man is still dead? The old man obviously dragged the enemy's leader, and he was so great that he was ignored. In addition to his anger and sadness, Danzo also realized that his single-handedly singled out the opponent's leader was definitely a major mistake. He didn't expect that the owner of fairy eyes was so strong. Danzo stared at his bloodshot eyes and glanced down. On the entire right arm, there are only 2 writing wheels left. The chakra in the body is also seriously depleted. The strength of the enemy far exceeded Danzo's expectations. What's the matter, Konoha's Danzo? Are you afraid in front of the power of God? Tiandao Pain stared at Danzo blankly. The fierce battle just now seemed to have no effect on him. You should be honored to be able to deal with me to this point with the strange pupil technique of Sharingan. Tiandao Pain slowly opened his hand, struck Shen Luo Tianzheng, and sent Tuanzang flying. Another writing wheel eye closed. Danzo glanced at his last remaining eyes, panting heavily. He exhausted all means, be it psychic beasts or ninjutsu, but he couldn't really hurt the guy in front of him. Pain, your pupil technique is nothing but gravitation, repulsion, and pupil force deterrence, and to put it bluntly, it is only this ability. Danzo was extremely angry. Tiandao Pain looked at him indifferently. That's because you are only worthy of me to use these abilities. You who can't even crack my most basic pupil skills. What qualifications do you have to talk about this? Swish. Tiandao Pain rushed over suddenly, and at the same time threw a large number of black sticks and nailed them to Danzo. The two started a physical battle, and the result was also obvious that Danzo was completely abused. Boom. PFF'd. A black rod has been nailed to him. The last writing wheel was consumed, and the eyes of the entire right hand were all closed. Danzo's life has entered a countdown. Remorse, Danzo, Pain looked at each other indifferently. Everything about you is just thus to me, and you are not even qualified to look up to me. But you are not alone, Akatsuki. The organization will clean up all the filth, and you're just the beginning. Puff. Danzang spat out a mouthful of blood, faintly aware that his right arm was losing control. He was silent for a moment, then suddenly sneered, Shao Organization. So you are a member of Shao Organization. No wonder you are staring at the old man. I also understand, although you tried your best to hide it, but the old man already knows your true identity. Tiandao Pain moved and looked at Danzo in amazement. Danzo procrastinated while changing his position, hoping that someone would find him. At least, Don't let him, an old man, be so singled out as a fairy. Within 10 eyes, he is invincible, and the immortals of the 6 paths are not afraid when they come. But now, 10 eyes are obviously not enough. Hateful, are all the people in Konoha dead, and the evil Uchiha clan, don't you know how to help? Interesting, can an ant like you spy into the realm of the gods? Tiandao Pain said indifferently. Danzang said coldly. Before, the old man joined hands with Hanzo to destroy the Akatsuki organization in the Land of Rain and stabilize Hanzo's rule. In order to prove his heart, the old man deliberately sent his disciples there. It failed, and only one Yahiko was killed. At that time, someone used an extremely powerful soul secret technique to slaughter Hanzo's subordinates. Danzang raised his head slowly, his face grim. The old man has been thinking, what kind of technique is this? Now combined with your hatred, the old man already knows who you are. Tiandao Pain stared at him. Could it be that this old thing really knew his true identity? He said solemnly, then my true identity is. Yes, your true identity is that person. The expression on Danzo's face was full of gloom. Dan Kato. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire battle fell into a kind of dead silence. Tiandao Pain's face stiffened. Kato Dan. Who? Never heard of that. Dan Kato, the secret technique of spiritual transformation. In the entire ninja world, the secret techniques of the soul are extremely scarce. Konoha still relies on the accumulation of the first and second generations to make progress in the forbidden technique of the soul. Since there has been no one person has successfully learned the secret technique of spiritual transformation, but the technique you used when you slaughtered Hanzo's subordinates can't be wrong. Danzang sneered. Do you know how you were exposed? The old man's disciple, Shiranui Shweni, reported to the old man after returning from the Land of Rain. He was not sure of your identity, but he clearly stated that the man with long hair the technique used is very similar to the spiritualization secret technique. And according to the news from Miao Mushin, the son of prophecy appeared by Jiraiya's side, so there is a high probability of appearing in Konoha. After 1,000 years, the eyes of the immortals reappeared in the world, and combined with this prophecy. Your current body is essentially just a shell, carrying part of your soul. After you died in the Rain Country, you came into contact with the power of reincarnation, and then relied on the power of the Eye of Reincarnation. Are you returning from the Pure Land? Then seek revenge for the old man, because the old man led your actions back then, and even joined Hanzo to kill members of the Akatsuki organization. There were dense beads of sweat on Danzo's forehead, and he stared at Tiandao Pain's expression, his heart sank. Could it be? Guess wrong. Dan Kato is Tsunade's lover, and he is also the person by Tsunade's companion Jiraiya. There is no problem with this logic, unless the bastard Jiraiya didn't tell the truth. What he said at the beginning, the information about the son of prophecy and the people around him was a lie. Inexplicable, Vientian Tianian. Tiandao Pain looked impatient, raised his hand, and sucked Danzo directly. With the other hand, he pulled out a black stick and pierced Danzo's heart on the spot. This way, you can't be resurrected again, Danzo. With your stupid and absurd guess, die. Tiandao Pain kicked Danzang flying, and glanced at Danzang's body. He stared at his strange right arm for a while. Snorted coldly. Although Danzo's brain doesn't seem to be very good. However, I didn't expect that it could be used like this. The power of Uchiha and Chinsho. At this moment, the virtual figure slowly appeared. I heard something interesting. He was startled by Danzo's guess, but was he inadvertently swayed by a word he casually dealt with back then? It's logically self-consistent. Tiandao Pain said coldly. In your side, have the goal been achieved? The Madara seems to have achieved his goal. He ran away first. Let's retreat too. Controlled the fourth Hokage. No, it only killed the nine-tailed shogi, forcing Konoha to replace it with a new shogi. Tiandao Pain was obviously dissatisfied. You two old guys shot and did this. Killed a group of people, replaced the nine-tailed Manzuli, and then retreated again. Duanzang is dead, and it's pointless to stay in this painful place. Tiandao Pain snorted coldly. There are some things to go back and talk about. Tiandao Pain raised his hand and threw out a few black sticks and nailed them to Danzang's corpse, flew up, and left directly. The other Pains, who had already lost 3, moved at this time and left Konoha village. Wait for Tiandao Pain to leave. Shu, who had originally left, came out of the ground again at this time and stared at Danzo. Time passed second by second. Danzo, who was originally killed, suddenly sat up the next moment. He was panting heavily, staggering and standing not far away. The right eye under the bandage, the last writing wheel eye, also turned gray and was permanently blind. It seems that the eyes you hid in the end worked, and the fatal wound on your heart was corrected, but it was severely injured by Pain's attack before he left. It was only the last few seconds. Shu shook his head, tisk admiration. I don't know if it is to praise Danzo's good luck, or to praise Danzo for being unlucky. The last few blows were really just pretending to be dead and forcibly attacked by a few black sticks. Are you vain? What do you want? Forbidden arts. Treasures. As long as the old man has it, I can give it to you. Danzo was panting, trying to refine chakra, but unfortunately, this body has exhausted its strength. That's too bad. What you have, I can also have, so I'm not interested in what you said at all. Said in a low voice. Danzo regretted to death in his heart. If he had known this, he should not have left the Uchiha clan with the enemy leader. According to Danzo's plan, he has 11 writing wheel eyes, and he also has sealed eyes, which can be exchanged at the limit. But I didn't expect to meet a guy like Tiandao Pain. In melee combat, physical skills were crushed, vacuum waves and psychic beasts were used to fight long distances, and the blood was abused by Shen Luo Tianzheng and Vientian Tian. In front of several, simple, futile techniques of Samsara Eye, Danzo clearly realized his weakness. It's hard to get through the suspended animation, but I can't imagine being stared at by Shu. It's not impossible if you want to get rid of the emptiness, but the risk is very high. Danzo clutched his right shoulder and gritted his teeth. Take out the seal scroll, and channel out a writing wheel eye. This is. He made a virtual gesture. PFF'd. The blind right eye was gouged out, and Danzo quickly stuffed the intact Sengo jade into it. Plug and play, the writing wheel is a good thing. Danzo suddenly rushed towards Shu. The entire right arm was wriggling rapidly at this moment. Let's die together. Akatsuki's guys, the old man should have gathered all his strength and joined Hanzo to completely destroy you. Danzo growled. The right arm began to swell wildly, turning into a giant tree, swallowing the two of them. Buried by the root of the tree, this is the art of perishing together, swallowing both sides with the power of Mudun. Danzo activates Izanagi and reverses his own death. Hoo, this will be no problem. Although I didn't get the Eye of Reincarnation, at least I can kill a dangerous guy. Danzo sat on the ground. Completely exhausted all power. Soon, Danzo's expression stiffened. A thorn suddenly emerged, cut off Danzo's right arm, and put the arm away. Another emptiness, slowly and leisurely drilled out of the ground. It's really dangerous. Burial of tree roots is a good technique, but unfortunately it's useless to me. Danzo fell into despair and decided to activate the seal of the 4 elephants. This is his last resort, using his life to seal everything around him. I didn't expect that the old man would die twice. It's ironic. Danzang roared. Marks appeared on his body, and a large amount of black liquid shot out. The seal of the 4 elephants can devour and seal everything around. However, this is still useless. Even if Danzo expected it, he still couldn't kill Shu, but he had no choice. The chakra was exhausted, and there was no room for resistance. At this time, Shu said slowly, I obviously didn't do anything. Why are you so anxious to die with me? Danzo paused for a moment, and a trace of horror and astonishment flashed in his eyes. "You don't plan to kill the old man." But Danzo wanted to go back on it, but it was too late. He was unable to reverse the seal of the 4 elephants. Damn, this old man can't rest in peace." Danzo roared, feeling like a fool, and then turned into an astonishing black light curtain, sealing all the substances in the light curtain into his body. After everything is silent, Danzo was lying dead on the ground, his eyes wide and wide, staring straight at the sky. Silently stood on the spot, speechless for a long time. What is this for? He clearly didn't do anything. It's so bad that this happened. Shuyi stood pretentiously and paid tribute to Danzo's corpse. Call out. You killed Danzo-sama. Zishui hurried over with a group of Uchiha clansmen, staring at the scene in front of him with split eyes. Actually, no, Shu hurriedly denied. Obviously suicide. Shut up, you nasty bastard, I won't let you go. Shishui launched the Shunshu an illusion, trying to solve the void. But unfortunately, these attacks are not at all painful to Shu. Fire escape. The art of impatience. One after another fireballs carried shuriken and shot out quickly. Shu just stood there and took these attacks without any damage. I clearly told the truth, why don't you believe it? Shu sighed. Boom. Another astonishing attack struck. Zishui, step back, you are not this guy's opponents, I'm coming. This guy killed Danzo-sensei, I will definitely not let him go. Zanyi arrived quickly and shouted righteously. Shu quickly shook his head. It's not me, don't talk nonsense about me, he committed suicide. But Zanyi had already shouted and rushed out, looking extremely angry. The virtual got into the ground and disappeared. Part of Shweni turned into Godzilla, and one hand turned into a giant claw, slamming into the position where Shu was just now, smashing out a deep pit. Escaped by him. Zanyi looked lonely. Jishui comforted. Senior, don't mind too much, you have done your best, and Juwei has already done everything for the village. Jishui looked at Zanyi with admiration and worry. If the perfect senior is silent, it will be a great loss for the village. Stopping water will also lose the direction of life. Zanyi restrained Danzang's corpse and sighed, go back. Chapter 149-Seizing Shweni is equivalent to seizing the future. 4,600 to the leader of the Big Brother, and will continue tomorrow. This terrible disaster is destined to be remembered by everyone. 8 intruders almost caused a terrible disaster that destroyed Konoha. What's worse is that many people keep talking, but they still don't know who the enemy is and why they want to attack Konoha. But, they just need to know that the disaster is over. Dawn. The sun began to slowly dispel the palpitating darkness. Many people stood in the rubble, rebuilding, and treating injured companions. It's over, the enemy is repelled. The 9 tails have disappeared. It is said that they were solved by Mizuman-sama and Shweni-sama. Fortunately, there was Lord Shweni last night, who turned into a terrifying beast and fought against the 9 tails with unparalleled strength. Otherwise, our village would have. That huge figure standing under the moon is the pillar of the village at all. Many people looked tired, but there was still light in their eyes. Indeed, last night, Konoha lost a lot, but it wasn't that unacceptable either. Thanks to the 9 tails being knocked out of the village by Zanyi in time, they did not cause too much damage. This has been a fortune in misfortune. Godzilla, who was incarnated by Zanyi, who fought against the 9 tails recklessly, has already caused a sensation and is talked about by people, and with the passage of time, it will definitely shock the entire ninja world. Mysterious beast that is enough to fight with the tail has appeared. At the same time, in addition to Zanyi being fervently admired by Konoha villagers, the performance of the Uchiha family is also impressive. They faced 6 enemies, but the Uchiha clan fought against 5 of them. Patriarch Uchiha and Kazu Uchiha both have kaleidoscope writing wheels and desperately blocked the enemy. Well, although the guys from the Uchiha family are rather annoying, they are unexpectedly reliable when they encounter things. Many villagers are talking. Only by experiencing death in person can you open your eyes to see things you didn't notice in the past. In the situation last night, Konoha was beaten in and frantically raging, and 8 enemies made Konoha uneasy. However, even if such a thing happened, the Uchiha family is dedicating their strength. It's not just the Uchiha clan. I heard that Master Schwanni's teacher, Shimura Danzo, led the enemy's leader away by himself, and he died in battle. What? Master Schwanni's teacher is actually a selfless hero. Many people looked solemn. For the first time, the name of Shimura Danzo has been praised and commemorated by people with a positive attitude. Many people even spontaneously went to the memorial monument to put flowers in front of Danzo-sama's tombstone. Naruto Building. The high-level Konoha gathered, everyone was tired, and the whole atmosphere was silent. Because of the death of his wife and Danzo, the 3 generations of Hokage did not say a word, but smoked frequently and smoked. The 4th Hokage sat silently in his seat, his hair was messy, and his eyes became a little dull. Only Mito Kazuo and Kaharu are still full of energy. The reconstruction of the village requires money. There are 424 dead ninjas, and the pension needs to be paid. Civilian casualties. At this time, the 3 generations of Hokage put down the pipe and whispered, "How about Danzo, are you sure?" Mito Menyon pondered for a while. It can be confirmed that the 1st generation cells were indeed found on the right shoulder of Danzo's corpse, and considering that Danzo's right eye is a blind eye. So, Danzo secretly conducts taboo experiments and applies the results of the experiments to himself to gain the blood power of Senju and Uchiha. 3 Hokage slowly closed his eyes. Unexpectedly, his friend did such a thing without telling him. That's right, our people wanted to check the root base, but Zanyi refused, Rigian, his behavior. Turning to bed, Xiaochun felt a little resentful. Zanyi is the hero of the village after all. He desperately blocked Nine Tails at the most critical moment, and his teacher died fighting for the village again. Don't go too far. The face of the 3 generations sank. Turning to bed, Xiaochun nodded silently. She didn't even notice that her attitude towards Zanyi had undergone a slight change. This is the absolute strength that brings about the changes. Call Zanyi. Minato rubbed his eyebrows. Zanyi walked into the office. How much do you know about Danzo? Sandai Hokage looked at him. Zanyi's face looked pale, and he was silent for a while. If the 3rd generation of adults wants to ask about the 1st generation cells, I must admit that I do know a little bit, but I did not participate in the specific experimental process, and I did not expect it. Danzo-sensei transplanted primary cells in order to heal his body. It's not just about the 1st generation cells. His right hand was cut off by the enemy and taken away. We don't know what kind of secrets there are on it, but there is no doubt that he secretly transplanted the shackles. The 3rd Hokage took a sharp puff of his pipe. Vaguely, in fact, the 3 generations of Hokage have already guessed what Danzo did. In theory, all people who transplant primary cells will inevitably be eroded by primary cells and eventually phagocytosed. Unless there is something against primary cells. Moreover, if only a 3-hook jade writing wheel eye is placed in the right eye, it is absolutely impossible to resist the erosion of the primary cells. So, is it on the right hand made of the 1st generation of cells, transplanted more shackles? This is an extremely bad thing. The 3 generations of Hokage slapped the table fiercely. Now the Uchiha clan, I'm afraid they already know that Danzo's right eye is a blind shaker. After all, when Shishui and others rushed to the battlefield, they had already seen Danzo's body. They must suspect that the gray-white right eye is clearly the result of using Izanagi. Because I mastered Sharingan and the 1st generation of cells, I was confident enough to solve the enemy's leader alone, but was killed. The 3rd Hokage closed his eyes in pain. Zanyi was very respectful and could only keep silent. It's okay to be stupid. What Teacher Danzo did has nothing to do with me. Zanyi said. The 3rd generation of adults, the fourth generation of adults, I will inherit the roots and inherit the will of Danzo teacher. He made his own terms. He has already collected some secret researches from Danzo first, and the rest, which seem to be secret, are actually no longer needed by him. The senior officials of Konoha looked at each other and did not speak for a while. Was Minato who spoke first? Yes, but from now on, the roots must follow my leadership. At the same time, I will send Anbu ninjas to collect the secret research that Danzo did during his lifetime. If you please, the fourth generation of adults. Zanyi respectfully said. He was about to leave. Shweni, about Fuyu's kaleidoscope writing wheel did you know? 3 generations of Hokage stopped him. Zanyi paused and nodded calmly. I guessed a little bit. When we fought against the 3 tails, the 2 of us took the initiative to stay and fight against the 2-tailed beast Jades. At that time, I had already guessed that he had a strong power. Wait for Yue to open. After the kaleidoscope, I was more convinced, but there was no evidence. Quote. Really, Fuyu would rather let you realize. I understand, it's hard for you, Zanyi. The 4th generation gestured. They have to re-evaluate the relationship between the Uchiha family and Shweni, which is a bit too close. I won't say anything about it. Zishui is already a fan of Shweni. The younger Itachi is deeply influenced by Zishui, and he is very close to Do and Yamato. Now even Fuyu, the patriarch, has something to do with Shweni. Agreed, it's just amazing. Shwani's weight is too heavy. To win over Shweni is to affect the Uchiha family, which is a very critical matter. After Zanyi left, the senior officials of Konoha invited some key people to appease them, and finally called Fuyu over, and asked for warmth for a while. Don't mention the kaleidoscope writing wheel at all. In this regard, Fuyu has always faced these high-level executives with a calm attitude, and his performance is not leaking. Moreover, it seems that they don't know anything about Danzo's secret attack on Shiranyan. Both sides are tacit. After everyone leaves, the 4 high-level executives fell silent again, thinking about their own affairs. Let's put it bluntly, the most troublesome thing right now is not Danzo, nor the Uchiha clan, nor the 9-tailed man Zuri. Nito Menyon broke the eerie silence. The real trouble is, who is the enemy? Minato sighed. It's almost certain that the man in the swirl mask is Madara Uchiha. This isn't the most terrifying thing. If that wooden ninja is really the one we think. Several people's brows knitted together, and there was a trace of panic in their hearts. The people who attacked the group have the eyes of reincarnation. Maybe only the eyes of the immortal can make those 2 surrender. But they are dead. The problem is that the eyes of reincarnation have appeared. You can tell from the name that these eyes may have the ability to resurrect. Several people panicked. Will it be Senju? First Hokage and Uchiha Madara, what do they want to do now? And Konoha's current situation makes them dissatisfied. Isn't this ninja world where the wars continue to be what they are after? Thousands of thoughts. It almost exploded the heads of these 4 high-level executives. In the end, they could only secretly block the message. And when Anbu Ninja started to bring back the related research that Danzo secretly conducted from the root base, the 4 of them kept looking at it day and night, and the more they looked, the more frightened they became. Bastard. Collusion with Orochimaru, secretly contacting Biruhu, wooing Hanzo, stealing the corpses of the Uchiha clan. These things. The 3rd Hokage is both angry and sad. But at the same time, a piece of information caught their attention. Dan Kato. What's going on here? Why did Danzo make a special file for Dan Kato who died for a long time? Turning to bed, Xiaochun asked in confusion. This file also mentions that he sent a team of root ninjas to cooperate with Hanzo. It is suspected that there is a spiritual transformation secret technique in the country of rain. Nito Menedis has a pain in the skull. Why did Kato Dan appear again? An excellent Konoha joinin just died as early as World War II. It was Danzo who sent Kato Duan to the land of rain at the beginning. What conspiracy is there? The senior officials of Konoha couldn't figure it out, so they had no choice but to put it on hold. The things they found alone already explained what Danzo was doing secretly, which was beyond their bottom line. The old man allowed him to carry the darkness, but he didn't realize that he was already a part of the darkness. 3 generations of Hokage shook his head. Watergate said, "At least his disciple didn't become the next him. Zanyi is still on our side, and handing over the few ninjas to him is enough to reassure us." Well, if it is Xuanyi, there is no problem in inheriting the power of the root and becoming the leader of the root. The 3 generations nodded while separating out of the shadow avatars, speeding through the information on the root. No matter from the teacher, from the will, from the ability, Zanyi is the natural leader of the root candidate. What's more, the 4th generation has taken back the root and turned it into another Anbu. As long as he doesn't die, Zanyi will listen to him, and the root is naturally a power that can be used by the village, specializing in dirty and tiring work that even Anbu can't do. Soon, the appointment letter for Zanyi to serve as the leader of the root group was officially approved. This was a process, and it also explained the change of leadership authority. Since then, the root was nominally included in the faction of the 4th Hokage, which can be considered to enrich the faction power of the 4th Hokage that was not abundant. Zanyi also officially became one of the senior leaders of the village, and relevant information will be reported to the major families. Not only in terms of strength, but even in terms of power, Zanyi has officially mastered a force of his own, which is at the same level as the patriarchs of such wealthy families as Hinata and Uchiha, or even a level higher. The only problem is that the power loss at the root is too serious. A large number of elite ninjas were taken away by Danzo, and finally killed by Tiandao Pain. But this is not important, as long as the roots are there, Zanyi can recruit people by himself. As long as Xuanyi doesn't fall, the roots won't fall. 3 generations of Hokage suddenly stopped and looked at the information in his hand in amazement. This is the data of a human experiment. The record above is that there are 60 children with water or earth chakra transplanted with 1st generation genes. Originally, this was nothing. Back then, the village was even more vicious. Many volunteers from the Chinsho tribe were sent to the operating table to transplant the 1st generation cells and suffered tragic deaths from backlash. Considering the madness of Danzo and Orochimaru, using 60 children to conduct human experiments is at most angering, not surprising. But there is actually a successful example, now registered as a household register, named Shiranui Yamato. How could a child survive that horrific experiment? What, is this really possible? Even the 1,000-handed clans people can't bear this kind of experiment. Yawa is indeed very good, and he is the top 3 newcomers of the new generation of the village. I haven't found out that he has the ability to escape wood. Konoha high-level surprises. In the midst of a lot of bad news, it is so gratifying to suddenly see a happy event. Yawa, since he survived, it means that he has adapted to the genes of the 1st generation. His aptitude is so excellent, I don't know if it is related to the genes of the 1st generation. I'm not sure how much power he inherited from the 1st generation, if he can have a wooden escape. Rao is a high-level Konoha, and his heartbeat is also racing at this time. Think about the myth of the 1st Hokage, think about the phantom of the suspected 1st undead. If Yamato can also master the wooden dungeon, if nothing else, the village will have a wooden dung ninja who can restrain the tailed beast after many years. HMPH, Zanyi should have reported this kind of thing to us early on. Xiaochun said dissatisfiedly. Nito Menyon shook his head, how to report? His teacher is Danzo. Danzo will not allow him to do this. Now that Danzo is dead, we can get this information, which is the result of his report. Although there were some problems with the process, the result was good. Since he has been accepted as a disciple by Zanyi, and his surname has been changed to Shiranui, then we will treat him as Shiranui Yamato, and then observe closely. I will find an opportunity to test him to see if he really awakens Mudun. Namikaze Minato made a decision. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku came to visit. Zanyi Jun, thanks to you, I can turn the tide in the Nine Tails Rebellion. No, Mr. Fuyu is hard work. In order to prevent the enemy from destroying the village, he did not hesitate to expose the kaleidoscope and write a round eye. Jun Zanyi is too modest. Senior Fuyu is polite. The two blow each other desperately. Fuyu came this time to test the next step of the senior management. Zanyi said lightly, the most important thing right now is not this. The Uchiha clan has been destroyed in a mess, and there is something about the Nine Tails being controlled. Many people have seen Nine Tails. Guyu eyes, rumors will appear sooner or later, and the Uchiha clan will be very passive. Is Senior Fuyu interested in changing the clan? Well, he was holding a lot of land in his hands, and he was finally able to use it. Chapter 150_6 Paths Confused, What is Godzilla? Konoha 51 years, destined to be an unusual year. This year, a new generation of Indras and Asuras have been reincarnated one after another, and other little powerhouses have also been born. This year, a mysterious enemy invaded, causing the Nine Tails Rebellion, and the Konoha hero Shiranui Shweni made a strong attack to contain the disaster. No one knows who or what purpose the mysterious enemy is. Even the high-level Konoha was in a fog, panic and anxiety in their hearts, and at the same time sealed the information about Kato-dan. Shweni has a lot of things to deal with, and he is valued by the 4 generations of Hokage, running around day and night, often sharing the pressure for the 4 generations. He still has to deal with the root problem. He was blood-washed by pain, his strength is not as good as before, and all kinds of strength and funds have shrunk seriously, all of which need to be dealt with by Zanyi. Recently, Zanyi and the Uchiha family have been very close. It feels like Sasuke has grown a lot again. Zanyi held Sasuke in admiration and praised his disciple again and again. While chatting with Itachi, at the same time, secretly doing tricks, just like doing tricks to Naruto at the beginning, following the same method. Some of Naruto's genes and cells were wrapped into Sasuke's body, and he continued to exert influence. In this way, the chakra they will refine in the future will not only be their own chakra, but also the other's chakra. Chakra brings his own information, which can modify genes and temperament. What will Indra and Asura, who have been manipulated by me, look like in a few years? I really look forward to it. Zanyi had a smile on his face, he was really looking forward to it. How far this kind of achievement can be advanced depends on the next few years, just need to be patient and wait. It seems that Sasuke also likes Senior. Itachi stared at Sasuke, who suddenly burst into tears, his whole body tense, obviously a little nervous. Even the writing wheel is opened. Shweni returned Sasuke as if nothing had happened, and looked at the nervous Itachi. Is this the eyes opened during the Nine Tails Rebellion? It really makes people look forward to it. Yes, thanks to the senior who turned the tide that day. I can't say that, it's thanks to everyone's joint efforts and the hard work of 4 generations of adults. Zanyi looked solemn. This made Itachi feel awe, and sighed that he was indeed Senior Shweni. After a while, Fuyu came, and the two were talking. Obviously it was about changing the clan. In the past few days, after fermentation, there have been major doubts and arguments against the Uchiha family in the entire village. Too many people have seen the 3 Guyu in the eyes of the 9 tails. The appearance of this tailed beast is obviously closely related to the Uchiha clan. But the Uchiha family was also seen by many people that night when they fought their enemies desperately. In the past few days, some people have gone round and round to observe outside the Uchiha clan, looking at the bustling area that has almost turned into ruins, and their hearts are trembling. This sparked a debate. What happened to the Uchiha clan? Who was the enemy, and why did they have Sharingan? How about, is there any conclusion about the mysterious Sharingan enemy? Zanyi held up the teacup. Fuyu hesitated for a moment. There are indeed some results. We have rummaged through all the clan files in recent decades. No one has defected, and we have not found any evidence of who betrayed the clan by fake death. However, there is no doubt that it is Shulanyan who controls the Nine Tails. What is this? To put it bluntly, you already have a target of suspicion, but it is inconvenient to say it because the speculation is too absurd. Zanyi said indifferently, can penetrate the barrier, be able to channel the Nine Tails, control the pupil power of the Nine Tails, and make the 4 generations of Hokage return without success. It seems that only that one is possible. Fuyu remained silent. Sure enough, Konoha's high-level side has already suspected it. We have nothing to do with the enemy, Fuyu said. Zanyi said, I know, and the senior management of the village also know, don't worry too much. And I am now in charge of the route, and to put it bluntly, the part that is most hostile to you has been greatly eliminated, although the Uchiha clan will inevitably be criticized now, but it is controversial, but it just shows that the situation of the Uchiha family is improving. Quote. Fuyu nodded. Indeed, if it were changed to the previous one, there would be no criticism and controversy at all, and one-sided scolding directly. Then, the purchase of a part of the land from Lord Xuanyi has already been approved by the clan. Fuyu replied. Zanyi nodded in satisfaction. It's nice, it's easy to get tens of billions of dollars. For many years to come, he will not be short of funds. After a long time, Zanyi left the Uchiha family. Fuyu knelt on the spot and waited patiently. After a while, the instant came. This guy, who has always had a gloomy temperament, was obviously unable to hold back his emotions at this time. Patriarch, if the other party is really mad, that's our family's chance. Opportunity. I think it's a disaster. Even if he really doesn't die, revenge on Konoha will only push us into the abyss. Fuyu said calmly. With his great strength, how could it be possible? His strength is strong, and Konoha's current strength is not weak. Fuyu increased his tone. Even if Sanrin is gone, there are still 3 generations, 4 generations, Xuanyi, Jiwei, Yiwei and me in the village. With so many shadow-level powerhouses, if nothing else, is self-protection more than enough. Even if Madara Uchiha is revived, according to Fuyu's estimation, no matter how powerful they are, they won't easily defeat several of their shadow-level powerhouses, right? Moreover, on the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion, the guy who was suspected to be Madara was not even able to kill the 4th generation. Humph, only the radicals who claim to have inherited Madara's will can be so excited. Fuyu sat on the tatami with a calm expression, staring at each other with plain eyes. Quote. He clenched his fists fiercely in an instant, and finally, sighed deeply. Have you started to believe in the village now, because Danzang died, and that little brat took the top position, so you feel at ease? Elder Shanna, you have to calm down. If the other party is really Madara, it means that he has joined an organization. There is him in this organization, and there are phantoms suspected to be related to the first Hokage, and Shanrenyan, where is our Uchiha? The position of the family. Fuyu looked cold. On the one hand, the situation is unclear, and on the other hand, the situation is improving, and all fools know how to choose. Moment finally left. Fuyu stared at his figure, knowing that this old guy would not give up. The old guy who can go all the way from the second Hokage period to the present is extremely dangerous. In short, my judgment will not be wrong. As long as Xuanyi does not have a problem, our family can rest easy, but once Xuanyi has a problem, it means that there is no turning back. Fuyu suddenly sighed, and a little worry appeared on his face. Their family was too tightly bound to Zanyi, and it was almost impossible to get rid of them, so they could only gamble. But now it seems that there is no need to worry too much. The entire Uchiha family, in the face of doubts from all parties, decided to relocate after negotiation. From the most prosperous part of the village, he moved to a street not far from Xuanyi's house, which is full of Xuanyi's land. The entire Konoha village is paying attention, and more people are talking about the Uchiha family, confirming that this family has indeed sacrificed a lot for the village, and even the clan land has been beaten to pieces. In this way, the matter of this family is temporarily resolved. Zanyi began to focus on the roots. At present, among the roots he is most optimistic about is a guy called Shan Zongfang. Although he is still very young, he is extremely skilled in turning his heart around and using secret techniques. After I took over the roots, I didn't need to be responsible for so many things like Danzo, but more of a place to help me with chores. Zanyi walked in the roots base, and on both sides, there were dozens of figures of different sizes kneeling on one knee. Master Xuanyi, all the strength of the whole root is already here. Iroha, who barely saved his life, said respectfully. Many of the people here are young and still developing. A few adults are either medical or scientific ninjas, or they are weak. From now on, I will rule you. Under my command, there are not so many rules. As long as you are foolish enough to betray me, I will not deliberately target you. This is the rule set by me, the leader of the root group, Zanyi. The first task is to protect Do and Yamato. Zanyi ordered. Several root ninjas immediately offered relevant plans, which were approved by Zanyi. Everything is in order. In addition, Zanyi has a huge amount of money from the Uchiha family, so the normal operation is not a problem. At this time, the top management of the village should have noticed Yamato. At this juncture, the value of a wooden ninja is too great. Zanyi sat on the seat, looking down at the root ninjas who were training hard, his eyes calm. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. A trembling figure is working hard to train. This guy is Oil Girl Jihei. Zanyi got up, looking inexplicable. Oil Girl Jihei, who mastered the existence of nano-poisonous insects, was abolished by Xuanyi at first, and then ruthlessly abandoned by Danzo. Jihei, are you still working hard? Even if you look like this, you still haven't given up on yourself. Zanyi walked over and said lightly. Jihei stopped, just knelt on the ground, buried his head deeply, and said nothing. Zanyi said, I remember that when Teacher Danzo was still there, he specially let you go back to the family. You, who have lost your value, still know many secrets of your roots. It is reasonable to say that you should be cleaned up. Jihei said in a low voice, I have lost my status and meaning of existence in the family. I implore the adults to give me a chance. I am willing to accept any form of human experimentation. Really, I remember you begged like that last time, but I said it wasn't time yet. Zanyi lowered his head and looked at this trembling guy. It's really good luck. This guy has become a tool that Xuanyi was noticed by Danzo, the kind that will be abandoned after use. Nano-poisonous insects. This is a very useful ability. Zanyi said lightly. Especially the enchantment pot poison technique, which directly spreads countless poisonous insects into the air. In the original book, Jihei's son took his roots and was reincarnated from the dirt in the fourth battle, so he almost used this technique, but luckily he was stopped, otherwise the ghosts would know how many people would die in the coalition. Since you insist, Bingson, you are the ninja in charge of the experiment, and you will lead this human experiment. Zanyi waved his hand. A man with a grimace mask appeared silently and said respectfully, I don't know what kind of human experiment is going to be carried out, intercolumnar cells. Shaking round eyes. Or the blood descendants of other families. Zanyi glanced at Jihei, who was very excited, and pondered for a while. Don't be so troublesome, just use cloning technology. The cloned guy is called the Oil Girl to take the root, and he will be assigned to Shan Zongfang, and the two will cultivate it together. Zanyi issued an order. Bingson ignored Jihei, who was stunned, and dragged Jihei directly into the laboratory. Although the root cloning technology is not very mature, it doesn't matter, just repeat the experiment. Zanyi left the hall and walked into a room full of sealing techniques, isolating all prying eyes. Zanyi started, took out the seal scroll, and summoned the right arm that Danzo had originally. This right arm still maintains a strong activity. The power of the combination of the intercolumn cells and the writing wheel eye, the power of the pseudo-forest. Zanyi looked at the arm. To tell the truth, this arm looks ugly and ugly, combined with the ability to activate Izanagi many times, and use the power of Mu Dun. Really good. I just don't know where Uchiha Shin is. If it is him, he must be able to perfectly control the power of Chinsho and Uchiha. Zanyi remembered Uchiha letter. This guy's body is very peculiar, perfectly compatible with any living tissue transplanted into his body. Since it can be stuffed with writing wheel eyes, it is not a problem to stuff some intercolumnar cells. Nobu Uchiha, this guy full of miracles really wants to find this guy. Zanyi shook his head, not wanting this kind of problem. The ninja world is so big, the ghost knows where this guy is. Then, Zanyi sealed Danzo's right arm again and carried it with him carefully. He opened the secret scroll at the root again, which recorded many forbidden techniques in the Book of Seals. Xuanyi didn't care about other techniques, but there was one technique that he had been eyeing for a long time. Dirty Rebirth. This is a forbidden technique that can summon the undead from the Pure Land. In the future, it is a very important method to spy on the secrets of the Pure Land world. Pure Land. A world where the dead rest. Most of the souls of the dead in the ninja world belong to this field. A strange being is standing silently, standing in the Pure Land, looking at the world of ninja. There seems to be a problem with the reincarnation of Indra and Asura. The six-path immortals watched for a while, only to see that the chakra veins of the ninja world were even more chaotic. The two most crucial things, the reincarnation of his two sons, Chakra, showed signs of confusion, and although it was not clear, it really happened. He hesitated for a while, but did not interfere. Since this has already happened, it can be regarded as a change in the world of ninjas, and he, the dead, has no reason to interfere. More important than this is Godzilla. What is it? Six Paths Immortal looked bewildered. Chapter 151-Water Stopping Eyes. In the ninja world, there are always some strange things hidden. As long as there is chakra, some strange things will inevitably be born. In the Nine Tails Rebellion, it was the first time that the Six Paths Immortals really noticed the creature Godzilla. This was because he was staring at the reincarnation of Asura, and unexpectedly saw Godzilla in the form of a 70-meter behemoth fighting with 9 tails. Although I knew there was such a strange creature before, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. The Six Paths Immortal was thoughtful. His chakra is scattered in the ninja world, but it can be used for monitoring. Xuanyi has Godzilla in his body, he knows it. But I didn't expect it to be so strong. In terms of strength, it can rank in the top 5 among the tailed beasts, barely fighting against the violent 9 tails. Furthermore, he was the one who confuses Indra and Asura's chakra, but he just doesn't know what he wants to do. Six Paths Immortal showed a hint of doubt. Zanyi's actions clearly showed that he knew some ancient secrets, but he was not the reincarnation of anyone. He didn't have a close relationship with that guy Heiju. Godzilla is more like a creature that popped out of nowhere. And is it my illusion? This monster seems to be more like a plant. Immortal Six Paths fell into contemplation, and he didn't come to a conclusion for a long time, so he simply didn't think about it. After all, it was a matter of Yangshi. He just needs to sit in the Pure Land and guard the place where the final comeback is made. Even if Heiju really released his mother, there would be no room for resistance. Yangshi's problems must always be solved by living people. Zanyi didn't know the confusion of Six Path Immortals. Even if he knew, he would laugh it off and not take it to heart. He is concentrating on cultivating Do, Yamato and Yamazaka, who are his promising juniors. In particular, Yamato has obviously received more attention recently. Some passers-by who pass by chance are all pretending to be Anbu ninjas in order to observe Yamato. In fact, Yamato, who had received permission from Zanyi, had no need to hide it. Ninja School, a practical class within the class. Wood escape, tree binding technique. A small sapling abruptly broke through the ground and emerged from the ground, wrapping the hostile child in one hand, scaring the other party and screaming. What? Why does a tree suddenly appear? Is this ninjutsu? At this age, Yamato can actually use such a powerful ninjutsu. Can Yamato actually control plants? Many unexplained students shouted excitedly. Yamato, with strong strength and aptitude, is a man of the year in the school, and naturally there are many fans of younger brothers and sisters. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. The opponent was horrified. Yamato controlled the tree and slowly put it down. The two made a seal of reconciliation. However, the teacher, Yoshino Masada, did not read out the next group of players. The school teacher who was proud of nurturing Shweni and Kazu looked at the scene in front of him sluggishly. Wooden. Really mudden. Yoshino Masada was short of breath, hurried up, and stroked the young sapling. Live. Look at this green sapling, it is actually a wood tunnel. Yawa, how could you? Yoshino Masada looked excitedly. Yamato's expression was startled. Ah, it will come naturally. Soon, the entire ninja school almost exploded, and teachers from all grades came one after another to see Mu-dun's demeanor. This child of Yamato, is it possible that he is a descendant of the Chinsho clan? It's not an ordinary Chinsho clan. Don't forget, even the second-generation adults and Tsunade adults will not be able to escape. I heard that he is a refugee child adopted by Zanyi. Is it possible that the first generation left a bloodline in the outside world? Shut up, you are not allowed to arbitrarily arrange the first Hokage-sama. But what you said seems to make sense. Oh I'm afraid. And this kind of wood tunnel is a verdant green, a symbol of vitality, not the black tree that appeared that night. From the windows of the entire teaching building, a large number of teachers are looking down, very excited. Masada Yoshino took a deep breath, feeling as if the pride in his chest was about to explode. Could it be that after I cultivated Shweni and Yue, there will be new powerhouses under my command? Not the most like Zanyi, who likes to do theory classes, but Yamato. The next group, Shiranui Yamato vs Kataho Hiragi. The next set, Kawai vs Shiranui Yamato. The next group. Yoshino Masada immediately arranged. Yamato continued to play, and every time he fought, he killed the enemy with a single move. This completely shocked everyone, and made them confirm that it was indeed Mu-dun. Even a few sporadic Chinsho clan members who served in the ninja school were shocked at this time, and their faces were ecstatic. This information was reported to Hokage in an expedited manner. Yamato really awakened Mu-dun. 4 generations of Hokage Naruto Fung Minato attaches great importance to it. He personally went out, and immediately launched the technique of Flying Thunder God and rushed to the ninja school. Just in time for the confrontation between Kabuto and Yamato. These two people are Zanyi's proud disciples, Yamato's aptitude and Mu-dun's blood successor. It's because of a reason. What about the pocket? Namikaze Minato is very interested. During this time, he personally arranged for people to stare at Yamato. Of course, it wouldn't be too much. For example, after Yamato returned home, those Anbu ninjas consciously stayed outside, waiting for Yamato to leave home before monitoring. This is the value of Yamato, but also the respect of Zanyi. It is said that Anbu ninjas occasionally collide with root ninjas. After the awkwardness after the first few encounters, both of them became accustomed to them. When they met, they nodded tacitly, and then performed the task of protecting and monitoring Yamato. Mu-dun is too important, and Konoha needs such a force too much, both in terms of strength and political propaganda. Now, Minato watched the bout curiously. Mu-dun Mu-chu. After Yamato made a seal, he quickly stretched out his hand. A log suddenly emerged from the ground and was thrown towards the pocket. Swish. Pocket pushed the glasses, suddenly fell down, raised one hand, and a shallow layer of chakra attached to his fingers. Isado raised his hand and stroked, and cut a gap in this piece of wood. What happened just now, taijutsu? Yoshino Masada frowned subconsciously, and immediately looked shocked. There are some shadows of a chakra scalpel, but it's extremely short-lived and can only last for a moment. It's amazing to be able to achieve this level of chakra control at this age. Minato showed a look of admiration. Now it seems that Do is still very young and weak, and his physique has not grown. However, it is precisely because of this that the excellence of the pocket is further proved. Do is the second super-skilled student in the theory class after Zanyi. The performance of the actual combat class is second only to Itachi and Yamato, which is too rare. Countless eyes converged on the playground, and everyone stared at the fight between the two, commenting from time to time, and exclaiming, "It's amazing, the keen sense of smell is not even worse than some genin." The timing of the shot is also very precise. It's hard to imagine his level after a few years of growth. Is this talent? No, don't forget, these two are disciples of that one, and they must be able to have this level because of the teachings of Lord Xuanyi. Many people suddenly remembered that Zanyi was never just a strong man, but also an expert in theory. He must be very good at teaching. Time lapse. Tu was eventually defeated by Yamato. In terms of age, physique, and chakra, he was not as good as Yamato. Not to mention, Zanyi has been opening a small stove for Yamato, regularly transplanting a little intercolumnar cell to Yamato, and strengthening the power of Mu-dun. At the end of the battle, Tu was hit by a stake and had to withdraw from the arena, defeated by Yamato. There was a lot of applause, and people looked at the pocket one after another, and people showed their admiration and admiration. Even Namikaze Minato is full of admiration. Huh, he suddenly raised his head and looked into the air. There is a chakra looming. Is this the third generation telescope technique? Even he was disturbed. That's right, whether it's Mu-dun or the outstanding newcomers in the village, they are all worthy of attention. Minato took a deep look at the two who had formed the seal of reconciliation. Satisfied can no longer be satisfied. Is Zanyi's teaching ability so amazing? Both children are geniuses, so it shouldn't be an accident, then if. Minato pondered that after the war was completely over, the combat tasks would definitely drop sharply. At that time, Xuanyi could be arranged to work at the ninja school. Well, just be a political teacher. Taking things such as power distribution out of the way, there is no doubt about Xuanyi's theoretical class level. 3 generations have said that it is good, and his 4th generation is ashamed. Soon after, the entire Konoha village was a sensation, and the news of Wood-dun, with the spread of the children of the ninja school, shocked everyone. So much so that many old people have tears in their eyes, and the significance of Mu-dun to Konoha village is too great. Really, Yamato, is he also a disciple of Lord Xuanyi? It's amazing, Lord Xuanyi is still so young, and he has trained a wooden ninja. So, Yamato is a 1,000-handed clansman who lives abroad and has the blood of the first Hokage. Some of the descendants of the 1,000 Hands who survived sporadically could not sit still. Although the statement that, the first generation has blood in the outside world, makes them feel angry and ashamed, it is not important, as long as it is sure that it is Mu-dun. Presumably, even if the first generation adults were alive, they wouldn't care. Right. Although the Chinsho clan can almost be said to have disappeared, the power of Chinsho is still circulating in the village. Watergate returned to the Hokage building and took advantage of the situation to call Zanyi over. So, what step can Yamato's Mu-dun achieve, compared with the first generation? 4th generation adults, relying solely on Mu-dun, it is impossible to compare with the first generation of Hokage. Zanyi shook his head. Chinshujujian is the previous Asura, with a fairy body, how can Yamato compare with him? Only rely on would escape. Mu-dun is indeed powerful, and it also restrains tailed beasts, and can extract the chakra of tailed beasts, but Chinsho-zujian is not only the powerful one. Zanyi said, if I train well, it will be no problem to train Yamato to a level that can prove to be able to fight or even suppress weaker tailed beasts in the future. Well, he transplanted the first generation cells to Yamato since he was a child. When he grows up, he can break the threshold that can only activate the wooden escape and the arrival of the tree world. Going a step further, it is the level of the wooden dragon technique. The technique of the wooden dragon can deal with the weakest tailed beasts such as the 2-tailed cat and the 3-tailed king, but it can be dealt with. As for the stronger wooden man art, I might be able to do it with hard work. If it breaks through another level, Zanyi will not think about it. He doesn't expect this. It's amazing enough to fight against weaker-tailed beasts. Minato said in admiration, looking at Zanyi. His eyes became more and more close. Can cultivate a child who was abandoned by Danzo and Orochimaru into a genius in the village. Zanyi, thank you for your hard work. In Minato's cognition, the strongest forces in his faction are Shueni and Genbu, followed by the 4th Shadow Guard and some Anbu. The other forces are almost all 3-generation factions, especially the 2 major advisors. Can't say. Minato said, since the Nine Tails Rebellion broke out in the village, the loss of the village has not been so great. Thanks to you, but also because of our efforts to keep secrets, the hostile village has misjudged our truth and is just around the corner. So, are there going to be wars again? No matter who wants to attack Konoha, I will cut off their claws with my own hands. It's just a border conflict, it's not a war. What's your suggestion? Who should you send to deal with the invading Korean squad? Minato asked Zanyi's opinion. Shueni thought for a while. Send Zishui, the Uchiha family is now unstable, and the village also needs to show a trusting attitude. Mist Hidden punched it out. Watergate smiled. Then it's decided, send Zishui. Soon, Shishui, who received the order of the 4th generation, was in high spirits, and immediately got ready to go. Speaking of which, this is the first time he has served as a captain and directed an operation. This made Shishui extremely excited, and he knew even more that this was the village's attitude and that he still trusted the Uchiha family. Zishui, although this mission is to fight against Wuin, you must not slack off, you can only succeed, not fail. Fuyu looked at the young Zishui with a serious face, and said solemnly, as far as I know, this is an opportunity that Shueni has won from the 4th generation, and he will ask you to execute it by name. You know what this means. The recent evaluation of the Uchiha family in the village is full of controversy, and now is the time to rectify their name. Their family is Konoha's Uchiha, Konoha's strongest wealthy family, not Uchiha Madara's Uchiha. Yes, the patriarch, I will do my best to finish it. In addition to being excited, Jishui looked excited. Senior Shueni has already made a name for himself on the battlefield at my age and has become a great ninja. I don't expect to surpass Senior Shueni. But no matter what, try to follow in his footsteps. Thank you for your hard work, let's go. Fuyu looked at Zishui, who suddenly burst into a frenzy, resisting the desire to complain about something, and ordered. Shishui took a group of ninjas from the village and started to act. In his team, there are people from the Uchiha clan, as well as people from other families, and there are even civilian ninjas. I can't fail no matter what. I didn't play my role in the Nine Tails Rebellion, and it all depended on Senior Shueni and Senior Yue to stop the enemy. Shishui, who was rushing through the forest, slowly raised his head, and the 3-hook jade in his eyes accelerated. That night, in the desperate battle with Lu Dao Pain, Zishui was also in danger and grew a lot. In addition, Yamato awakens Mudun, Itachi is growing, and the new generation is growing up at an astonishing rate, which makes Zishui's heart also have a sense of crisis. More importantly, my pupil power has become stronger. Shishui covered his eyes and murmured in a low voice. On the other side, Zanyi, who walked out of the Hokage building, also started to act. Kazuma, it's time to deal with this cancer. The power of the Nine Tails cannot be easily handed over to you. Chapter 152 Goddamn it, hey. Goddamn it, ha. Add 6,000 for the leader who gives points to points. As one of the 12 guardians, Kazuma has been staying in Konoha recently, looking for opportunities. But I never thought about it. I bumped into the Nine Tails Rebellion. The raging Nine Tails terrified Kazuma. The powerhouse that emerged from Konoha made Kazuma fully understand the reality. Nika's Minato against the man in the swirl mask, Shueni who turned into a giant beast to fight with Nine Tails, Fuyu and Kazu of the Uchiha clan to face 5 powerful enemies, and Shinobu Shimura Danzo, who is said to be fierce enough to single out the leader of the opponent, a heroic sacrifice for the village. Heima has never seen so many strong men. In the same way, there is a greater greed in the heart, which is an obsession with power, an obsession with mastering Konoha village. Okay, I have almost all the chakras leaked by the 9 tails, and these 9-tailed chakras can completely create a small 9-tailed human pillar force. Close the seal scroll with the horse. The 9-tailed rebellion, the runaway 9-tailed demon fox, leaked a lot of chakra. Most people would not care about the power that this leaked out. But Kazuma noticed and seized the opportunity to collect a considerable amount of chakra. My son Sora has been born, if I can seal these chakras into his body. Kazuma left Konoha and shuttled through the forest of the Fire Country. At this moment, stab it! A dazzling thunder suddenly struck, and Kazuma hurriedly avoided it. You are... Hima's face sank, showing stunned and uneasy feelings. Right with the horse, I can't let you go. Kakashi looked at him indifferently. Someone needs you to stay here forever. Hatake Kakashi, what are you doing here? I'm one of the 12 guardians around Daimyo, how dare you attack me? If you step aside now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Hima Shenshung Road. Kakashi looked indifferent. At this time, are you still pretending to be stupid? You secretly took things that didn't belong to you from Konoha village and brought them. Kakashi stared at him. Although Kakashi didn't figure out what Heima took, but since it was Zanyi's order, he would naturally execute it. For him, nothing is more important and more valuable than performing tasks. In particular, this is the task Zanyi issued to him. Rachel. Kakashi showed his palm, a terrifying crackling sound appeared, and an amazing thunder and lightning gathered in his right hand. It seems that there is no way to solve the problem peacefully. You will pay the price if you attack the daimyo's messenger without authorization. There was a ferocious look in Hima's eyes. Sorry, big names, I don't care at all. Stab it. Kakashi moved. He turned into an astonishing lightning bolt and suddenly rushed towards Kazuma without any hesitation. You think you are Zanyi and Yue. Too done too Luby. A layer of soil wall appeared, and after Kakashi's attack penetrated, he had already avoided far away. Where is the problem? I'm doing it so secretly. Hima was shocked and angry, although he didn't know where the news was leaked, but the matter was revealed, he no longer covered it up. He pulled the reel at lightning speed and melted all the 9-tailed chakras into his body. 9-tailed chakra, so that's it, is this what Lord Xuanyi wants me to get? Kakashi's eyes suddenly lit up. Even a little excited. That's right, since Zanyi became the leader of the root group, he surpassed him not only in strength but also in power. Kakashi naturally changed his tune and consciously called him an adult. Anyway, he is now more and more enjoying being a task tool with no emotions, and he doesn't need to think about other issues, such as companions, friendships and other troublesome things. In the 9-Tails Rebellion, you didn't know what despicable means. You used to steal some of the 9-Tails chakra, and then you wanted to sneak it away. Kakashi's eyes were cold. He already knew the purpose of Xuanyi sending him here. Kill Kakashi, take the 9-tailed chakra, and then, these 9-tailed chakras will most likely become his Kakashi's power. Kakashi turned to Zanyi at the beginning, and did not hesitate to tell Zanyi the information about the 9 tails, and now it is finally time to usher in the harvest. The 9-tailed chakra in front of him is what Zanyi wants to give him. Hum, this is the power of the 9 tails, it is really a happy thing to be a human pillar. Kazuma looked down at himself. A layer of red translucent demon fox coat has covered his body. A steady stream of powerful power poured out, giving him seemingly endless power. With this attitude, even if Zanyi and Kazu couldn't be killed, it would be more than enough to kill one Kakashi, right? He is also a genius. Compared with those two, Kakashi is a little weaker. Swish! Kakashi rushed over at a terrifyingly fast speed, and with one blow, he caught Kakashi's chest, who was hurriedly dodging, leaving terrifying scars. Blood dripping. The two had a physical battle. Kazuma, who has a tailed beast coat, is enough to be immune to ordinary physical attacks. This layer of nine-tailed chakra brings him a terrifying power. Boom boom boom. Kakashi stepped back one after another, and a large number of depressions appeared on the ground. Earth escape. Multiple earth walls. Water escape, water rush. The power of ninjutsu has been greatly improved, and this power makes Kazuma intoxicated. Rachel. Kakashi was forced to launch the second Rachel, and the chakra loss in the body increased. He found the right time, rushed over abruptly, pierced through several dirt walls one after another, and stabbed with a single blow the moment the opponent launched ninjutsu. PFF'd. The tailed beast's coat was pierced. Kakashi's right hand pierced Kakashi's shoulder directly. HMPH, I'm careless, the evil will in the nine-tailed chakra pollutes my sanity, otherwise I won't be hit by you. The pupils of Hima's eyes have become the shape of nine tails. A chakra claw was pulled out, forcing Kakashi to retreat. The wound on his body that was penetrated by Rachel was repaired by Nine Tails chakra at a speed visible to the naked eye. This guy, the ability to control the tailed beast's coat is improving. Are you more familiar and adaptable? Kakashi panted, his eyes stern. Trouble. Compared with veteran ninjas like Hama, the 14-year-old Kakashi didn't have much of an advantage. What's more, Kakashi was eager to kill Kakashi, and the nine-tailed chakra was used for strong action. Kakashi's situation is getting more and more difficult. Damn, what the hell am I? Kakashi gritted his teeth. I can't even deal with this kind of enemy. Zanyi and Yue have already left him far away. Don't hesitate, Kakashi, in the past you just didn't find the right way. Now that you have found it, there is no reason to hesitate. Suddenly, a voice came. A coffin suddenly sprang out of the ground and violently knocked Kazuma away. Boom. The coffin board was overturned, and a mini pull inscribed with the word, Zoo, came out abruptly. Thanks to you for stopping this guy. The Zuzi Minila, this is the third psychic beast that Shweni cultivated with the cells of the Vortex family. Kakashi said, Master Shweni, is this the nine-faced Tsupohei? Are you, Zanyi, some kind of avatar? Although I don't know how you noticed me, no one wants to stop me today. Kazuma looked at the weird Minila in front of him, thinking of the behemoth that night, and instinctively panicked in his heart. Immediately turn around and run away. You can't escape. Golden binding technique. Zuzi pulled mini pull, brazenly doing it. He directly restrained Kazuma for a moment. This short time is enough. I saw Zuzi Manila attack suddenly. This little monster stabbed in a straight line, smashed all the rocks and trees along the way, and charged in front of Kazuma. Go to war with the horse. When Kakashi saw this, his expression froze, and he hurriedly used the third shot of Rachel to kill him. Three figures, in this deep fire country virgin forest, broke out an amazing confrontation. Kazuma, whose strength has reached the elite level, tried his best, but was shaken by the Zuzi mini pull again and again. And his attack could not cause fatal damage to the mini Godzilla in front of him. Whether it is using ninjutsu or taijutsu, even with the blessing of a tailed beast coat, the effect is limited. This is what you forced me to. You will be fortunate enough to see the strongest secret technique of Earth done. Earth done, ultimate creation, soil of the dead. And the horse roared. Soon, there was movement in the surrounding soil, and the dead people who died nearby were resurrected and rushed towards Kakashi. Two Dun's ultimate secret technique, what a big tone. But this technique is somewhat similar to the reincarnation of the dirty earth, but the power is too far behind. With the help of Zuzi Mini-Law's vision, Zanyi observed everything in front of him. In the original book, Kazuma gave the nine-tailed chakra to his son, and wanted to use the imitation of the nine-tailed Manzuli and the dead soil secret technique to attack Konoha. Unfortunately, this guy is destined to have no chance. These resurrected dead are extremely fragile and easy to kill. Minila took the opportunity to tear open the defense line of the dead, rammed hard, and stretched out her claws to grab the neck of the horse. The next moment, a large number of sealing techniques were used one after another. Sealing technique, 5 elements seal. The seal of evil seal. The seal of fire sealing. Referring to the evil Dharma seal. Limbs re-seal. A series of sealing techniques were shot by Zuzi Minila at an astonishing speed, and hit Kazuma ruthlessly. Hima struggled in anger, and the powerful 9-tailed chakra ran wild. But in the face of this series of sealing techniques, these unconscious 9-tailed chakras are powerless. Each time it is hit, a layer of sealing is applied. 9-tailed chakra is weaker. Hima himself, facing the slap of the vermilion character Minila, was unable to withstand such a huge force at all, and he gushed blood. The 9-tailed chakra on his body was forcibly suppressed by the continuous sealing technique. Well, it seems that this psychic beast has been made more successfully. Zuzi Manila's voice was hoarse and strange. Kakashi stared at this scene in astonishment. Especially looking at the dense sealing technique on Hima's body, his scalp felt numb subconsciously. To use such an intensive sealing technique, the consumption of chakra is extremely severe. What is this body? Kakashi was taken aback. From Zuzi Minila, Zanyi's voice came out. I can only blame Hima for being careless. He doesn't have enough 9-tailed chakra, so he dares to fight me close. Sealing is a means of extremely restraining tailed beasts. Moreover, the concept of sealing is extremely broad, and it is not only the rune that depicts the rotten runes to be considered sealing. Those techniques that use powerful means to restrain the opponent's ability to move are considered sealing techniques. For example, the only one of the 9-tailed beasts who can seal is the 1-tailed Shuhei, whose sealing principle is to smash sand and chakra frantically. There is also the same principle of Gaara's desert burial seal. Simple and crude. Now, Zanyi was controlling Minila from a distance, and put a final layer of strong seal on the Kazuma in front of him, rushing up, biting this guy fiercely, not letting go. Sealing technique Godzilla bite. There is no sealing technique more powerful than this. Kazuma let out a wailing sound, and fell to his knees, with no room for resistance, and deep despair appeared in his eyes. I am the mastermind of the 12 guardians, the celebrity next to the daimyo, and the guest of Konoha. You can't kill me. I want to see the 4th Hokage. Hima's eyes were red. He was bitten by Minila, and his 2 paws were pressing against him, so he didn't dare to move. You made a mistake. No one will care about your life. You have violated Konoha's taboo by spying on the power of the 9 tails. Kakashi, kill him, and then you will carry this guy's head. Go to the 4 generations of Hokage to plead guilty. PFF'd. Kakashi made his move without hesitation, and cut off Kakashi's neck with a single blow. Minila also took the opportunity to extract all the 9-tailed chakras, sealed them in the scroll, and threw them to Kakashi. A large amount of 9-tailed chakra escaped to Kakashi. Sealing technique, seal of 4 signs. Minira slapped Kakashi's stomach with a single blow, sealing the 9 tails chakra inside. For my psychic beast, it is already the limit to activate the seal of 4 elephants. Although the seal of gossip is safer, the difficulty of this sealing technique is too high. Zuzi Minila said lightly. His 3rd psychic beast was made from Jushinai's cells, and it mainly focused on various sealing techniques. Thank you. Kakashi looked at the layer of faint red chakra on his body, and felt the power from his abdomen, and said solemnly. Minila waved his paws, stood in the coffin again, and gestured, cover the coffin board for me. This experiment was very successful. Zishui is fighting against Wuing. You can go and help. If you find a Kagaya clan with an awakened corpse vein, try to bring me a corpse back. Quote. Rumble. The coffin board was covered, and the coffin immediately got into the ground and was summoned back by Zanyi's body. How much power does Lord Shweni hide? Kakashi took a deep breath and stopped thinking about this doomed question. He changed direction and hurried to the battlefield. Show this power in the form of a tailed beast coat. These 9-tailed chakras, will I have 3 tails at most? Absolutely enough. Kakashi rushed to the battlefield. ... Fog hid in front. Shisui was in a tough fight. The power dispatched by the enemy exceeded his expectations. Terumi Mei, Ghost Lantern Full Moon, Kagaya Sanchung Song. I didn't expect Wuyin to send you guys out, are you crazy? Jishui stared at the 3-go jade writing wheel, and resisted it with difficulty. To be honest, I also think the people above us are crazy, but an order is an order. Ghost Lantern Manu sneered. With a dull knife in one hand and an explosive knife in the other, he slashed and slashed wildly. As the strongest genius in Korean village, he has the ability to control 7 ninja swords at will. Unfortunately, he has only found 2 ninja knives now, and the other ninja knives are missing. Kill kill kill. Wei Yi Sanchung Chong screamed, bloodthirsty, so excited that he pulled out his vertebrae and slammed into Zishui fiercely. On Konoha's side, the situation seems to be a little dangerous. Shisui himself was attacked by several geniuses from the village of Korean. I won't be defeated by you, and I will never let you enter the country of fire. Jishui's eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and he desperately tried to urge Sharingan to dig out stronger pupils. Force. The power of these eyes is being subjected to extreme pressure. His companions, one after another, fell and were killed. The 3-hook jade in Zishui's eyes are constantly approaching. The pupil power is slowly increasing, and when a certain node is broken through, the majestic pupil power bursts out. The 3-hook jade continued to converge, and they faintly appeared around the pupil, and the 4 curved blades were looming. No, this kind of eyes. Terumi Mei spat out a mouthful of boiling water, which dissolved a large area, but after looking up at Zishui, her heart was half cold. There was a creepy feeling. Could it be that this kind of eye is a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye? At this time, a figure that came quickly, at an astonishing speed, smashed the craziest Kagaya Sanchung Chong into the ground with a single blow. The earth is sunken. With a terrible roar. Kakashi, who was covered in tailed beast coat, held down Sanchung Chong firmly. This kind of bloodline boundary, it seems that you are a member of the Kagaya clan. I am lucky. Kakashi, your form. Shisui looked surprised, the strange eyes in his eyes moved, and only he perfectly captured Kakashi's speed. This red chakra has a chakra tail behind it. Ah, something happened. I have mastered the 9-tailed chakra and can enter the tailed beast coat mode. Kakashi stubbornly strangled the Kagaya clan. Damn it. Everyone will die. The dance of Zhao Fern. Sanchung Chong screamed. On the body, a large number of bones turned into a hideous bone forest, expanding rapidly. If it were someone else, at such a distance, he would be sifted into a sieve by the pile of bones in an instant. But Kakashi has a tailed beast coat, and 2 tails grow from 1 tail, which is barely blocked by the thick coat. Die, I need to take your corpse back. Kakashi raised his hand, and Rachel shot, piercing Sanchung Chong's internal organs. Kagaya Sanchung Chong died. When Kakashi stood up carrying Sanchung Chong's body and looked indifferently. The tail beast coat on his body constitutes a major deterrent. Tailed beast coat. Could it be that Kakashi has become the new 9-tailed man? 4th Hokage transplanted 9 tails to his disciple Kakashi. Damn, dealing with things like Renzuli. The Kurigakushi ninjas were a little flustered. Back. Without any hesitation, Terumi Mei turned around and ran away. The combination of kaleidoscope writing wheel eye and 9-tailed human pillar will only stay if there is a hole in the head. The Kirigaze ninjas plan to escape. Killing so many of my comrades won't let you escape easily. For the first time, Zishui used the kaleidoscope that had just been opened to activate the illusion, and when Zishui used it a little, his eyes stinged for a while. Several Wuyin were controlled, stiffened in place, and were killed one after another. Only Terumi Mei and Onito Mangetsu fled in embarrassment, leaving behind a corpse. When Jishui was exhausted, and the kaleidoscope shape of his eyes unraveled. Your eyes. It looks like something interesting happened. Kakashi glanced. Is it another pair of kaleidoscopes? The power of this family is really powerful and a little scary. However, Kakashi is no longer afraid now. Because of Shweni, he has gained a powerful force. With his talent, in the next few years, Kakashi is sure to improve at an alarming rate and improve his strength. After returning to Konoha, Shisui and Kakashi reported the mission to the 4th Hokage. 4 generations did not speak for a long time. Just a frontier mission, why is such a big thing happening? Kakashi killed Kakashi, who was plotting to take the 9-tailed chakra, and succeeded in mastering the 9-tailed chakra. Uchiha Shisui opened a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Rao is Minato's tenacity, and he couldn't help but have a big head at this time, and he didn't know what to say for a while. It's hard work, Shisui, you go back to rest first, and take good care of your eyes. Kakashi, you stay. Minato rubbed his forehead in a headache. Things are a little troublesome. Shisui respectfully retired and returned to his home. He did not go to Fuyu or Itachi, nor did he go to Shweni. But for the first time, he scrutinized the pupil technique of his own eyes. Naturally, he knew the name and ability of his pupil technique, which was engraved into his eyes, a response to the call from the depths of his soul, and what he subconsciously asked for. My pupil technique. I roughly understand that it is related to controlling emotions and thinking, but the left and right eyes are slightly different. The pupil technique of the right eye is still normal, and it seems that it can erase part of the thinking, not simply erasing the memory, but also leaving a blank area in the thinking, which can be scribbled. The pupil technique of the left eye is a bit weird. As long as it is activated, the opponent will be stamped with a thought stamp in the shape of Shweni. The name is even more wrong. The name is Tianshan, the guardian Shweni Sr. The eye of reflection. But why am I awakening this weird pupil technique? Why did Senior Shweni appear in my pupil technique? Shisui fell into contemplation. After thinking about it for a long time, Shisui couldn't figure it out, so he decided to try the pupil technique on his right eye first. He picked up a mirror, stared at his enchanting kaleidoscope in the mirror, took a deep breath, and activated the pupil technique. Don't be a god. Snapped. Stop the water falling. After a few seconds, he sat up again, confused. What was I going to do just now? By the way, it's to test the pupil technique of the right eye. Don't be a god. Snapped. Shisui fell down and sat up again after a few seconds. What was I going to do just now? Why does my head hurt? Don't be a god. Snapped. Chapter 153-9 Faces 4 Purple Flame Formation. Shisui came to Shweni in despair, his face full of pain. What? Your right eye doesn't know what's going on, it's about to go blind. Zanyi was startled, put down the teacup in his hand, and looked at the guy in front of him in surprise. Depression stops water, what the hell is going on? Zanyi said solemnly, have you turned on the kaleidoscope writing wheel? It's really amazing. How did you go blind? Please tell me the details. I held a mirror, observed my eyes, and wanted to try the pupil surgery on my right eye, but when I tried to activate it, I found that my right eye was extremely painful. My intuition told me that my right eye was about to die. Shisui looked sad. What's going on? Can kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes cause blindness? Never heard of such a thing. What is the pupil of your right eye? Don't go to the gods, correct your emotions and thinking, and erase your memory. Understood. Don't look in the mirror and say goodbye to the gods in the future. Zanyi waved his hand. He roughly understood what was going on. It was a bug that was about to kill him. Then my right eye. Save it a bit, at least there is no problem with activating Susanoo. Just focus more on your left eye. Zanyi inquired about Zishui's left eye pupil technique again, but Zishui hesitated and did not explain. Zanyi was speechless for a while, then he simply drank tea calmly. Since the left and right eyes are all other gods, there must be little difference between the pupil technique and the original book, and it is all related to thinking. This guy Shisui, in the game version, only uses his left eye to open Susanoo and defeat the root ninja. The current Zishui, the left and right eyes are well preserved, and it is a fortune in misfortune. Coupled with the powerful illusion, it is enough to be called a powerful combat force. Shishui left with a little depression. He still couldn't understand why his right eye became like this. After Zanyi sent Shishui away, he waited patiently. Until Kakashi came to the door, the first time after entering the house, he took out a scroll and summoned the body of Sanchungchong. This is. Do on the side widened his eyes with great interest. This is the mission target you named, the corpse of the Kagaya clan who awakened the corpse vein. Kakashi said. Well, not bad. How about the nine-tailed chakra? I think, it should be very suitable for you, right? A flash of joy flashed in Kakashi's eyes. It is more powerful than expected. The tail beast coat has at least doubled my strength. Zanyi nodded slightly. It is unrealistic to use the scattered chakra collected by Kazuma to transform into a tailed beast, but it is not a problem to use the tailed beast coat mode. The skyrocketing chakra volume and strong defense means a higher fault tolerance rate, and it consumes and kills most opponents. There is no shortage of blue Kakashi, tisk tisk. The two talked for a while, and Kakashi resigned. Pocket poked Kagaya Sanchungchong's corpse aside. Nissan, is this the bone vein? This guy has more bones than ordinary people. Well, after all, it is the bloodline that can manipulate bone bud cells at will. Zanyi also had a look of admiration. With this corpse in his hand, Zanyi had 5 bloodlines in his hands. Chinsho, Uchiha, and Vortex have successfully created psychic beasts. Only Hinata and Kagaya remain. These 5 bloodlines are already in the ninja world, and in terms of bloodline level, they are the absolute tops except the Otsutsuki people. They are all descendants of Kagaya Otsutsuki, members of the 5 major families, with the pure genes of Kagaya Otsutsuki flowing in their bodies. In this way, the 5 top bloodlines have been assembled. I really look forward to how powerful these 5 bloodline psychic beasts will be after they are completely manufactured. Zanyi chuckled lightly, his eyes showing satisfaction. Of course he was satisfied. At this time, a root ninja appeared, Master Shweni, the walking witch has sent back information about the land of the land. Since Danzang's death, many tasks left over from the Danzang period have been transferred to Zanyi. The walking witch, the director of the orphanage, is naturally one of the legacy. In the whole Konoha, no one has stronger spy skills than Yakushi Nayu. Dangzo took all the orphans in the orphanage as a hostage and forced Yakushi Nayu to resume his old business and go to other villages as a spy. Walking witch, on a mission in the land of Earth. Zanyi opened this precious information and decrypted the password. The granddaughter of the 3 generations of Toying, Haitu, has shown a good talent, and it is recommended to find an opportunity to assassinate. There's something happening in Iwa Ninja Village. A bounty ninja is being hunted down. Iwanan and Union have a border conflict. My identity is suspected to have been exposed. This will be the last piece of information I send back. Please take care of the children in the orphanage. Swish. Zanyi closed the scroll, destroyed it on the spot, and fell into deep thought. Nothing else, but this bounty ninja. Is it Kakato? Zanyi waved his hand, and the root ninja respectfully exited the room and closed the door. The art of psychic. Pilyuhu appeared. Hey, isn't this Konoha hero? What are you going to do? Don't tell me you made a mistake again. Liuhu couldn't help but feel the yin and yang's strange anger when he saw Zanyi. Don't talk nonsense. Has something interesting happened in the land of the earth recently? Zanyi said lightly. Liuhu looked at Zanyi, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He heard about the Nine Tails Rebellion, and this kid in front of him can actually deal with the Nine Tails. It's terrifying. In the land of the earth, apart from the war, there is only a battle between me and Jiaodu. During this period of time, I was able to sneak up on that guy and destroy several of his hearts. Liu sneered. In terms of hard power, he really can't beat Jiaodu, but he has mastered the speed of escape, and his speed is amazing. The entire land of the land is a battlefield for the two of them. By the way, the guy in Jiaodu is not a bounty hunter. He has now turned into a bounty liar, specializing in cooperating with the targets on the bounty list, and feigning death to cheat the employer's money. He is notorious in the circle of employers in the entire land country. But in the circle of bounties, it is called the light of rebellion. Quote. In Jiaodu's words, "It's quick to make money like this," said Piliu. It turns out that. By the way, there is one more thing. A guy called Xiao Organization contacted us, but because the other party is an outsider and there is no blood follower limit, I am too lazy to pay attention to them. Bei Liu who remembered. Understood. Psychic art. Solution. Boom. The tool man disappeared in place. Xiao Organization, are you finally going to accept new ones? It seems that Nagato has stabilized the situation in the land of rain. Zan Yi pondered. A few days later, he started to cultivate the Hyuga psychic beast, and he also set off. After talking to the fourth Hokage, he secretly went to the land of the earth. The main body goes to the land of the land. On the clone side, he also got the call of Tiandao Pain. In the dim void, 10 fingers of the outsider golem. The land of rain has become the territory of our Xiao Organization, and the rear has been stabilized. Tiandao Pain stared at Samsara, and after looking around, he fell directly on Obito and Shu. You two, the war against Konoha was very unsuccessful. What I want to know now is, how far is your current strength from your peak period? In Tiandao Pain's heart, anger surged. Dignified Konoha F2, the Konoha dungeon in a group, is actually labeled like this. Only forced Konoha to change to a 9-tailed Manzuli. What the hell are you two doing? I've reached my plan. Obito refused to admit defeat, turned his head to stare at Shu. I just don't know what you're doing, just fought with that Shiranui and then evaporated. I also completed my plan. Konoha's strength is really strong. Then again, what did you do that night, Chief? It took so long to kill only an elderly Danzo. It is recognized by others. Disabled, he said falsely. Quote. Tiandao Pain was speechless. What can he do? Danzo Guy's 10 sketching eyes are really troublesome. No matter how powerful he is, he can't kill Danzo in a short time. If you use the world and hell, it may be more convenient to directly pull out Danzo's soul. Ha ha ha, are the three of you blaming each other, so? You're not doing well. I'm very worried about the future of this organization. Absolutely, shut up. With Soil Low Road. After a long time, Tiandao Pain snorted coldly. I decided to recruit new people and officially expand the number of core members of the Xiao organization. The perspective of the land and Bei Liu who are more suitable. Shu, since Madara decided to hide behind the scenes, then this mission is up to you and me. I'll be in charge of Kudu, and you'll be in charge of Biliuhu. Tiandao Pain ordered and disappeared immediately. Shu could only nod his head. Looks like we're going to gather in the land of the land. The figures disappeared one after another, and the virtual self also rushed to the land of the land. ... Land country. Over there. HMPH, Konoha's spy finally shows his fox's tail. Catch that woman and force Konoha's information. Kitu took several guards and chased the pharmacist Yi Nayu all the way. It's still exposed. The pharmacist Yi Nayu sighed. She is going to die here, but during this period of time, the information that Konoha has sent back can be regarded as serving the village. This can be considered, I have completed my task, but unfortunately. The pharmacist Yi Nayu welcomed her fate calmly. The Konoha guy, who took so much confidential information from our village, die. Earth escape fist rock technique. Kai 2's eyes slammed, and the punch he stretched out turned into a huge rock fist. Smash down. Boom. A coffin engraved with the word Zan suddenly appeared, and it slammed in front of the pharmacist Yi Nayu, blocking Kitu's fist rock technique. This is. The pharmacist Yi Nayu stared blankly. You smashed my coffin board, Iwanan, how are you going to pay? A figure landed and appeared in front of the pharmacist Yi Naiyu. With a slender figure and loose hair, he stretched out one hand and placed it on the coffin. "You are." Kaito showed a startled expression, and hurriedly retreated a dozen meters away, looking at this guy with fear. The pharmacist Yi Naiyu coughed up blood, and said in a low voice, "Why are you here, entering a hostile country? This kind of thing is not like what the new leader of the route should do." "No way, you are a hero who has worked for the route for so many years, and in the information you passed back, didn't you already leave an escape route in advance? You don't want to die, the children in the orphanage are still there, waiting for you." Zhan Yi's voice was flat, and the wide dark blue robes fluttered in the wind. "Also, I'm just a clone now, you don't really think that my body can come so quickly. The main body is still on its way to the land of the earth. Shu has already taken a step forward, wandering in the land of the land. It is easy to separate out a clone, and it is not difficult to rescue the pharmacist Yi Naiyu. The walking witch can switch between the vicious spy with thousands of faces and the benevolent and patient orphanage director. This kind of talent can be saved naturally. Also, it seems that you already know about Danzo-sensei's murder, so don't equate me with Danzo-sensei. He is a conspiracy material, so I'm different. I'm better at leveling." Zhan Yi's voice was calm, even though his back turned to the voice of the pharmacist Yi Naiyu, revealing a hint of indifference, but it made people feel at ease. A completely different guy from Danzo. Yakushi no Naiyu thought silently. "Xueni of Konoha, the leader of the Roots, you invaded the territory of the land of the land. Are you planning to declare war on Yan'an village on behalf of Konoha?" A hint of fear flashed in Kitu's eyes. "Declaring war? Haven't we been at war all the time? Don't you think that since the Battle of Kikyoyama, the Third Ninja War has ended, right? The death of a lowest does not mean the end of the war." Zhan Yi sneered. Kitu gritted his teeth and gestured with his eyes, and a guard left immediately to deliver emergency information. "You're just a clone, don't be too mad," Kitu growled. Zhan Yi said lightly, "Although it's just a clone, it's more than enough to kill you." He started to seal. The next moment, 3 more coffins suddenly appeared. Green, White, Zu, Zan. Chinsho, Uchiha, Uzumaki, Hyuga, the power of the 4 major families, are all in these 4 coffins. Whoa! 4 coffin boards flew away, and 4 sturdy figures walked out, looking at Kaito and others in front of them with cold eyes. "What is this, a 4-headed miniature Godzilla?" Kaito's eyes widened. It was the first time he had seen this kind of ninjutsu. The image of Godzilla had already spread throughout the ninja world, and Kitu was shocked when he suddenly saw these 4 human-sized psychic beasts. "It's just 4 toys, let's do it," Kitu shouted. More than a dozen Iwanan rushed out and rushed towards Xueni and Yi Naiyu. "Retreat," Yi Naiyu whispered. Zhan Yi shook his head. "No, let's kill each other. The strongest Kitu is only the guard of the 3 generations of toying, and can be killed." The white character psychic beast rushed out, suddenly raised his head, his eyes became blood red, and a hook jade appeared. Right a round eye. How can this thing have a writing wheel? A few people were affected by the wheel eye illusion, and their bodies froze. Wooden, cutting technique. The green character psychic beast raised its claws and pierced several wooden strips. Blind eyes. Xuanzi's psychic beast's eyes were cold. The things displayed by each psychic beast are shocking. This means very scary things. A dozen people, and they will be killed soon. We have to leave the land of the land as soon as possible, because this country will soon be haunted by troublesome guys. The next moment, 3 of the 4 psychic beasts moved at an astonishing speed. The last Zuzi psychic beast let out a roar and slapped its paws. Zhan Yi raised his head, his voice flat. 9-faced Su Pohei. 4 purple flame formation. Call out. The 4 psychic beasts suddenly burst out with purple light, and suddenly, they will start to spread and connect wildly. In the electric light and flint, the purple light curtain shot straight into the sky, turning into an isolated square area, blocking the terracotta group. Lost my soul, it's late tonight. Perhaps it was because of the 13,000 or 4th day in a row in the past 2 days, coupled with the fact that there were a lot of things at hand, the state and mood were extremely bad. Obviously, the outline of the last few chapters has been prepared in great detail. There is no koan and I don't know what to write, but when I write it, I am stiff and numb. I have written and deleted it, and I don't feel invested at all. There's no soul. Go out for a walk, let go of your mind, and come back and do it again. Chapter 154_Pain, Join Akatsuki. 4 Purple Flame Array. Relying on his own strength, he launched this powerful enchantment. Generally speaking, ordinary shadow level can't break this enchantment. 4 Purple Flame Formation. This is Konoha's enchantment's secret technique. Damn, relying on 4 strange things, this technique was activated. Kitu and the others' faces sank. Go to hell. Zanyi's heart moved, and a large number of radiation clouds began to spread. Ninja Great Radiation World. The entire 4 violet flame formation seemed to have turned into a terrifying restricted area, and countless intense radiation particles collided wildly, destroying everything. The concentration of this horror is beyond the past. Soon, the rock ninjas died. Only the terracotta is still propped up by chakra. Does Konoha village know that you are researching these things? Sharoten, Bayan, you have transplanted the blood from the village to these monsters. Kaito growled. Zanyi said indifferently, did you forget that I am the leader of the root, and I don't need to explain to any family, and this is all done by Danzo teacher, what does it have to do with me? Kitu looked angry. Earth escaped Gangly's style technique. The terracotta spit out the rock monster, frantically attacking the purple light curtain, but the result was also obvious and useless. The 4 purple flame formation was capable of restraining shadow-level powerhouses. The mere terracotta is still unable to resist this level of attack. As time went by, a large number of radiation particles came in densely, attacking the terracotta, consuming his chakra. Terracotta is dead. The 3-generation Hokage shield, Kitu, died in the enchantment. Call out. The 4 purple light curtains dissipated. That's it, the 4 nine-faced psychic beasts can successfully launch the 4 purple flame formation, which makes me very satisfied. Zanyi smiled. Now it's just the 4 purple flame array. I just don't know if it is possible to launch the 4 scarlet sun formation. Let's go, Walking Witch, go back to Konoha. This is the last task I, the current head of the roots, issued to you. Go back alive and take up the responsibility of the director of your orphanage. Those poor children can't live without you. Quote. Zanyi didn't look back. Quote. Yinayu stared at the scene in front of him with a shocked expression. 4 unidentified humanoid monsters were summoned. Judging from their appearance, these 4 strange creatures resembled the legendary half-Godzilla form. It really doesn't matter if you do this. Transplant the blood from the village to your creation. Yinayu whispered. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Compared to the gains, this reputational scolding and loss are nothing to me at all. Zanyi's voice came. Yinayu felt an inexplicable chill in her heart. She looked at it from the perspective of a top spy. Such Xueni seems to be more dangerous than Danzo. There is more powerful strength, more friendly performance, and at the same time more dangerous. The Lois and the Terracotta are both dead in Konoha's hands. The 3 generations of Toying will go crazy, you should be more careful. Yinayu reminded in a low voice, and ran away without looking back. It wasn't until she had run far away that she looked back with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Actually, didn't take the opportunity to clean up her who knew the secret. What a confident guy. He's totally different from Danzo. Yinayu thought like this. The faces of the children in the orphanage appeared in his mind, and he speeded up unconsciously. After Yinayu walks away, Zanyi began to collect these 4 psychic beasts. The 4 coffins burrowed into the ground one after another. The main body is also approaching the land of the earth, and there is no problem in cooperating with Yi Naiyu to escape. Zhan Yi's clone raised his head and glanced at the corpses all over the place, and immediately, his figure slowly disappeared and merged into the ground. What? Kitu is dead. 3 generations of Earth's Shadow Onogi was furious. Kitu, his most trusted guard, is also an important force in the village. Now, actually, dead. Who did it? From the corpse, it is the power of the nuclear escape and blood, and Lord Kitu died in the hands of Shweni Shiranui. HMPH, that nasty brat. Anamu gritted his teeth, was silent for a moment, and immediately issued an order. Issue a reward mission to kill Shiranui Shweni, and the reward is 100 million taels. Lord Toying, the bounty of the land of the land. The ninja hesitated. That dog thief in Jiaodu has done the scourge to the country of fire, and now he has made the underground world of the country of earth into a smog. HMPH, this time, we're not releasing quests from the bounty office, but directly to the hiring organization. Akatsuki. Onogi sneered. He likes to drive the forces outside the 5 major ninja villages to do things. The Shao organization is a hiring organization that he has only noticed recently. It has a small number of shots, and the task completion rate is 100%. At this time, Tiandao Pain, who had already arrived in the land of the earth, learned from Ju about the mission issued by Yan'an village. Killing Shiranui Shweni, the bounty of 100 million taels is really generous. Tiandao Pain's expression moved slightly. The current Akatsuki organization really needs money. HMPH, oh Yemu, this guy, you can use it. Ju, you can find the whereabouts of Shweni Shiranui, and tell me after you find it. Tiandao Pain snorted coldly and turned to search for Jiaodu's whereabouts. Understood, leader, but the opponent is Shiranui Shwani's words. Ju nodded immediately, looking at Pain's flying figure. A strange look flashed in his eyes, and disappeared in place. At this time, Jiaodu was discussing with a guy who was offered a bounty. 91 points. After the event is completed, I will give you 10% of the money. Jiaodu stared at the rebellion in front of him. What? That's too low. Not low. I have more tasks, performance fees, clothing fees, and the cost of using secret techniques to maintain your life after suspended animation. These are all very expensive. Jiaodu sneered. Well. The other party is about to agree. Call out. A figure appeared, and the rebellion was killed in one move. Jiaodu was furious. Biliuhu. You bastard, you ruined my good deeds again. The corners immediately began to spit black silk, and blood flashed from his eyes. Keibe Liuhu just stood in the distance and sneered. Shuandun is really a useful ability. You are right, Jiaodu, I have already killed someone else, and only you can let me kill whatever you want. Immortal. The two looked at each other, and were about to start their first confrontation. Call. The figure of the black-clothed Red Cloud descended from the sky and stood between the two of them. Kakado and Beluhu, both guys are here, just to save trouble. Tiandao Pain glanced at it, his eyes were cold, and the momentum of falling from the sky alone forced the two to not act rashly. This dress, Shao organization. Bei Liuhu stared at Tiandao Pain, his eyes widened, and when he looked at it, he showed a frenzied look. These eyes. Jiaodu snorted coldly. I am not interested in joining any strange organization. Money is my lifelong pursuit. Idiot, you have lived for 80 years. Can't you recognize it? This guy has fairy eyes. Bei Liuhu's eyes turned red. If he can integrate the fairy eyes into his bloodline. Jiaodu's expression moved slightly, staring at Tiandao Pain for the first time. Reincarnation eyes. I didn't expect such eyes to exist. If these eyes can be dug out, they must be very valuable. Jiaodu murmured in a low voice. Tiandao Pain said indifferently. Shao organization is an organization established to achieve peace. I need you to join. When this organization grows, it will also provide convenience for you. Not interested. The corners turned to leave. There is a salary, Tiandao Pain said. The horns turned back immediately. How much? The financial power of the organization can be handed over to you. After all, the people in the organization are not interested in money. Ah. The corners turned to leave. Vientiane God. Tiandao Pain raised his hand and sucked all the horns directly. You're courting death. Zhao Du was enraged, a fierce light shot out from his eyes, and several hearts on his body flew wildly. Then, I will defeat you, but if I save your life, you will join the Xiao organization. Tiandao Pain's voice was cold. Several black silk threads suddenly spread out. A look of murderous intent flashed in the corners of Zhao Du's eyes. Even if it's the legendary fairy's eye, I'll take it down. I've played against Qinshou Zujian, how could I be afraid of you? Tentacle fist. A hand slammed out of the body, pulled the black silk thread that made the scalp numb, and suddenly grabbed Tiandao Pain. Incredibly fast. HMPH, tentacle fist, I suffered a lot at the beginning. Biliu who stood in the distance, looking greedily. This guy, Zhao Du, always talks about the fight with the first generation, which is really annoying. Let me see what kind of power the Samsara Eye has. Bei Liu who buried his head deeply. Just around the corner. If he can really devour the Eye of Reincarnation, then he must be able to get rid of the control of that kid. Whoa. Tentacle fist attacked. Tiandao Pain just raised his hand, Shenluo Tianzheng hit, and the attack was easily overturned. The pupil power of Samsara Eye suddenly exploded, making Zhao Du have an illusion, and the chakra in his body seemed to stagnate for a moment. Boom. A huge repulsive force struck, and a large number of black silk threads were suddenly overturned. A look of horror flashed in the corners of his eyes. Gravity and repulsion, this strange ninjutsu. Qinshujujian, you actually played against him. If that's the case, then I'll let you go and let him do it. Tiandao Pain lowered his arms slowly. He turned his samsara eyes and looked somewhere. A strange figure emerged from the ground wriggling. Another one. Bei Liu who frowned. Shoo, this guy seems to know you, let's chat. Tiandao Pain raised his hand and threw out a large number of black sticks, killing Bei Liu who. The face under the virtual mask is helpless. This misunderstanding is a bit big. This guy Nagato actually thought he was the one. But forget it. Zhao Du, join the Xiao organization, I will keep you alive. Shu tilted his head and looked at him. Zhao Du snorted coldly. It's really unpleasant to have such a condescending tone again. Are all the guys in the Xiao organization so arrogant? When I kill you, you will naturally not be arrogant. Several masks fluttered, opened their mouths one after another, and launched the 5-attribute escape technique on Shu. Wood done, the tree world is coming. A large number of black forests suddenly emerged from the ground, expanding wildly, and suddenly stopped the ninjutsu of these 5 attributes. Mu done. It's actually Mu done. Could it be that you are the one? Zhao Du and Biliu who changed their expressions instantly. Mu done is a legendary blood descendant. Now, this black forest exudes ominous and despair, just reappearing the silent majesty and serenity. Especially in Zhao Du, everyone is stupid, staring blankly at the dense forest in front of them, their minds are blank. How could it be Mudden? Although it is a black wooden scorpion, it does not have the sense of life of the greenery, but it is undoubtedly a wooden scorpion. Think of what the fairy eye ninja said. Zhao Du subconsciously looked at Shu. Look at the pale mask. You, who the hell are you? Is it possible that it's true? Impossible. Chinsho Hashirama also has a lifespan limit, he is obviously dead. Zhao Du was extremely frightened, looking at Shu who did not have any emotional fluctuations. Inexplicably, a panic occurred in his heart. Samsara Eye, wood done, void. The corners started to make up their minds. It's no use talking nonsense, Kakato, either join Akatsuki or die. Shu stood on the spot, and a large number of wooden ninjutsu poured out continuously, swarming, and many ninjutsu made the corners seem familiar. The art of cuttings, the art of big trees, the arrival of the tree world. Can't go wrong. This overwhelming feeling is clearly the feeling of dying. Enough, don't fight, I'll join. Jiaodu growled, besides, that immortal I said just now that he will be paid, so it counts. The virtual action paused. Of course, the leader is a self-proclaimed god and disdains to use lies to achieve his goals. HMPH, since that's the case, I'll reluctantly agree on your behalf. Jiaodu knelt down on one knee, with only the last 2 hearts left on his body, and was extremely embarrassed by the continuous wooden dug. In the bottom of his eyes, there was even more lingering fear. Hatred and fear coexisted, and he stared at Shu. Did not expect. You have not only survived until now, but also got together with immortal I. HMPH, did my lifelong enemy actually join an unknown mysterious organization? The battle between the two of them soon ended. On the other hand, Beluhu was almost killed by Tiandao Pain. HMPH, I have a quick escape, and the speed is amazing. Vientian Tianian. Damn, I have a burning escape, watch me melt you into a liquid. Spicy Tensen. Quote. Bei Liuhu was devastated, and was fooled by these simple 2 moves. Completely unreasonable pupil technique. Join, then I'll join too. With the 2 of you in the organization, I'm sure it will bring me a lot of precious bloodline boundaries. Bei Liuhu lay on the ground, spouting blood. Tiandao Pain stopped and looked down at everything indifferently. Then, from now on, the 2 of you are the core members of the Xiao organization. He threw out 2 rings, the character North and the character 3. Next, we have to act on the next target. I will personally invite him to join Akatsuki. His will is what Akatsuki needs. Tiandao Pain opened his arms and his voice was cold. I don't know who Oshweni. Shu. I disagree. Chapter 155_Earth Ninjas don't talk about martial arts. According to Pain, he was interested in Xuani's ideas. The guy who stood next to Hanzo in the past and destroyed Yahiko's belief in peace in a condescending manner was exactly what he needed. Find this guy and press him for what he thinks of peace, and if it works for us, keep him. Tiandao Pain released divine words to others. I don't know who Oshweni, it's really interesting, but I've always wanted to kill this rude kid. Jiaodu laughed coldly, and stuffed a masked heart back into his body. He calculated that this guy Zanyi, under his name, seemed to have deceived 1 or 200 million from the Fire Nation Bounty Institute. Rounding up, this is 1 billion. This kid owes me 10 billion taels. Bei Liuhu also fell into silence, pondering, since I don't know that Hu Oshweni is going to be unlucky, is it possible to find a chance to get rid of the identity of this psychic beast? This time it's still me and the virtual action, absolutely, you bring the 2 of them back to the base. Tiandao Pain said coldly. Bad news, Yan Ninja dispatched a large army and is also searching for Shiranui's whereabouts. The good news is that the guy has not escaped from the land of the land. Ju drilled out of the ground. Ju first reported the position of Shiranui Shweni, and then glanced at Shu without a trace. Is it still the 2 of you? It seems that you attach great importance to that guy, hee. Then, 2 newcomers, come with me, you have to get Akatsuki's uniform first, and then put on your nail polish. Quote question mark. Jiaodu and Bei Liuhu were full of question marks. But that doesn't matter anymore. Tiandao Pain flew into the sky, summoned the other 5, Shu also drilled into the earth, and the 2 began to act. The other side. When night falls, the moon hangs high. The border between the land of earth and the land of fire. Yi Naiyu had already met Xuani's body and successfully entered the country of fire. It is basically safe to enter the territory of the Fire Nation. You go first, the enemy has already caught up. Zanyi's steps suddenly stopped, and he looked up at the sky. What about you? I can run away at any time. Since the enemy has caught up, I can't just retreat like this. This is the country of fire. Zanyi stared into the distance. Yi Naiyu nodded heavily and left quickly. Who would be the enemy that Zanyi would take so seriously? 3 generations of Earth shadows. Soon, Tiandao Pain came. The virtual also drilled out from the ground. The 2 figures stared at Zanyi like that. I found you. Speaking of which, you were also one of the murderers who killed Yahiko, but I am willing to give you a chance. Tiandao Pain stared at Zanyi indifferently. Zanyi glanced at the guy in front of him. Shanrenyan, it seems that you are the guy who invaded the Uchiha clan in the Nine Tails Rebellion. And this body seems to be cultivated with my flesh and blood. You are so unscrupulous, it's a bit too much. Tiandao Pain moved for a while and said indifferently, I killed Hanzo and Danzo, but I still haven't found Yahiko's body. It is your honor that the gods can use your flesh and blood as a carrier. Now, you only have one choice. Bring your ideas and thoughts on peace, join Xiao, and become my helper. Tiandao Pain opened his arms, as if holding up the whole world, and I, Pain, will with overwhelming power, clean up this filthy world. What an arrogant guy. You two want to keep me, and I want to keep you too, especially you, Shanrenyan. I'm really curious about the power of these eyes, whether it really has the power of reincarnation. Zanyi's voice was low. And take the lead. Nuclear escape white hot light. The icy high temperature beam shot out, and was instantly blocked by Tiandao Pain. Since you refused to join the Xiao organization, you can only use force to solve the problem. Tiandao Pain's eyes were cold. The next moment, the other 5 paths appeared one after another, and the 6 paths of pain assembled. This is a fight. It's really rough. Then you fight, I'll watch the fun. Shu shook his head and appeared on a tree to watch the fight. Pain dispatched 6 paths and rushed towards Zanyi respectively. Animal Dao took the lead, and several psychic beasts appeared, roaring and rushing towards Zanyi. Another toy made of my flesh and blood, forcibly suppressing and controlling the changes of every cell with the power of the Eye of Reincarnation. Zanyi raised his hand and sent out a super vibration wave, overturning the several psychic beasts. Other pains also came. Asura Road moved the fastest, changing several arms and grabbing them one after another. Human Dao also hid behind Shira Dao and opened his hand. Hungry Ghost Road waits for an opportunity to absorb Zanyi's ninjutsu. Hell Road is at the farthest, ready to revive other pain at any time. Vientian God. Tiandao Pain opened his hand and directly grabbed Zanyi from a distance, suppressing Zanyi's actions. With such a comprehensive and unique ability, it's no wonder that Fuyu can be forced to chat with Yue Jinjin. Zanyi kept observing the 2 killer pupil techniques of Tianju Zhengxing and Wheel Tomb Border Prison. But even this is enough to crush 99% of the ninjas in the ninja world. Of Psychic 9-faced Su Pohei. Among the electric light and flint, Xuanyi Psychic came out with 4 coffins, and the 4 psychic beasts attacked quickly, blocking the siege of several pain. Pain, you have 6, and I have 5. Your numerical advantage is no longer obvious. Zanyi sneered. The green character psychic beast immediately launched a large number of cutting techniques, nailing several reincarnation-eyed psychic beasts to the ground, unable to move. The white character psychic beast directly opened the writing wheel, and fought with the Asura Dao with powerful physical skills. Every confrontation between the 2 figures is brewing a powerful offensive. The strength and speed are far beyond ordinary people. Even if it is just a collision, a violent roar can be erupted. The crimson character psychic beast rushed towards the human world, using its claws to shoot a lot of sealing techniques, forcing the human world to keep retreating. The last mysterious psychic beast opened his eyes and went directly to the Hungry Ghost Road, fighting against the Hungry Ghost Road that can absorb chakra. This technique, Tiandao Pain's eyes moved slightly, looking at these psychic beasts from the perspective of Samsara's eyes. Wood done, Sharingan, white eyes, sealing technique. It's amazing. Does every monster possess a kind of blood succession ability? At this time, Xuanyi's body had already rushed towards Tiandao Pain. A guy like you is too dangerous. You'd better leave the Eye of Samsara to me for safekeeping. Zanyi had already entered the half-Godzilla transformation, so he raised his hand and grabbed it. The target is Tiandao Pain's reincarnation eye. He was really curious. If he could fold his eyes, what would it look like? Are these eyes still samsara eyes, or will they become ordinary eyes? It's not like a big tube would. At this moment, Tiandao Pain's Shen Luo Tianzheng could already be activated, and he raised his hand and hit a repulsive force to knock Zhan Yi flying. As long as this attack hits, Zhan Yi will definitely suffer serious injuries. But when Zhan Yi opened his mouth, there was a white-hot light. Boom! The terrifying beam of light collided with the repulsive force of Shen Luo Tianzheng at close range. The next moment, the terrifying high temperature suddenly spread out and turned into dozens of subtle beams. The unlucky beast was hit by a beam of light, and half of his body was melted on the spot. The green character Mini-Pool rushed over, and immediately buckled the eyes of the animal world. The reincarnation eye immediately turned into an ordinary eye. HMPH, that's true, although it's still uncertain, but it's just another way of using chakra information. Zhan Yi's eyes flickered. It is as expected. Chakras have their own information and can change matter. Samsara eye and Tensai eye, in a way, have the same characteristics. The Otsutsugi clan are all creatures that have crossed the concept of death. Even if they die, they can rely on their backhand to resurrect. Kagaya Otsutsuki is a typical example, who has been sealed for 1,000 years, and was reborn from Madara Uchiha in minutes. There is also the Otsutsuki Peach style, which masters a method called wedge. The wedge carries all its own data. As long as the wedge is hit on the aborigines of the ninja world, it can be revived by the erosion and transformation of a large amount of data. This is the perfect resurrection, perfectly erasing the data of the original body, and perfectly transforming it into the body of the Otsutsuki clan. Orochimaru's immortal reincarnation is very much like an incomplete wedge. As long as he succeeds in seizing the body in the form of a white phosphorus serpent, he can transform all kinds of information about the new body in a very short time, but he can use the blood of the new body itself. Continue. Zhan Yi vaguely speculated that perhaps the reincarnation eye itself is a kind of concept of wedge. Reincarnation eye and Tensai eye, if you can get these two kinds of eyes. Now that the relevant information has been confirmed, Zhan Yi's goal in this battle has been achieved. Even if I kill all of these 6 puppets, it doesn't matter. Zhan Yi looked directly into Tiandao Pain's eyes. Pain, no, Nagato, come out, your body must be near here. Tiandao Pain said indifferently, well, it seems that you have also collected my information recently, so you can't keep you. And you alone are not enough for outsiders to take action, and this attitude is enough to defeat you. He didn't know what Zhan Yi was thinking, but since he had reached this stage, he could only use that technique. Snapped. Earth blast. The chakra black ball was rubbed out and suddenly thrown into the sky. Perfectly coincident with the moon. A huge suction force came out, and Xuanyi and several psychic beasts were all sealed up. The earth began to burst into an amazing tear, torn by the terrifying suction, as if a corner of the surface of the planet was about to be torn off. The terrifying shock shook the land of earth and the land of fire, causing countless people to watch in horror. The giant ball that devours everything in the air is eating away at the earth. Did the earth explode the stars? Zhan Yi raised his head and glanced, feeling the terrifying suction. The earth-burst star that Tiandao Pain rubbed out was indeed amazing. But to a certain extent, it is easier to solve. It only needs to use strong means to defeat the core. Speaking of which, the earth-burst sky star is essentially the super-large Vientiane sky yin. The art that can create gravity is really enviable. Transformation mode completely Godzilla transformation. Atomic breath. Zhan Yi's figure suddenly began to swell, and suddenly began to grow into a 70-meter-high beast. The entire back began to condense a terrifying blue light beam, and at this twilight stage, it seemed to have turned into another huge source of light. Zhan Yi opened his mouth and spewed out an atomic breath, hitting the black core head-on. Under the terrifying shock wave and the high-temperature attack, all the huge rocks that blocked it were defeated one after another, and the entire field of vision was flooded with this terrifying attack. This is the atomic breath, the secret technique that could suppress the 9 tails. A moving expression appeared on Tiandao Pain's face. He increased the chakra output, trying to create a larger suction force, as if to lift the entire earth. The scale of the earthburst he launched this time was far greater than the one against Hanzo. But also, Xuani's atomic breath surpassed Hanzo. Roar! A terrifying roar spread through everything, and the violent atomic breath seemed to tear the sky apart. The chakra ball, which was hit from the front, was also at this moment, fully enduring this terrifying attack, stalemate for a moment, unable to support it. Ka ka ka. Fragmentation began, and the cracks on the chakra black ball expanded wildly. Finally, it shattered with a click. Scattered rubble began to fall, hitting the large surface, causing terrifying vibrations. On the ground nearby, there are only endless messes and ravines, telling of this terrifying technique. It seems that your technique is of no use to me. If you want to recruit me, show your true skills. Zanyi looked down at Tiandao Pain from a high place. Tiandao Pain was still expressionless. Trouble, relying on the power of Tiandao, I still can't deal with this guy. Are you going to send out an outsider? To this step, Tiandao Pain did not imagine it at all. According to his estimation, even if Zanyi turned on the Godzilla mode, he would definitely be able to seal it off by relying on the earth-blasting star. The other party found the weakness of his technique in an instant, and directly attacked the black chakra ball. Using the power of 6 paths to create a black ball that lifts into the sky is still too obvious. The technique of earth-blasting stars needs to be further developed. Tiandao Pain confronted Zanyi, surrounded by other Pain and 9-faced psychic beasts who were still fighting. From time to time, a piece of rock fell from the sky, like a falling meteor, crashing into the ground, causing a series of small earthquakes. But what Pain and Zanyi didn't notice was that their terrifying confrontation just now not only shook the ninja world. After Zanyi's atomic breath defeated the chakra black ball, it rushed out of the atmosphere, and the dazzling light was transmitted to the moon. The originally serene surface of the moon suddenly exploded. What happened to that light just now? Bastard, are you here for us? That rotten world actually gave birth to ninjas of this level. Have you seen it? Have you seen it? There is something wrong with the concept of the clan. This rotten world needs to be destroyed. It's too much. It's really too much. Not to mention the outsider golems who stole us, and now they want to scare us. The guys in the lower realms don't follow the rules at all, it's just unreasonable. Chapter 156_Otsutsuki Civil War, Giant Tensagen. The entire moon suddenly fell into a restless state. Those who lived on the moon, the descendants of Otsutsugi village in those days, were disturbed and ran back and forth. They looked in the direction of the earth. In the deep and cold cosmic starry sky, looking up on the moon, the huge blue planet seems to be within reach. All the Otsutsuki people looked at them with anger. There was a guy in the lower realm before who stole the outsider golem. We haven't had time to investigate, and now there is another such guy. An elderly Otsutsuki was furious, staring at the direction of the earth with terrifying white eyes. A strange creature, barely observed by him, caught his eye. When did this strange creature appear in the ninja world, with a long tail and a fat belly? Is it a monster who cultivates natural energy, like the big toad fairy? The old man Otsutsuki speculated. Of course he knew about the great toad immortal. This toad was even older than Yui and Yumura. In order to seal Kagaya Otsutsuki, he even jumped out to give advice to Yui and Yumura. Now it seems that this big toad is nothing more than inciting the two ancestors to rebel against their mother and save themselves. After all, if Kagaya Otsutsuki was allowed to plant trees on Earth, the planet would be doomed. The top monsters who can cultivate natural energy should be the giant toad fairy, a white snake and a slug. When did such a human-shaped lizard appear? The old man Otsutsuki wanted to break his head, searched in his memory for hundreds of years, and found no powerful creatures related to lizards. At this time, the other Otsutsuki clansmen also opened their white eyes, and every pair of white eyes was brewing with terrifying pupil power. The attack just now was very dangerous, and the direction was clearly aimed at the moon. If we let him grow up, wouldn't he be able to attack us directly in the ninja world? Damn, could it be that the idea of separation is really... Shut up. Our clan is the correct one, and our clan is the one who really understands the concept of the ancestors of Yumura. Whether it is the immortals of the Six Paths or the ancestors of Yumura, all their junior high schools are for the sake of bringing peace to the ninja world. And ding, those guys who split up are too extreme. The old man Otsutsuki scolded, his voice low. In the blue ninja world, wars have continued for thousands of years. During the long warring states period, it was still the battle mode of family and mercenaries. Although cruel, the scale was limited. However, after the first generation and Uchiha Madara established the system of one country, one ninja village, the situation of the war has not been alleviated, but has intensified. Countless ancient families have been wiped out one after another. Under the attack of the combined power of a country, the destructive power and lethality have risen sharply. Such things as families are simply fragile. For these tragic situations, the descendants of Otsutsuki on the moon are silently observing. Although it is impossible to see every change on the earth in detail, it is no problem to vaguely observe the tragic scene. They also know clearly what a dire situation the earth has fallen into. Although there has been a deviation in the development of the ninja world, the original intentions of the Six Path Immortals and the ancestors of Yumura are not wrong, and it is definitely not the extinction that the people from the branch family said. The old man Otsutsuki was very angry. The Otsutsuki family has a long lifespan. He has lived for hundreds of years. From the time of Otsutsuki Yumura to the present, he naturally knows the will of Yumura deeply. However, the clansmen who were born after the death of Hamura did not care about this, and wantonly distorted the will of the ancestors of Hamura. Those guys who split up are so extreme that they want to wipe out all life in the entire ninja world, and create the world and creation again. What a madness. What are those guys from the family doing now? The old man Otsutsuki looked at the people around him. A young man's face was ugly. Those guys cut off contact with us and refused to let people from our clan enter their territory. No one knows what they are doing. The clouds of civil war spread over the moon. Understood. I'll go see them in person. The old man Otsutsuki looked cold. However, do you really need to worry about the fluctuations in the ninja world? If we let it go, maybe we can really attack the moon, then we are too passive. I don't need it for the time being. In any case, let's settle the differences between the sect and the branch. The old man Otsutsuki shook his head. Really, the good descendant of Otsutsuki, why did it become like this? Look at the descendants of the ancestors of Hanamura on the earth, the Hyuga family. Only one clan is allowed to appear in each generation. The old man Otsutsuki has no intention of commenting on the right or wrong of this cruel control method. At least for now, the Otsutsuki family is about to split, but the Hyuga family still maintains stability and unity. On the moon, the resident of the branch. A young gray-haired child was sitting obediently on the ground. He occasionally raised his head, revealing those empty eye sockets. This child has no eyes. Not since birth. It was as if his birth heralded a dangerous future, and he needed a pair of powerful eyes. Sharon, the last moment is coming. Facts have proved that the guys in the Zong family were wrong, and it was right for us to split up our family. Sharon's father came with a group of people who were separated from the family, and surrounded Sharon. They also have no eyes, all the white eyes are gone. Father, what happened? Sharon's voice was clear and innocent. He was only 3 years old, he had been unable to see since he was born, and his knowledge of the outside world was extremely vague. Sharon only knew that from birth, the entire branch had revolved around him, and even his father was trying his best to instill certain ideas in him. Lu Dao Shanren is wrong. The world he created is simply a mistake. The ancestor of Yumura left the earth and stationed on the moon, which is the most obvious hint. He also does not approve of the world created by Lu Dao Shanren. Sharon, just now, there were violent fluctuations in the ninja world. Although this attack is still very immature and far from threatening us, it already shows the danger. We don't do it, those bloodthirsty lunatics in the ninja world. We, sooner or later, will find us and attack our Otsutsuki clan. Guys in the ninja world, one is counted as one, they are all belligerent, cruel and bloodthirsty demons, their birth is a mistake. Sharon's father roared, and while speaking, his face showed a fanatical look. Other family members have the same attitude. Sharon, you were born without eyes. This is the ancestor of Yumura who gave us a divine word. He is telling us that you need a pair of perfect eyes to practice the will of the ancestors of Yumura. Sharon's father said, and we will do everything possible to pave the way for you and get you a pair of perfect eyes. Twilight. That's what the division planned. Consume all the white eyes, use countless white eyes, gather the pupil power of the family, and condense the supreme reincarnation eye. Listen, Sharon, your mission is not only to bring extinction and new life to the ninja world, but more importantly, to shoulder the heavy responsibility of fighting against the gods. God. Father, didn't you say we are gods? Compared to the mortals in the ninja world? Sharon asked. That's true, but there are real gods in the universe, and they are also the Otsutsuki family. They are the Otsutsuki family, and their bloodlines are purer than ours. Sooner or later, they will come to the earth and replant the divine tree. At that time, if you dissuade them from planting the divine tree, join them, and if you can't dissuade them, you will destroy them. The premise is that you must have strong power. Sharon's father dropped these words and left here with all the people who were separated from the family. There was no chance for Sharon to ask questions again. Sharon had already vaguely noticed something, but he was smart and kept silent. Destroy the ninja world, beware of the Otsutsukimoto family. Sharon muttered in a low voice, planting these two concepts in his heart. Boom. Soon, a terrifying roar erupted on the moon, accompanied by shrill screams and slaughter. The civil war of the Otsutsuki clan broke out completely. The separated people exhausted all the white eyes, and secretly condensed a pseudo-tensaizen, which can briefly use the power of the pseudo-tensaizen. This is enough to crush the people of the Zong family. All the white eyes of the Zong family are destined to be filled into this pseudo-tensaizen and evolve it into a real tensaizen. After a long time, the war subsided. Sharon's father returned exhausted, covered in blood. On the entire moon, only he and Sharon were left alive. All the others were killed, their white eyes were gouged out, and all the chakras were collected by him and stuffed into the giant tensai eyes. The tenseigen creation was successful, but there was an accident. Sharon's father sat on the ground with a tired face. He looked at Sharon kindly. Only at this time will this cold man show such an expression. Father, what's the accident? Sharon asked. The accident is that Tensai's eyes are a little big, and your eye sockets can't fit. As for how big this eye is, it's not very big, it looks like 50 meters in diameter. A normal person standing in front of this eye is like an ant. Then what should I do? Sharon was a little worried. Can I still complete the mission passed on to me by the ancestors of Yumura? Sharon's father was silent for a moment. He blamed himself. If I had known this earlier, I should have left an idiot of the clan first, and then dug out a pair of white eyes and put them on Sharon. It doesn't matter, I still have a backup plan. Sharon, after the research of our entire branch, we can confirm one thing. With the warm nourishment and catalysis of this giant tenseigen, it will increase your bloodline concentration and improve your large tube wood chakra quality. So, as long as you can transplant a pair of extremely pure white eyes, you can use the accumulation brought by the giant tenseigen to evolve these white eyes into your own tenseigen. Sharon asked, what about the rest of the family? Am I going to get scowls from them? People, it's gone. I've filled it into the giant tenseigen. I've also exhausted my chakra and my life force, and I'll die soon. Sharon, in our family, you are the only one left. You are to right the wrongs of this world and create a new world of true peace. Quote. Sharon's father got up tired and put one hand on Sharon's body. Although Sharon can't see, the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan is extremely powerful, and he can use the blur to perceive the outside world. The two stood on a platform made of wood. In the ninja world, there are also descendants of the ancestors of Yumura. I will take you to the ninja world to have a look and look for pure white eyes. Highly pure white eyes are extremely rare among the Otsutsuki clan. Descendants with such white eyes will be named White-Eyed Prince and White-Eyed Princess. Sharon's father is also very worried now, just like the smoky garbage dump in the ninja world, the Hinata family living in the garbage dump. Will there be a prince and a princess? It really doesn't work. Let Sharon use a giant Tensegan to purify his blood for decades, and then dig out a pair of not-so-pure white eyes. Maybe he can also give birth to Tenseizen. Sharon's father thought about it, and he took Sharon to stand on the wooden platform and flew all the way to the blue planet. White-eyed prince or white-eyed princess? Is it really possible? ... Earth, ninja world. Shweni turned into a giant Godzilla 70 meters high, and a blast of atomic breath sprayed off the earth-blasting star. Subconsciously, he glanced at the deep night sky. The chakra core of the terrestrial star was defeated, revealing the obscured moon. Is it an illusion? It seems that someone is observing me vaguely. A descendant of Otsutsuki Hamura. Zanyi stared at the moon with terrifying pupils. At this time, Sharon, the thief who can do things, should have been born for a while. Did the Otsutsuki clan break out into a civil war? Shaking his head, Zanyi refocused on the present moment. Tiandao Pain is still in the astonishment of the earth-blasting star being cracked. Determined to further develop the power of Samsara I no matter what, and develop a more powerful pupil technique. Your performance exceeded my expectations. Tiandao Pain stared at the behemoth in front of him with a cold expression. The ninja world is really amazing, and a strange creature like Godzilla was born. With the vicious vision of his reincarnation eye, he had long seen that the Godzilla in front of him was very similar to the tailed beast, but it was very different. It is not a body constructed with chakra like a tailed beast, but a real body tissue. He still can't understand more details, but it's not important. If the power of your eyes is like this, then your fate is already doomed. Zanyi looked down at him from a height. At this time, the battle between Other Pain and the nine-faced psychic beast has also entered a fever. No matter how you look at it, the power displayed by Tiandao Pain has ended here. This is also the limit of the power that the young Nagato can use. If he fights again, he can only be dispatched as an outsider's body. At this moment, Dust Escape, the art of peeling the realm. A beam of light struck. Chapter 157_Didera, I'm going to learn this. The terrifying fluctuations with amazing lethality suddenly surged at this moment. The white light beam slammed directly towards the huge Godzilla. The technique of stripping away the realm, that guy Oyemu actually rushed over, it's really bad luck. Zanyi glanced down and sneered. The next moment, the huge figure quickly shrank, and he immediately released the Godzilla mode, avoiding this powerful attack. A little old man was flying over in a hurry, followed by a group of ninjas from the Rock Ninja Village. Little devil, I finally found you. You can enter and leave our country at will. Do you really think that no one can cure you? Onogi flew all the way. Although he was short in stature, his eyes were clearly ferocious. A rare opportunity. Although, he was also shocked by the Godzilla transformation just now, but the more he did, the more he wanted to find an opportunity to kill Zanyi. Are you the Shao organization? It's really hard for you to be able to do this. The next thing is left to me, and I will personally send this kid to the Pure Land. Anamu rolled his eyes and glanced at the devastated land, a tragic scene of landslides and fissures. Even on a few pains, he stopped his gaze. Could these strange eyes be the legendary Samsara eyes? Does the guy from Shao's organization actually have immortal eyes in charge? Anamu's heart was beating wildly. He felt that it was time to face up to this Akatsuki organization that he didn't care about in the past. At this time, Zanyi, who had regained his adult form, patted the dust on his body, and said lightly, "Old guy, he likes to nagging when he is old, it's really annoying, he still refuses to abdicate and let Yin. Oh, the Mesozoic era in Yan'an village doesn't seem to be reliable, the Lois and Terracotta have been killed, and you have no successor. Little devil." Oyegi glared at him. He was irritable, and when he raised his hand, he was about to hit the dust escape again. At this time, Shu's figure appeared beside Tiandao Pain. "What should I do, Chief? Are you going to kill all these guys?" Onogi paused and glanced at Shu with fear. "This guy, is that the wooden ninja? The guy who also attacked Konoha in the Nine Tails Rebellion? I didn't expect to be a member of Akatsuki's organization. Shanrenyan, Mu-dun, is it possible that there will be a Sharinjian ninja next time? Your organization is really interesting." Oyemu stared at Shu for a long time, and there was a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Regarding the identity of the virtual, there have been strange rumors circulating in the ninja world, such as the regeneration of the thousand-handed pillars. After all, the virtual attacked Konoha and used a lot of wood escape ninjutsu in succession, and even the tree world came. The information that was used at will has long been leaked, and Konoha couldn't hide it. But Onogi scoffed at this statement. When he was young, he personally worshipped the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha. Even if that one is the god of ninjas, it is impossible for him to come back to life. Right. Wood-done wood dragon technique. Boom. A gigantic black wooden dragon suddenly emerged from the ground, as if it had come to life. Then, if you kill everyone here, there won't be so many problems. Shu stood on the spot with his head tilted. No one knew how he made the seal. As soon as the huge wooden dragon appeared, it rushed towards the rock ninjas who kept coming. What is this? A wooden dragon made of wooden dung. Damn, how should we deal with such a behemoth? For the first time, many rock ninjas saw this kind of thing and looked up at the sky with a dull look. Subconsciously, they all looked at the three generations of Tsuchikage Onogi. But at this time, Oyemu was also stupid for a moment, and his mind roared at this terrifying black dragon. Wood escape. And it is the technique of the wooden dragon. Although I heard that there is an extra kid in Konoha who can also escape with wood, but only the first Hokage can activate the technique of wood dragon. This is a powerful ninjutsu that can deal with the standard tailed beast. Just a wooden dragon technique has already stood at the top that countless ninjas need to look up to. Wooden dragon art. Impossible, that one should be dead. With his character and strength, he doesn't need to suspend his death to achieve an unknown purpose at all. Who are you? Anamu's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked at Shu angrily. The wooden dragon has already struck with a bang, and as soon as he sees it, it will crush countless rock ninjas. Onogi had to launch the technique of peeling off the original realm to cut off the wooden dragon. Boom. The terrifying dragon head crashed to the ground. On the spot, the already devastated ground was smashed into an astonishing depression. I am who I am, you guys are really weird, more than once saying this kind of boring stuff. Shu turned the white mask and stared straight at the empty eyes. Since the technique of the wooden dragon doesn't work, then change another one, Mu-dun woman. His body wriggled for a while, and a lot of chakra exuded an ominous meaning and suddenly burst out. The earth trembled faintly. Wooden man, could it be? Anamu's face changed, and dense beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. With a roar, he was about to launch a more powerful delimitation technique. Enough. Tiandao Pain said suddenly, with a cold face. Shu, don't be too rude to our gold master. The virtual stopped. The astonishing sense of oppression suddenly dissipated. It was a relief. Really, you always have to worry about this and that, it's very troublesome, Chief. Falsely complained. Tiandao Pain ignored him and looked directly at Onogi. The 100 million taels of employment money, presumably your excellency toying will not break his promise. Of course, my Onogi's reputation has always been reliable. Onogi's face didn't even blush, He stared at Pain for a while, and then looked blankly again. That's fine. Tiandao Pain turned around and left. Before flying away, he glanced at Zhan Yi. Your strength is beyond my imagination. You shouldn't waste it in this dirty world. Consider my invitation carefully. The other Pain, all those who had not been beaten, immediately left with their broken body parts. The virtual figure squirmed for a while, got into the ground, and disappeared. The tense and suffocating atmosphere dissipated in an instant. Several immortal eye owners, who know the magic of wooden dragons and wooden men. Anamu was sweating coldly. He wants to re-evaluate this terrifying organization. What is the purpose of these dangerous guys getting together, just for money? Impossible. Which strong person would be interested in money? The guys who got in the way ran away, so if you kill you guys next, you'll be fine, right? At this time, Zhan Yi opened his mouth. From beginning to end, his expression remained calm. Even the wooden dragon did not let him blink. Little devil, they are inviting you. What's the reason? How much do you know about them? Oyemu didn't rush to make a move, but instead gestured to his subordinates behind him and asked them to stay away before asking. Is there any need to ask? Of course I don't know. As for understanding, I won't say anything about the fairy eyes. You should know how troublesome this guy is when you look at the ravaged terrain. As for that phantom, I don't know what to say, it's up to you. Zhan Yi sneered. But the more Xuanyi said that, the more Anamu felt in his heart, and he was even more afraid to be sure. It is suspected to be the emptiness of the pillars, and there are immortal eyes that can scold the emptiness at will and prevent the emptiness from moving. Hiss, a lot of things, I am very scared to think about it. Terrible, terrible. Let's die here, before Konoha's reinforcements arrive. I'll take care of you. Onogi opened his hand. New beams are converging. Dust escape, the escape technique that directly decomposes matter into atoms, is really amazing. Zhan Yi stood on the spot, raised his head, looked at Oyemu, and sighed in admiration. Dust escape, the art of peeling the realm. Call out. A huge beam of light suddenly blasted out, and at an exaggerated speed, it rushed directly towards Zhan Yi. Zhan Yi suddenly moved his body. It's useless, you can't escape. Anamu maintained Chen-dun, and while sneering, he began to sweep, chasing after Zhan Yi with the power of Chen-dun's beam to decompose all matter. Tisk, what a hassle. Zhan Yi slowly raised his head again, and clapped his hands suddenly. The next moment, he opened his mouth directly and sprayed out several balls. These spheres kept squirming, like living flesh and blood. What kind of technique is this? HMPH, no matter what it is impossible to fight against my dust escape. Onogi snorted coldly. When the dust slammed into the first wriggling ball. Boom! There was a terrifying explosion, accompanied by astonishing heat. Quote question mark exclamation mark. Onogi's face changed. Involving atomic techniques, not only you, but I am also very good at it. Zhan Yi raised his hand and pointed, your subordinates are going to die. Several small balls collided, and in an instant, there were successive explosions, and a large number of Iwa ninja died tragically on the spot, leaving no bones. Anamu's face was gloomy, and he stared at Zhan Yi. Just now, what happened? Is it a special entity clone? Almost, it's just a little trick. Don't worry about it, Your Excellency. 3 generations of toying. Zhan Yi said. This ninjutsu, which is similar to an ultra-miniature nuclear explosion, is essentially just that Zhan Yi created a few flesh and blood clones, and then frantically activated the white-hot light in his body in the preparation stage, greatly increasing the lethality of the instant explosion. Although it is far less powerful than incandescent light, it is better than it is. Damn brat. Onogi's face was gloomy, and his entire body moved rapidly. Earth Escape Fist Rock Technique. Earth Escape, the technique of weighted rock. One of his arms turned into a rock arm, and combined with the weight-increasing ninjutsu, he slammed into Zhan Yi with a ruthless punch. Zhan Yi spewed out several balls, all of which were precisely dodged by the nimble little old man, and hit him with a punch. The power of this punch alone seems to be able to penetrate a mountain. Swish! Zanyi abruptly stretched out his hand, and instantly completed the half-tailed beast transformation, blocking the punch with one hand. HMPH, arrogant brat, they been fooled. Too done super heavy rock technique. Anamu sneered. The power of this punch suddenly intensified, and in the bang, a terrifying power was brewed, and Zanyi was smashed into the ground with one blow. Fucked. A sunken Zanyi was smashed out of his chest. He suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Oyemu. Boom. Just blew up. A huge plume of smoke rose into the air. Tisk tisk, what a beautiful picture. Zanyi was full of admiration. He does not yet have the ability to create a real nuclear explosion. The temperature at the center of the nuclear explosion is as high as hundreds of millions, but the temperature of weaker atoms is only a few 100,000 degrees. But there is no problem in imitating a nuclear explosion. Wait for the dust to dissipate. Onogi, who was in a state of embarrassment, was standing on the spot with a fierce look on his face. In front of him, there was a white beam of light that flashed away. Did you use Chen Dun's ninjutsu to peel off the impact of the explosion? I didn't expect you to be so old, but your reaction speed is not slow at all, old guy. Zanyi nodded again and again, praising Onogi's reaction speed. Onogi looked at Zanyi with a look of fear. The power that this little devil mastered exceeded his expectations and was extremely difficult to deal with. Originally, he still thought that using the power of Chen Dun, it was enough to easily kill a giant beast like Godzilla, and it only took a single stroke of Chen Dun to do it. But Zanyi didn't do that at all. After a few short confrontations, Oyemu clearly realized the difficulty of this guy Zanyi. It seems that it will take a lot of time to solve you here, but I have no time to waste with you. Zanyi pointed at the broken limbs of Yan Nin in the distance, and said, Go back, old man, you have now entered the territory of the Fire Nation. This is an act of declaring war. You want to face Yunyan and Konoha's double attack. Onagi's face was ugly, and he gritted his teeth. Just when he raised his hand, he wanted to further activate the power of Chen Dun, and when he wanted to play a more powerful technique of stripping the boundaries. In the distance, a large number of Konoha ninjas were coming. The patrol team noticed the previous terrifying confrontation between the terrestrial star and the atomic breath, and immediately issued an alarm, calling for a rush of people to support Shweni. There are too many people to cover up. It seems that there is no chance to kill you, otherwise it will cause disputes. Zanyi glanced at it with a look of regret, then took out a special kunai and broke it on the spot. Swish! A figure appeared. The wave of wind and water is coming. Here is. It seems that you have gone through a hard battle, and you will actually use the kunai I left for you at this time. Namikaze Minato quickly glanced at the shockingly messed up battlefield and said. On the battlefield of the Third World War, he gave Zanyi a specially made kunai just in case, and he did not want to come back after the war. Unexpectedly, Zanyi is now using it here. 3 generations of Earth shadows, this should be the territory of the country of fire. Do you want to start a new war? Minato looked at Onogi. HMPH, this old man just punished the guy who supported Konoha's spies. The moment Oyemu saw Minato, his eyebrows twitched, he stopped immediately, and snorted coldly, Fourth Hokage, take care of your people. Next time, this old man won't be merciful. After he finished speaking, he left without looking back. The anger in Onogi's chest was about to explode, but reason forced him to calm down. Laozi and Hanben have plans to withdraw from Yanran village. I must not have an accident, otherwise I won't be able to control those 2 guys at all. Anamu gritted his teeth, turned around and glared at Zanyi, and hurried away. Soon after, Konoha village began to spread, and Shweni defeated the 3 generations of soil shadows in the first battle. Located in Iwanan village, young Deidara was pinching clay with a serious face. After hearing the news about the explosion, I immediately cheered up. Exploding. I like it. But what kind of explosion? Deidara hesitated for a while, then went to his teacher Onogi, only to be scolded by Onogi who had just returned and was full of anger. Chapter 158_Indra Naruto. Leaf Village. Why would you fight a guy like Onogi? As soon as he returned to the Hokage building, Minato asked casually. The situation just now was really dangerous, not because he was worried that Zanyi would not be able to fight, but because he was worried that a new war would be triggered. In the current ninja world, the most extravagant thing is trust. A little conflict at the top can easily lead to a new war. Konoha, who has experienced 3 battles, lost the Sannin and the Nine Tails Rebellion, is reluctant to go to war easily. Well, I didn't expect that the 3 generations of Tsuchikage provoked a group of mercenaries to search for my whereabouts, and then personally dispatched. It seems that this guy is eager to kill me. Furthermore, Lord Fourth, this time I entered the land of the land, as long as it was to meet the pharmacist Yi Nayu. She has been a spy for Konoha for many years, and she was born and died. I can't let her die no matter what. Zanyi answered. Pharmacist Yi Nayu, so that's the case. It seems that she was also a spy sent by Danzo-sama before her death. The 4th generation nodded with relief. At that time, an Anbu was summoned and ordered to bring the pharmacist Yi Nayu over. Such an excellent ninja, who used to be a member of the Root, worked hard and made a lot of work. Now that he has come back, the current Hokage, Minato, naturally wants to meet. Lord Hokage, do you still have to work so late? Zanyi looked at the other party. No way, after all, the war is not over yet, there are so many things that need to be dealt with, so I don't have time to accompany Naruto. Minato scratched his head helplessly. That's it, it's really hard work. Zanyi said. By the way, Daimyo's side has given up searching for Hima's whereabouts. Although Hima deserves to die, it's still a person from Daimyo. This matter is over, said Minato. Daimyo is really persistent, it took so long to investigate before giving up. After leaving the Hokage building, Zanyi had no plans to meet Yi Nayu, the pharmacist. In name, after this spy with thousands of faces completed this mission, he would leave his roots. It is enough that he can pull the other party, lest the other party be killed by Yanin. Zanyi raised his head and glanced at the deep night sky, which was full of leisure and vastness. The bright moon was shining brightly and illuminating the earth. Walking down the street, there are people looking at him with respect from time to time. Hey, isn't that person? Yes, it must be. The strongest genius since Konoha built the village, the hero of the 3 wars. I heard that he also fought the 3 generations of Tuakage and eliminated a border war. See Gui, it's amazing. Many people pointed at Zanyi with a look of awe. Zanyi smiled and nodded to the passers-by, causing bursts of exclamations. After returning home, the next period of time should be able to stop for a while. Zanyi pondered silently, and then began to take the homework of Kyoto and Yamato. Time flies. During these days, under the governance of the 4 generations of Hokage, the situation in all aspects has become stable and gentle, and the serious consumption of troops is also steadily improving. As the most acute part of the conflict in the village, the Uchiha clan and the senior officials of Konoha, thanks to Minato's efforts, it has also eased a lot. The main reason is that it has to be eased. Now the powerful combat power of the Uchiha clan has 3 kaleidoscopes, Fuyu, Yue and Zishui. This power alone makes the village dare not act rashly. Without Danzo, Kaharu and Mito Kadenyan only had to go to bed. At most, the 2 of them only dared to close the door and force them to talk. When they went out, they kept their mouths tightly closed, and they didn't dare to let their farts go. Fortunately, there is Shweni, an important bridge. Fuyu didn't say that. Yue and Zishui walked very close to Shweni, which made the village executives feel reluctantly. This day, Zanyi calculated the time and went out, intending to observe the results of his experiment, then turned around and walked into the shop of Yule Ramen. Boss, a bowl of noodles. Oh, it's been a while. Hans greeted warmly. Zanyi nodded with a smile, found a place to sit, and glanced casually. A little yellow hair with a beard was sucking the ramen one by one. The son of the fourth Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. All around, Anbu ninjas were silently guarding Naruto's safety, and after seeing Schwenny, they didn't stop him. "Hey, kid, aren't you afraid of dying after eating so much?" Zanyi took his face and smiled lightly. "HMPH, uncle, you are so annoying." Xiao Huangmao raised his head and glared at Zanyi. "What a fierce guy." Zanyi chuckled lightly, not angry. Ashura Chakra is a power that makes people sunny, cheerful and friendly, equivalent to an enhanced version of Namikaze Minato with a full hidden charm value. Naruto looks like this. Does it work? The Indra cells implanted into this little devil's body at the beginning, under the urging of his power day and night, after 2 years of subtle stimulation, it seems that it has had some subtle effects on Naruto. This is only the initial impact. When Naruto enters the ninja school when he is 6 years old and learns to refine chakra, the process of change will be accelerated. Naruto Uzumaki, will he turn into a whirlpool? Really interesting thing. Zanyi casually put a few banknotes on the table and enjoyed the ramen as a guest. The taste of eel ramen is indeed very good, but for Zanyi, it is far from a strong attraction. In the original book, Naruto likes to come to this place. A large part of the reason is because the hand-beating boss does not discriminate against Naruto, does not insult Naruto as a demon fox, and treats him equally. It's really sad. If it wasn't for Asura Chakra's forced correction, Naruto would have been covered by the negative emotions in his heart. Just as Zanyi wiped his mouth, the nine tails in Naruto's body suddenly raised his head and looked out of the cage with fierce eyes. Damn, this guy. It's actually this guy. It was the bastard who suppressed the old man that night and took away the old man chakra. Nine tails are furious. There was a terrible growl. In the vagueness, an evil aura came out, which was keenly detected by Zanyi next to him. Nine tails. I almost forgot, this stinky fox is very vengeful. Zanyi glanced at the little yellow hair who was sucking the ramen. In the sealed space. For the first time, the nine tails pulled Naruto's wool in. Well, where is this place? Naruto looked at the dim sewer in front of him with a confused expression. He lowered his head subconsciously. Well, the bowl of noodles he was holding was gone. Who brought me here? I'm Hokage's son. Naruto's face sank, and he shouted in a tender voice. HMPH, Hokage's son. Kid, come this way, get closer. Get closer. Call. Several huge tails suddenly stretched out, trying to grab Naruto, but were blocked by the iron cage. Okay, so big, what is this? Naruto was almost scared to cry, sitting on the ground with his buttocks, not daring to move. He looked around, looking for his own bodyguard. Don't look for it, here, whether it's the fourth Hokage, or your bastards, they can't come. It's just you and me. I really want to eat you in one bite. Ninetail's blood-red eyes radiated a strange red light in the darkness. Well, although the tailed beast never eats people, even the grumpy Ninetails don't eat people, but it's okay to scare them like this. Who let the damn humans always demonize their tailed beasts? What the hell are you? Naruto wiped his tears, and an inexplicable courage appeared, fighting against his instincts, making him try his best to calm down. Huh. Kyuubi raised his eyebrows. There seems to be something wrong with this kid. Ninetails stared at Naruto. In its perception, it does perceive negative emotions, and a large part of it comes from the disgust attitude of the villagers towards Naruto. It's normal for a person to have a dark side. But Naruto's dark side is so distinct from the bright side, which is interesting, it's like two people. However, Ninetails is not interested in thinking about why this is happening. It only knows that this little thing can be used as a target. Ninetails sent out a sole question. Little devil, do you desire power? No, I'm craving ramen. With strength, there will be plenty of ramen to eat. Without strength, I also have a lot of ramen to eat. I am the son of the fourth Hokage. I am the most honorable one, I can do whatever I want. Many guys scolded me behind their backs, but they didn't dare to treat me on the surface. How is it? Naruto's face showed a look of innocence mixed with a sense of distance. Quote. Kyuubi was silent for a while. HMPH, he's just a kid who doesn't understand anything, and he always talks about that hateful guy. One man and one beast look at each other. After a long time, the voice of the Nine-Tails sounded in the cage. You can call the old man Lord Nine-Tails, but you are still too immature now, and you don't understand anything at all. Come back when you grow up. HMPH, a little brat over 2 years old has never tasted power at all. However, I can give you a little benefit. Kyuubi showed a sinister smile. A subtle chakra rolled out and wrapped Naruto. Remember, be careful of the guy next to you, this vicious guy, despicable beyond imagination. Ha ha. When Naruto comes back to his senses again, he only felt that he was suddenly full of energy, and his physical strength and energy suddenly increased a lot. Okay, amazing, the speed of eating ramen has become faster. Naruto sucked up 2 ramen noodles in shock. The speed of eating has been doubled, which is really amazing. Huh. Zanyi put down his chopsticks, and at the moment when he was about to get up, he paused imperceptibly, and casually glanced at Naruto as if nothing had happened. It's very subtle, but with his level, he can still sense the slightest clue. Nine-tailed chakra. Interesting, that is to say, Naruto, who is less than 3 years old, has actually seen the Nine-Tails. It seems that Nine-Tails likes this kind of Naruto very much, probably smelling a similar taste. And also secretly gave Naruto's insignificant nine-tailed chakra to hook up Naruto. Tisk tisk. Little yellow hair, I have a disciple named Sasuke Uchiha, who is about the same age as you. I think you will get along very well. When Zanyi was leaving, he stretched out his hand and vigorously rubbed Naruto's yellow hair into a mess, and laughed lightly. You grab my head. Let go. Let go. Naruto picked up his chopsticks and was about to knock. But knocked empty. Zanyi had already left. Sasuke Uchiha, you know it's not a good thing just by the name. Naruto muttered, keeping the name in his heart. The many Anbu ninjas who were guarding Naruto's safety around were shocked. Sasuke Uchiha was accepted as a disciple by Lord Shueni. This, I have never heard of such a thing. Yahui, Shishui, he was already approaching him, and now Uchiha simply handed over the son of the patriarch. Report to Hokage-sama as soon as possible. Soon, Minato, who was talking to no Nayu, received information from Anbu. Well, it's a pity to accept Sasuke as the third disciple. Minato looked at the information in his hand. Somewhat regretful. It's a pity, he still thinks, will Zanyi teach Naruto in the future? Or in a few years, when Naruto graduates from the ninja school, let Zanyi lead the team. After all, Shuani's theoretical foundation is the best in the village, and judging from the performance of Do and Yamato, the teaching ability is also extremely amazing. If someone who is proficient in the will of fire like this teaches Naruto, he will surely save a lot of worry. Minato was thinking about finding a teacher for Naruto, but he was thinking about it, and he remembered that one, in Kushina's mouth. Who will it be? Does it have anything to do with Naruto? However, it's not impossible for a teacher like this to be done in a different way. Minato tapped the table with his fingers, thinking silently. At this time, Yi Nayu said with a smile, Lord Hokage, if you teach a child, it depends on whether the child is willing or not. If the child's confrontational thinking is too strong, the teaching process will become very troublesome. Understood, Yi Nayu, you know more about children. Since you don't want to perform tasks in the village, then do what you like. This is what Zanyi asked. You are an orphan now, the president of the hospital. Minato officially signed an appointment letter and handed the appointment letter to Yi Nayu in the form of a task release. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Yi Nayu grabbed the appointment letter and left the Hokage building respectfully. She planned to go to Zanyi and thank him in person. But Zanyi had no interest in seeing her at all. Pocket stopped Yi Nayu directly. "This sister, Nissan said he's not at home, please come back." He pushed his glasses and smiled. "Well, it seems that my behavior is a bit annoying. I understand what he means. If there is anything that is not too excessive for me to do, I will try my best to complete it." Yi Nayu smiled, nodded to Do, and turned to leave. After waiting for the other party to walk away, Do closed the door and trotted all the way back to the house. "Nissan, why didn't you want to see her?" Do asked. Zanyi casually put down the secret magic scroll he took out from the root, and said lightly, "Do, that woman is very dangerous, you never know whether her words are true or false. She is the ninja world. The strongest spy. Kill and can't kill. Luckily stay away." However, Yi Nayu is not stupid, knowing that Xuanyi brought her back from Yan'an village, not only to solve the problems left by the roots, but not only to save her, a hard-working and conscientious hero. Snapped. Zanyi put the scroll of mysticism on the table. "It's not the time yet, but in a few more years, it will be almost there." Zanyi thought silently. In a few more years, it will be time for Naruto and Sasuke to grow up. The usefulness of Yi Nayu will come into play at that time. However, speaking of which, when I am Sasuke's teacher, I have to get closer to Sasuke, so Naruto can't be left behind. Is Shu going to go out? Zanyi chuckled lightly. Chapter 159-Samsara IVS Tensai I. The virtual is out again. Where are you going? I heard that the leader recently took a fancy to a puppet guy and wants to recruit him. In desperation, Shu suddenly started to act. I'm not interested, let the two guys, Jiaodu and Bailahu, do it. The virtual figure disappeared in place. Tisk, what a bad character. I really don't know why those guys suspect that he is Sensho Hasuma. Sensho Hasuma's character isn't so bad, right? He should be good at talking. Baiju's mouth was broken, and he desperately complained. The other half, Heiju, was silent. Chinchujuma, good to talk. Well, it is indeed easy to talk. The individuals transformed by Ashura Chakra are very talkative, and one or two are fools. If it weren't for the strength, and Ashura Chakra was born to attract other chakra owners to get close, such a fool would have been killed long ago. The new generation of Indra and Asura has been reincarnated. This is my chance. The Eye of Reincarnation has also appeared in this era. This is the era that is most likely to save my mother. I will never allow failure. The decision was made in the dark. He does not know how many generations of Indra and Asura have been bewitched, and now, he is finally close to success. Whether it is Obito or Void, you two know nothing about the truth of this world, and you know nothing about the existence of Indra and Asura. I really look forward to seeing your faces in astonishment and despair. Look. Heiju let out a cold laugh. Wow, Heiju, why are you laughing all of a sudden? I laugh at that freckled and virtual. ... The phantom appeared in Konoha, and with ease, it penetrated the newly arranged barrier of Konoha and appeared in the village. Even if the Konoha barrier class kept changing barriers after the Nine Tails Rebellion, this kind of large barrier covering the whole village, after all, was just those things, and it couldn't stop Shu at all. Naruto. The virtual is constantly moving underground, silently, without being noticed by anyone. That night, Naruto lay alone in bed. Namikaze Minato still hasn't come back. What's so good about Hokage, Naruto rolled over. He is always busy with other people's affairs, but he turns a blind eye to his own family's affairs. Although there is nothing to do. And that stinky fox. Power. Can I get everything if I have power? Then if I have power, will my father stop busy with other people's family affairs and accompany me more? I can make those who hate secretly hate it. Do my people respect me? The young Naruto began to think about philosophical issues. He is the son of the fourth Hokage, and the villagers naturally dare not bully him openly. However, Naruto, who hates him, speaks ill of him secretly, and runs around all day, knows a lot. Said he was the incarnation of a demon fox or something, and everyone instinctively stayed away from him. What a poor child, strength is never just about strength. Phew. Naruto grabbed a kunai from under the pillow. It's fierce, like a little wolf. But I like it. The virtual figure grew out of the tatami, tilted his head, and looked through the pale mask. What are you? Naruto shouted, wanting to have the secret guards protect him. It's very clever, but it's just a little clever. I've set up a spirit formation in this room, and outsiders can't see what we're doing. Shu let out a deep laugh. Seeing you reminds me of your mother. Mother? Have you met my mother? What kind of person is she? Naruto suddenly stopped running away, looking longingly at Void. In the past, only Namikaze Minato would occasionally talk about Kushina with him. Now one more. Little devil, before your mother died, I entrusted you to me, and I promised her. At least, I have no interest in harming a little devil, just fulfilling my promise. Shu said. Naruto became more and more confused, but at a psychological level he was inclined to believe the person in front of him. After all, he's just a kid, so he can be deceived. I will teach you to gain strength, when you can be alone. I have a way for you to meet your mother. Shu looked at Naruto with a surprised face, and his voice was low. Go hard to become stronger, Naruto, and at the same time keep our affairs a secret. Because your father can't reunite you with your mother. How do I get stronger? You are still too young. Start with basic physical skills. Wait, Naruto, don't believe this guy. Ninetales suddenly shouted, pulling Naruto's consciousness into the mental space. What are you doing, Big Fox? That guy, maybe, but I'm not sure yet. Kid, don't be deceived by him. Kyuubi felt a shudder. In the evil eyes, there is deep malice and unease. The mysterious virtual, could it be that man? With that powerful wooden dun. Bastard, this little devil is full of darkness, and has the opportunity to fall into the dark world. How can it let that man take it away? Swish. Is it here, the guy in your belly, always here to talk to you? Shu's figure appeared strangely, looking up at the huge Ninetales in the cage. Even if it's only half, it's still that big. It's you. How dare you come to such a place, damn it. Kyuubi growled angrily. Shut up, Ninetales. Wood dragon technique. A chakra wooden dragon suddenly poured out, and after getting into the cage, it began to expand wildly in an instant, entangling the Ninetales. It's amazing, I want to learn this. Naruto looked shocked. You can't learn it now. A blank black robe draped over Naruto and took Naruto away from here. In the early morning, Naruto, who had already undergone intense physical training, fell into a drowsy sleep. To Anbu outside, everything was normal. When Namikaze Minato returned home, he carefully opened the door and glanced at Naruto. After confirming that nothing happened, he felt relieved. No clues were found. Time just went by. Shu started training Naruto. On the other hand, Zanyi also began to formally start talking with Sasuke. As the #1 wealthy family in Konoha, you not only enjoy the dignity and honor brought by the wealthy family, but also bear the expectations of everyone. Schwenny looked at Sasuke in front of him. Not only the expectations of the family, but also the expectations of the entire Konoha village, the Uchiha clan of you. Sasuke listened carefully. Although he is more willing to play with his brother and be trained by his brother, but since his brother said that the person in front of him is a great ninja, he reluctantly accepts it. However, Zanyi did not conduct substantive training on the young Sasuke. At most he only taught him some theoretical lessons. He has already seen the state of Naruto's side, but Sasuke needs more time to observe. As expected of Lord Schwenny, he actually understands this kind of education. Itachi walked over, respectfully. While letting Sasuke carry the glory, he understands the meaning of a clan and a village, and it is amazing that he can understand the will of fire. Itachi bowed deeply. Don't worry about these details. Zanyi replied casually. There is nothing special about Sasuke now, because Sasuke was not so cold when he was a child, but his nature of believing in power has penetrated deep into his bones. Naruto and Sasuke, sometimes, he really looks forward to the meeting between the two. The two meet faster than expected. On the street, a group of children are playing ninja games. Naruto and Sasuke were on both sides of the road, walking towards each other. Huh. Naruto and Sasuke turned to look at each other at the same time. Why is this guy so annoying? X2. What are you looking at, you bastard? Naruto yelled. What? How dare you talk to me like that? Damn it, I'm going to teach you a lesson. I'm Hokage's son, am I afraid of you? I am the son of the Uchiha clan leader. The two children immediately started fighting. Blue nose and swollen face. This was the first time they met, and instinctively, they both felt that the other party was extremely bad, as if the other party imitated themselves in some ways, and they urgently needed to teach the other party to cut out such imitations. Most people didn't care about this conflict, it was originally just a fight between two children. But after Fuyu found out, he thought about it, and immediately went to see the 4 generations of Hokage and apologized in person. Ha ha ha, Fuyu, you don't have to do this at all, it's just a child's mood. Watergate didn't care at all. Both parties knew that this was a gesture of goodwill, not a genuine apology. However, it is said that Naruto made the first move. Is this kid so fierce? He really looks like Kushina. Minato scratched his head, really not sure whether to be happy or worried. Kushina must be very relieved to see this scene, right? ... That night, Naruto was walking down the street alone, angrily. The bruise on his face that Sasuke slapped on his face has long since healed. Little devil, I told you a long time ago, just use my power and destroy that Sasuke in minutes. Kyuubi urged her desperately. HMPH, since you are so strong, why didn't you escape from the cage? You were even frightened by the teacher using a dragon. Naruto murmured and walked, holding his head in his hands. ... Kyuubi stopped talking. The technique of the wooden dragon, you little brat doesn't even know what that means. Just when Naruto planned how to take revenge. At the same time, in the sky, a wooden platform quietly flew over. Is this the ninja world? There are a lot of people, it's very lively. On the wooden platform, Shirin spoke in a clear voice, trying to use chakra to perceive the world. Compared with the cold moon, the ninja world is indeed much more prosperous. Don't be fooled by this illusion, this kind of prosperity is built on countless corpses. Sharon's father's voice was cold. Yes, father. The two overlooked the ninja world, wandering through one country and one village after another. The 5 great powers have become 5 indestructible military corps, which is the sadness of the entire ninja world. Sharon's father explained in order for Sharon to witness the ugliness of the world with his own eyes. They began to overlook many small ninja villages again. When it flew over the country of rain. Huh. Sharon's father suddenly turned his head and looked at it with empty eyes. In his perception, in the sky ahead, there appeared a floating sphere. This is a small moon. Is it the ninjutsu of the 6 paths immortals? Sharon's father's face sank. They're tensei eyes of the Hamura lineage. The main pupil techniques are silver wheel reincarnation explosion and golden wheel reincarnation explosion, but they can also control gravitational and repulsive forces. They belong to the lineage of Yumura, and they live on the moon made by the 6 path immortals. According to the information left by Yumura, they have some understanding of the power of the 6 path immortals. But now, the worst guess came true. The second pair of samsara eyes appeared. It must be this guy who stole the Outlander golem that we have been guarding for generations. Sharon's father's expression sank. At this time, Nagato, who was in the land of rain and controlled the rain, slowly raised his head. What's wrong? Xiao Nan asked. Someone came, an adult, a child, and it felt strange to me. Nagata watched in disbelief. He has never been exposed to this level of chakra. It seems to be stronger, thicker and nobler than ordinary chakra. Xiaonan frowned slightly, looking puzzled. There are very few people in this world who can make Nagato show such an expression. Who is the other party? Not sure yet, but they are also watching us. Nagato moved in his heart. Tiandao Pain dispatched and flew directly into the sky, with a distance of several hundred meters, staring at each other. You broke into the residence of the gods and reported your name. Tiandao Pain said indifferently. Sure enough, it's the eye of reincarnation. Did the eyes of the six-path immortals appear again? It seems that you stole the treasures of our family. Sharon's father looked solemn. Sharon said, gods. To you, we are more like gods. But you have legendary eyes, and to some extent, you are the same person as us. The eye of samsara exists at the same level as the eye of reincarnation. This time, Tiandao Pain didn't answer immediately, and he was even more confused. These two people, who are they? What does it mean to steal treasure, and what does it mean to be the same person? Sharon, let's go, there are more important things to do. Sharon's father showed fear. It is very strange that the eyes of the six-path immortals, even if they are awakened, should appear on the high-concentration bloodline people who are infinitely close to the Otsutsugi clan. But this guy in front of him, or the guy behind the scenes? Did I let you go? Vientian Tianian. Tiandao Pain opened his hand. Sharon's father snorted coldly, gave a low drink, and a powerful chakra poured out, barely offsetting the gravitational pull. Even if you want to talk to us, don't show such a bad attitude, and you shouldn't use a puppet controlled by the eye of reincarnation to talk to me. Sharon's father opened his eyes wide open. As for the ability to manipulate puppets, Samsara's eyes are not good at this. Quote ? Who are you? Tiandao Pain shouted. Let's talk about it when you survive. Let me see how far you, who stole the treasures of our family, have developed these eyes. Sharon's father slowly raised his head and looked at the deep cosmic starry sky. He communicated directly with the giant Tenseigan, and the next moment, the giant Tenseigan above the moon suddenly began to rotate, and the terrifying golden pupils looked at the earth. The next moment, a terrifying wave burst out, directly controlling a meteorite in the starry sky, and in an instant, it smashed into the ninja world. Woohoo! The huge meteorite fell from the sky, and the high-speed friction turned into a terrifying fireball. How do you deal with this, the descendant of the Six Paths Immortal? Facing me, the descendant of Yumura, what do you use to resist? Dream.